Hey guys, welcome back to our channel, as you seen in title and thumbnail. In this video we are going to see, what if Deku became Toga's obsession. This is movie, and finally a series. If I get good respawn I will update more parts, so for more comment down your thoughts and like share, also check out my Patreon to support me. All details in description. The city always sounded different when you were listening for danger. For most people, the afternoon rush was just a blur of horns, footsteps, distant construction, and the constant, comforting chatter of ordinary life. For Izuku Midoriya, it was a map, every sound a point, every pause a gap, every sudden spike a warning. He walked 2 steps behind Endeavor, because that's what you did when you were work study with the number 1 hero. You stayed close enough to learn, far enough not to get in the way. Bakugo didn't believe in 2 steps behind. Move faster, Bakugo snapped, palms already cling with small pops like impatient fireworks. We're wasting time. Todoroki, as always, looked like he could have been carved out of calm. We're early, he said. That's the point. Endeavor didn't turn. The flame on his beard flickered, not with wind, but with mood. This is not a game, Endeavor said, voice like hot iron. You don't rush patrols. You don't chase your own adrenaline. You move with intent. Bakugo's teeth clicked. TCH. Deku, Izuku, kept his hands loose at his sides, fingers flexing in a rhythm he didn't even notice anymore. He had learned that if he stayed too still, the power inside him felt like it was pressing against bone. One for All was quieter these days. Not weaker, never weaker. But controlled, braided into his muscles like a new kind of instinct. The vestiges inside the dark space of his mind had started to feel less like voices in a storm and more like a council in the next room. Sometimes, if he concentrated, he could feel Nana's presence like a hand near his shoulder. Sometimes, he wished he couldn't, because being aware meant being responsible. For power, for mistakes, for the moments when the line between hero and weapon got thin. Today felt like one of those days. They passed a small florist on the corner, bright, cheerful, almost aggressively normal. Rows of flowers spilled color onto the sidewalk, sunflowers, white lilies, tiny clusters of purple blossoms. Lilac. Izuku caught the scent for a heartbeat, soft and sweet, then it was gone behind exhaust and heat. His stomach tightened in a way that didn't make sense. He blinked, shook it off, and focused. Danger sense was quiet, no buzzing, no prickling dread. Which meant this was either a peaceful patrol, or the calm before something ugly. Dispatch said, minor group, Todoroki said under his breath, eyes scanning reflections in storefront glass. But they also said, League Associated. Izuku nodded. That's what worries me. Bakugo snorted. Everything worries you. That's literally why I'm still alive. Izuku muttered before he could stop himself. Bakugo's grin flashed sharp. Say it louder, nerd. Endeavor stopped at a crosswalk. People flowed around them like a river around stones, some glancing, some staring, some lifting phones for quick, shaky videos. The flame hero didn't look at the civilians. He looked past them. Look, Endeavor said. Izuku followed his gaze. Across the street, a delivery truck sat angled wrong, half on the curb as if the driver had abandoned it mid-turn. The back doors were open. Inside were crates, long, reinforced cases marked with hazard tape. Not food, not furniture, support gear, quirk suppressant canisters, something official. And standing by the open truck, 3 figures in mismatched streetwear moved with purpose that didn't match their cheap masks. One held a crowbar, another had a backpack and was pulling a case toward the sidewalk. The third, smaller, with a hood and a bright pink respirator mask, stood a few steps away. Fingers tapping like she was counting a rhythm only she could hear. Izuku's danger sense sparked. Not a scream, a needle, a warning so precise it was almost polite. There, Izuku breathed. Endeavor didn't hesitate. Todoroki, contain the left. Bakugo, right flank. Midoriya, evacuate the civilians. Do not let them get caught in the crossfire. Yes, Izuku said automatically, already moving. Bakugo cracked his neck like he'd been waiting all day for permission to explode something. Finally, they stepped off the curb. The world tightened. Izuku's senses narrowed to motion and distance, to angles and possible trajectories. The truck, The cases. The villains. Civilians. A mother holding a child's hand. Two teenagers filming. A delivery driver frozen in shock. Izuku's boots hit the asphalt. He pushed forward just enough power to move like a snapped rubber band. "Everyone, please get back," he called, voice loud but controlled, the kind of voice he'd practiced in mirrors because heroes didn't get to whisper. Some people moved immediately. Some didn't. The masked villains noticed them at the same time. "Hero brats." The crowbar guy barked, swinging the tool like a bat. "Back off." The smaller one with the pink respirator tilted her head. Even from here, Izuku felt something off about her posture, too relaxed, too pleased. "Eros," she sang, voice muffled by the mask but still oddly clear. "I told you we'd get company." The crowbar guy, Eros. No, she called herself Eros. He must be someone else, glanced at her, annoyed. "Shut up and do your part." Eros giggled. Then she snapped her fingers. Pink mist burst from the vents of her respirator like a magician's trick. Not smoke, lighter, shimmering, almost pretty. It drifted outward in a slow, lazy cloud, like cotton candy deciding to become a weather system. Izuku's danger sense flared sharp. "Inhale hazard," he shouted, reflex kicking in. "Cover your mouths." He took a breath to yell again. And the wind shifted. The pink mist rolled over the street like a soft tide. Izuku clamped his mouth shut a fraction too late. He inhaled. It wasn't thick. It didn't choke. It didn't burn. It tasted like sugar. And something metallic underneath, faint as a memory. He coughed once, hard, and forced air out. He pressed his forearm to his face and stepped back, eyes watering. Bakugo saw it and snarled. "Deku, I'm fine." Izuku lied automatically. Because he didn't have time to be anything else. Todoroki slammed a wall of ice down on the left side of the street, cutting off escape and trapping two villains between frozen barriers. Bakugo vaulted right, explosions popping like thunderclaps, forcing the backpack villain to drop the case and stumble back. Endeavor moved like a meteor, one step, one sweep of flame, and the crowbar clattered to the ground, red hot. The crowbar guy yelped and staggered. Eros danced backward, pink mist blooming again. "Pretty," she hummed. "Heroes always look so serious before they break." Izuku's chest tightened. He didn't know why that sentence landed wrong, why it made his skin crawl. He focused on his assignment. Civilians. He sprinted toward the mother and child first, keeping his movements sharp but not terrifying. "Ma'am, this way," he said, guiding them behind a parked car. "Stay low." The child stared at Izuku with wide eyes. "Are you, Deku?" Izuku almost stumbled. He wasn't used to tea. He named coming from strangers in the street, not like that. He forced a smile. "I'm a hero in training." "You're safe, okay." The mother nodded shakily and pulled the child close. Izuku turned back toward the fight. And there it was again, pink mist, drifting toward him. Eros lifted her hands like she was conducting an orchestra. The gas obeyed, curling, weaving, moving in deliberate patterns. It wasn't just a cloud. It was aimed. Izuku's mind flipped through possibilities. Quirk. Pheromone-based. Hallucinogenian. He glanced at Endeavor. Endeavor wasn't breathing it in. The number one hero had turned his head slightly. And the heat around him was boiling the air itself. The mist couldn't get close without thinning, sizzling away in the thermal turbulence. Bakugo was moving too fast for the mist to cling. And his blasts were scattering it. Todoroki had created a wind current with a sudden shift from ice to heat, pushing the gas sideways. Izuku, because he was positioned on the civilian line, had taken the full front of it. He bit back a curse. "Midoriya," Endeavor shouted. "Focus." "I am." Izuku shouted back, though his throat felt weirdly dry, like he'd swallowed cotton. Eros's eyes, eyeball behind the respirator's clear shield, glinted. She looked directly at Izuku. "Ah," she cooed. "There you are." Izuku's danger sense jabbed again, sharp, immediate. Eros flicked her wrist. A thin dart shot out from her sleeve. Glinting pink. Izuku's body moved before his brain finished the thought. Black Whip snapped out, catching the dart midair and whipping it into a nearby wall where it thunked harmlessly. Izuku's heart hammered. She was aiming for me. Eros giggled. "Smart boy." Bakugo landed hard near her, one palm thrust forward. "Quit playing perfume princess." He fired a blast. Eros's Pun, impossibly quick, and the explosion tore up the pavement where she'd been standing. The shockwave shoved the mist outward like a punch. Izuku saw civilians flinch and duck. He moved again, always moving, guiding people away. Blocking line of sight, making himself a shield because that's what he was built to do. Endeavor's voice cracked through the chaos. Enough. A roar of flame surged. Not wild, precise. A controlled inferno shaped like a net. Eros's pink mist met the heat and thinned instantly, scattering into harmless wisps. She jumped back, but Endeavor was already there. His flaming hand clamped around the back of her hood, yanking her off balance like a cat caught stealing food. Eros didn't fight. She laughed. Up close, Izuku could see her mask's design, stylized hearts, glossy paint. A little too playful for someone stealing hazardous cases off a truck. Endeavor slammed her to the ground, pinning her with one knee. Villain, Endeavor growled. Quirk name. Eros tilted her head, eyes bright. Eros, she said sweetly. That's my name. My quirk is bouquet. Explain. She hummed as if considering. It makes people want things. Bakugo spat. That's it. That's your whole sales pitch. Eros's gaze slid past Endeavor, past Bakugo, until it settled on Izuku. For a second, her eyes narrowed like she was studying him. Like she was checking if something had taken root. Want, she repeated softly. Voice almost affectionate. Need. Fixate. The heart is just chemistry with a costume. I take the costume off. Izuku's fingers tightened. His skin still prickled where the mist had touched his face. Who are you working for? Endeavor demanded. Eros smiled wider. Oh, she said, sing-song. You know. People who appreciate love as a weapon. People who understand that when you really love someone. Her eyes gleamed. You'll burn the world to keep them. The words hit Izuku like a slap. He didn't know why. They sounded like something he'd heard in a nightmare. Endeavor snapped cuffs onto her wrists, specialized. Likely with filtration built in. Todoroki finished restraining the other two villains with ice cuffs, and Bakugo stalked back with the backpack guy pinned by the collar. Looking like he wanted to explode him out of pure irritation. The civilians started to breathe again. Some cheered shakily. Others filmed. Izuku's danger sense eased. The tightness in his chest didn't. Endeavor stood, looming over Eros. You're coming with us. Eros sighed dramatically. Boring. Then she leaned forward as much as the cuffs allowed, and in a voice only Izuku, standing close enough, could hear, she whispered. Tell Himiko, her bouquet arrived. Izuku froze. Just for a fraction of a second. But that fraction was enough. Enough for his mind to flash a name, Himiko Toga, like a photograph burned onto film. Enough for a memory of a grin too wide, eyes too bright, a voice that said I love you like it meant I'll cut you open to see what's inside. Enough for the scent of lilac to return, impossible. Out of place, and braid itself around something metallic. Iron. Blood. Izuku blinked hard. Bakugo noticed immediately. Oi, Deku. What did she say? Nothing, Izuku said too fast. Todoroki's eyes narrowed slightly. Endeavor didn't look back, but his posture sharpened, like he'd heard the lie in Izuku's breathing. You, Endeavor said without turning, are you compromised? Izuku swallowed. He expected to feel dizzy. Weak. Like in movies where someone gets drugged and collapses dramatically. Instead, he felt normal. His lungs worked. His limbs obeyed. His heartbeat was fast, but that was expected after a fight. I'm fine, Izuku said, forcing steadiness. I only inhaled a little. It didn't, he coughed once, more out of anxiety than need. It didn't do anything. Eros laughed softly from the ground. Not yet. Bakugo stepped toward her, rage flaring. Say that again. Endeavor held up a hand. Enough. We move. Sirens approached, police, backup heroes, containment. Izuku, you helped secure the stolen cases back into the truck. He watched the labels, hazard tape, government stamps, and tried to focus on logistics, because logistics were safe. But his mind kept snagging. Tell Himiko. Why would a minor villain casually reference Toga like they were friends? Why would they target an ordinary transport? Why was Toga relevant at all? He told himself it was obvious. The League used associates. They had networks. It wasn't strange. So why did his skin feel like it wanted to crawl off his bones? When the police arrived, Endeavor handed Eros over with clipped instructions. The officers nodded. taking her like she was a live wire. Eros turned her head as they led her away. Her eyes found Izuku one more time. She smiled behind her mask. And Izuku, without meaning to, smelled lilac again. Just once. Just enough. Then it vanished. The ride back to Endeavor's agency was too quiet. Bakugo sat with arms crossed, tapping his foot like the vehicle itself was wasting his time. Todoroki stared out the window. Thoughtful. Endeavor checked something on his phone, reports, messages, dispatch updates, without looking like he needed the device at all. Izuku sat with his hands in his lap, staring at his own fingers. They looked the same. They felt the same. So why did he keep thinking about a name he hated thinking about? Himiko Toga. He forced his mind onto safer tracks. We should report that Eros mentioned Toga. It could be intel. We should tell Aizawa. We should tell Hawks. No, Endeavor would tell Hawks. He tried to imagine saying it out loud. Every time he did, the words got stuck behind his teeth. Not fear. Not guilt. Something weirder. Like his brain didn't want the thought to leave his skull. Like it wanted to keep it, roll it around, test it. Izuku clenched his jaw. He blamed the gas. It's a quirk. It's probably affecting my thoughts. That's all. It'll fade. Nana's presence stirred faintly in the back of his mind, like a distant wind against a closed door. Izuku. Something seemed to whisper, not words, exactly, but concern. Izuku swallowed and pressed his thumb hard into the center of his palm. Focus. He could do this. He'd faced muscular overhaul. Shigaraki. He could handle a little mind fog. He'd tell Aizawa. He'd get checked. He'd fix it. Back at UA, the dorms were bright and warm and safe in that way that almost made it feel fake. The common room smelled like instant ramen and detergent and someone's citrus body spray. Kaminari was loud about something. Kirishima laughed. Mina danced while holding a snack. Normal. Izuku like he'd stepped onto a stage in the middle of the wrong play. Deku. Uraraka waved from the couch. You're back. How was patrol? Izuku's heart did something strange. Not a flutter. Not warmth. Just a beat that landed wrong. He smiled anyway. Because that's what he did. It was, fine. We stopped some thieves. Only, some. Mina leaned in. With you guys. That's suspicious. Bakugo stomped past them. I'm going to shower. Don't talk to me. Kachan's in a mood, Kaminari whispered. He's always in a mood, Jiro said, deadpan. Todoroki nodded politely at everyone and went upstairs like he was moving through a diagram labeled social interaction, minimal. Izuku stayed by the doorway longer than he meant to. Uraraka stood and walked over, hands clasped behind her back. Her eyes were soft, concerned, familiar. You're sure you're okay? She asked quietly. You look pale. Izuku opened his mouth to say I'm fine. The words hovered. In the tiny space between thought and speech, something cold slid through him, an intrusive, unwanted ripple. She's not her. Izuku's stomach dropped. His smile twitched. Uraraka's expression tightened. Deku. He blinked fast, as if he could blink the thought away. What? He asked too sharp. Then immediately softened his voice. Sorry. I'm just tired. Uraraka's worry didn't fade. Did you get hurt? No, Izuku said quickly. No, I'm okay. I just need to shower. And write a report. Uraraka nodded. But her eyes lingered on his face like she was memorizing something that didn't match. Okay, she said gently. If you need anything, I'm here. Izuku nodded. And turned away before his chest could do that wrong beat thing again. He walked up the stairs, each step measured. Inside his room, he shut the door and leaned against it, breathing slowly. He expected the quiet to help. Instead, the silence made room for his thoughts. And in that room, like someone stepping out from behind a curtain, the name returned. Toga. Not as an enemy. Not as a threat. As. His mind searched for the word. Horrified to find it so easily. As a missing piece. Izuku's hands flew to his head, fingers digging into his hair like he could physically grab the thought and tear it out. No, he whispered. No, that's not. He forced a laugh. It came out thin. It's just the gas, he told the empty room. It's a quirk effect. It's like a hallucinogen or something. He ossed to his desk and grabbed his notebook, his hero analysis notebook, the one that had been his anchor since childhood. Paper, pen, facts. He flipped it open and stared at a blank page. The pen hovered. His hand didn't move, because behind his eyes, a flash of pale hair and bright eyes surfaced like an image refusing to sink. He smelled lilac. He smelled iron. Izuku's throat tightened. He slammed the notebook shut like it had bitten him. Then he went to the bathroom, turned the sink on, and scrubbed his hands too hard, like he could wash something off that wasn't on his skin. The water ran. The mirror fogged. His reflection stared back, green hair, freckles, familiar eyes. But for the briefest second, so fast he couldn't be sure it happened, he thought he saw a smile that wasn't his. Something sharp. Something delighted. His breath hitched. He spun away from the mirror and gripped the edge of the sink until his knuckles went white. "I'm fine," he whispered again, like repeating it could make it true. Outside, laughter drifted up from the common room, his friends, his class, his life. Safe. Normal. And yet, deep inside his mind, something had been planted like a seed in dark soil. A single thought, a single name, and the quiet certainty, terrifying and alien, that if he didn't do something about it, it would grow. By midnight, Izuku had convinced himself it was nothing. That was the thing about fear. When you were used to it, you could fold it neatly, label it, and tuck it into a corner of your brain like an old file. Quirk exposure. Psychological aftershock. Temporary intrusive thoughts. He dealt with worse. He dealt with real monsters. So a single stray thought, one name that surfaced like a bad memory, wasn't going to break him. He told himself that as he lay in bed, staring at the ceiling of his dorm room, listening to the building breathe. UA at night had its own soundscape. Pipes ticking, distant footsteps of teachers making rounds, the low hum of security systems that never slept. It was a fortress pretending to be a school. Izuku's eyes refused to close. Every time he shut them, darkness rose up. And in that darkness, something moved. Not like a shadow, like a grin. He turned onto his side, pressed his face into his pillow, and tried counting breaths like Recovery Girl had taught him after the war training arc when his nerves had been shot. In, out, in, out. The first time the image came, it was just a flicker. Pale hair, a school uniform stained at the collar, eyes too bright for a world that had never been kind. The second time, it lingered. Himiko Toga sat on the edge of his bed like she belonged there. Bare feet dangling, hands clasped behind her back like Uraraka sometimes did. Her head tilted in that curious, predatory way. Izuku's eyes snapped open. The room was empty. His heart hammered like he'd just taken a smash to the chest. He sat up, breathing hard, scanning the corners. Nothing. No movement. No threat. No danger sense. He swallowed. Hallucination. He told himself immediately. Quirk-induced. Like Eros said, bouquet. It affects desire. That's why my brain is. His thoughts derailed. Because the scent was there. Not strong. Not overwhelming. But unmistakable. Lilac. And under it, metallic, like a coin held too long in your mouth. Iron. Izuku's stomach rolled. He stumbled out of bed, bare feet hitting cold floor, and crossed to the window. He yanked the curtains aside like he expected to find Toga perched outside on the glass, smiling. Outside was just the campus at night, floodlights, fences, the faint glow of security drones gliding like lazy stars. He pressed his forehead to the cool glass. "Get it together," he whispered. His voice sounded too loud in the quiet room. He forced himself back to bed and lay down again. This time, he tried to reach inward. Not to the fear, to the void, to one for all. When you carried multiple lives inside you, you learned the difference between your own thoughts and the thoughts that had weight behind them. Yoichi's presence was like old paper and grief. The second was sharp and impatient. Nana was warmth with steel in it. Izuku closed his eyes and pictured the place where he vestiges lived, a dark expanse where light didn't behave normally and memories hung like fog. "Can you hear me?" he whispered inside his own mind. At first, there was only silence. Then, a faint shift. Like a door cracking open. Nana's voice came, soft but urgent. "Izuku." Relief hit him so hard it made his eyes sting. "I think something's wrong," Izuku said silently. "I got hit by a quirk today." Gas. The villain called herself Eros. She said it makes people want things. "I know," Nana replied, and there was tension in her mental tone. Like she was holding something back. "You know. We felt it," Nana said. At the moment you inhaled it, there was an intrusion. Something slipped through the cracks. Izuku's skin prickled even though this was all happening inside his head. Can you take it out? A pause. Then Nana's voice again, heavier. We're trying. Izuku's throat went dry. Trying. The void around him flickered, darkness shifting like a screen losing signal. For a moment, the mental space stuttered. Izuku felt as if he was falling through his own mind. Nana's shape appeared, only partially. A silhouette in the distance. Her face wasn't clear. That had never happened before. The vestiges were usually stable, strange. But stable. Like a corrupted video file. Something is muffling us, Nana said. Like a veil over the core. Izuku's heart pounded harder. Is it, Shigaraki? All for one. No, Nana said immediately, sharp. This is different. It's sticky, emotional. It's anchoring itself to you. Izuku clenched his fists. Because it's making me think about. He stopped. He didn't want to say her name. Saying it felt like giving it permission. But Nana finished the thought for him. Toga, Nana said. The name echoed weirdly in the void, like the sound of it bounced off walls it shouldn't have been able to reach. Izuku flinched. I don't want to, he blurted inside his own head. I hate her. She's hurt people. She's. We know what she is, Nana said, and there was grief there. As if she'd seen too many people turn into what the world demanded. But this is not about what you want. It's about what's being forced into you. Izuku's breath trembled. He tried to reach Nana, mentally. Like reaching for a hand in the dark. The space glitched again. For a second, the void flashed pink. Not the soft pink of cherry blossoms. A harsh, synthetic pink, the color of Eros's mist. Izuku's vision blurred. A pressure pressed down on his thoughts, heavy and slick, like someone had dropped a warm blanket over his brain. Nana's voice came again, faint now, as if from far away. Izuku, Lee. 10. Do not isolate, tell Aizawa, tell All Might. The veil thickened. Izuku felt something tightening around his awareness like a noose made of silk. His mind tried to resist, but it was like fighting fog. Then, a second voice slid into the void. Not a vestige. Not familiar. A voice that sounded like honey poured over a knife. Don't, it whispered. Izuku's eyes flew open in the real world. He bolted upright in bed, gasping. His room was dark. His heart felt like it was trying to escape his ribs. He stared around, wild-eyed. No one was there. But the whisper lingered, like it had left fingerprints on the air. Don't tell. Izuku swallowed hard. He sat there, trembling, trying to logic his way out. It's a quirk. It's mind manipulation. It's making me paranoid. It's making me hear things. That's all. He grabbed his phone from the nightstand and stared at the time. 12:41 a.m. A sane part of him knew what to do. Call Aizawa. Wake him up. Say, I was exposed to an unknown quirk. I need medical evaluation. The vestiges are being blocked. That's what a responsible hero did. His thumb hovered over the contact list. It wouldn't even take a minute. But the moment he tried to press the screen, his hand froze. Not because his muscles didn't work. Because a wave of apathy rolled through him like cold water. It wasn't sadness. It wasn't fear. It was emptiness. Like the idea of calling for help was exhausting and pointless. They won't understand, a thought surfaced. Izuku blinked. That wasn't his thought. His thoughts were frantic, desperate. He wanted help. So where did that come from? They'll treat you like a weapon. The thought continued, smooth and calm. They'll lock you up. They'll take your power. They'll look at you like you're broken. Izuku's throat tightened. His fingers curl, ed around the phone like it might bite him. Stop, he whispered. That's not. Another thought rose, gentler, like someone speaking softly to a child. You just need to find her. Izuku's stomach dropped. His eyes darted to his notebook on the desk, as if it had moved on its own. He remembered Eros's words, bouquet. It makes people want things. Want, need, fixate. The word fixate echoed like a warning siren. Izuku forced himself out of bed and paced the small room, hands clenched, breathing hard. The scent of lilac came and went in faint waves. Every time it appeared, his mind snagged. Like a hook in fabric. He tried to distract himself. He did push-ups until his arms shook. He did squats. He stretched. He tried to run through hero strategy drills in his head. But every mental path curved back. Back to a face. Back to a grin. Back to a name. Toga. It wasn't just intrusive anymore. It was magnetic. It felt like there was a gap inside him shaped exactly like her presence, and the quirk was convincing him that the only way to stop the ache was to fill it. Izuku slammed both palms onto his desk, head bowed. No, he said through his teeth. You're not a missing piece. You're a problem. You're a villain. The words should have given him strength. Instead, he felt something twist in his chest. Not pain. Not guilt. A strange, cold irritation. Like he'd insulted someone he wasn't supposed to insult. His body went still. His thoughts froze. Then the irritation sharpened into something darker. Don't talk about her like that. Izuku jerked back like he'd been struck. He stared into the empty room. Breathing ragged. His eyes slid to the mirror above his desk, a simple cheap mirror, slightly smudged. In the dim light from the hallway, his reflection stared back. But the expression didn't match. His mouth was set in a hard line, fine. But his eyes looked too flat. Too distant. Like someone had dimmed the part of him that usually burned with empathy. He blinked. The reflection blinked. But the feeling didn't go away. He turned away from the mirror and grabbed his notebook with shaking hands, flipping it open as if he could force his mind into the safe groove of analysis. Okay, he muttered. If it's a quirk effect, then I can document symptoms. That's what I do. He wrote, hurried, messy. Exposure. Inhaled pink mist, unknown quirk, approximately 15 to 20 seconds. Immediate effects, none physically. Later, intrusive thoughts, toga, olfactory hallucinations, lilac, iron, sleep disturbance. Vestige interference, Nana warned of, veil, in core. The moment he wrote toga, his pen paused. A pulse went through him, tiny, but real. Like satisfaction. Like feeding something. Izuku's stomach lurched. He scratched the name out violently until the paper tore. His hand shook. What are you? He whispered. The notebook page stared back at him with torn fibers. He flipped to another page, trying to keep his brain busy. Maybe he could analyze the quirk itself. Arrows. Bouquet. If the quirk worked through scent, then. He stopped. His nose caught something again. Lilac. It wasn't imaginary this time. It was stronger. He turned his head slowly. The scent wasn't in the air. It was coming from him. From his own skin. Izuku's eyes widened. He grabbed his wrist and pressed it to his nose. Lilac. And under it, iron. His breath caught. His mind raced. No, that's not possible. I wasn't near lilacs. There was blood, villain blood. No, we didn't. He scrubbed his wrist hard, like he could erase scent molecules by force. The smell didn't leave. It clung like a brand. A sudden memory flashed. Uninvited. Toga leaning close to someone, inhaling deeply, eyes half-lidded like scent was love. Izuku gagged and slapped a hand over his mouth. He stumbled to the bathroom, turned on the light, and stared at himself. He looked normal. Pale, tired, eyes a little too wide. But normal. He splashed cold water on his face, breathing hard. Then he looked up again. And saw, for the briefest moment, a faint pink shimmer around his pupils. Like a filter overlaying reality. It vanished when he blinked. His heart thudded. He gripped the sink. I need help, he whispered. I need. He reached for his phone again. This time, he forced his thumb to move. Aizawa's contact. His thumb hovered over call. The veil inside his head tightened. A sensation crawled across his thoughts, soft, insistent. And then his mind served him an image. UA security. Aizawa's tired eyes narrowing. Recovery girl's disappointed sigh. All Might's devastated face. A room. Restraints. The word dangerous. Izuku flinched. His thumb trembled. The call didn't go through. Because he didn't press it. He hated himself for that. He hated the rap that Hayden turned it into something else. They'll take you away from her. Izuku's breath hitched. Her. He whispered, horrified. No, 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 no. But the thought kept sliding in, like oil. You're not safe here. His reflection stared back. And for the first time since he'd become a hero, Izuku looked at himself and felt disconnected. Like he was watching someone else wear his face. Morning came like a mercy. When the dorms woke up, the noise helped. Students talking. Feet on stairs. Someone complaining about a math quiz. Someone else yelling about breakfast. Normal. Izuku sat at the table with the others and forced himself to eat. The first bite of toast tasted like ash. He chewed anyway. He swallowed with effort. Uraraka was talking about a training schedule, her voice bright like she was trying to keep the mood light. Izuku watched her mouth move. He waited for the familiar warmth that always came with Uraraka, comfort, friendship, something steady. Nothing came, just emptiness. His stomach sank. He looked away quickly, focusing on his plate like it held an answer. Kirishima slapped him on the shoulder. Yo, Midoriya, you good, bro? You look like you pulled an all-nighter. Izuku forced a laugh. Just studying. Bakugo snorted from across the table. He's lying. Izuku's head snapped up. Bakugo's red eyes were narrowed, sharp, and, annoyingly, observant. What's that supposed to mean? Izuku asked, voice a little too tight. Bakugo leaned forward slightly, like a predator testing weakness. It means you smell weird. The table went quiet for half a second. Izuku's blood ran cold. What? Bakugo's nose wrinkled. Like flowers. And, metal. Izuku's hands clenched under the table. Todoroki looked up, expression shifting to alert. Metal. Izuku forced himself to breathe. It's probably from patrol, he lied. We, got near some chemicals. Uraraka's gaze sharpened. Deku, are you sure you're okay? Izuku looked at her. He wanted to feel something. He wanted to feel guilt for lying to her. He wanted to feel the ache of fear because she was worried. But instead, a cold, nagging irritation crawled up his spine. Because her concern felt like an obstacle. Like she was in the way of something he hadn't even admitted he wanted. Izuku's throat tightened. He pushed his chair back too fast. I'm fine. I need to go. He stood and left the table without looking back. Behind him, he heard Mina whisper, that was weird. He heard Kirishima's worried, Midoriya. He heard Bakugo's low, angry, tch. Izuku walked faster. He told himself he was going to the infirmary. He told himself he'd get checked. He told himself he'd tell Aizawa. But his feet carried him down the hallway like they already knew where they wanted to go. Not to Recovery Girl. Not to Aizawa. To somewhere quiet. Somewhere alone. Because isolation felt easier. Like the quirk was guiding him away from anyone who might pull him back. He ended up in an empty training room. A small one, just mats, a mirror wall, and a few basic obstacles. Izuku locked the door behind him. His hands shook. He pressed his back to the door, breathing hard. Okay, he whispered. Okay. I'm not doing this. I'm not. The scent of lilac hit him stronger. He gagged, covering his mouth. His mind flashed again. Toga's smile. Toga's eyes. Toga's voice, almost playful. Deku-kun. Izuku slammed his fist into the wall. The impact cracked the drywall. Pain shot up his arm. The pain helped, sharp. Real, grounding. He breathed through it. Get out, he hissed. Get out of my head. The room was silent. Then, deep inside the OFA void, Nana's voice flared again, faint, struggling. Like a radio signal breaking through static. Izuku. He closed his eyes and reached inward again, desperate. The void flickered, darkness, pink haze, then a glimpse. Yoichi's figure in the distance. Hands outstretched. The first user beside him, face tight with effort. Nana, her outline clearer now, but strained. They were pushing against something. Against a glowing, pink veil. In barrier wrapped around the core like vines. It's in the heart of you, Nana said, voice shaking. It's not just thoughts, it's binding your emotional pathways. It's making false connections. Forcing attachment. Izuku's mental voice cracked. How do I stop it? The barrier pulsed. A new presence pressed forward from the other side. Not a person. Not even a mind. More like a concept wearing a voice. Love is truth, it whispered. Izuku recoiled. Nana shouted mentally, fierce, that is not love. The pink barrier surged. Nana's outline flickered, distorted. Izuku felt something press into him, like fingers squeezing his lungs from the inside. The training room swayed. He opened his eyes, gasping. His knees hit the mat. He clutched his chest, panting. The air smelled like lilac and iron so strongly it felt like he was drowning in it. His vision blurred. And then, he saw it. Not in the void. In the training room mirror. A smear of pink light behind him, like a silhouette standing just out of reach. He whipped around. Nothing. But when he looked back at the mirror, the silhouette was there again. A shape like a woman, crowned with mist. No face, no features, just the impression of something ancient and hungry, wrapped in perfume. The lust goddess Eros had joked about. Only now it didn't feel like a joke. It felt like a parasite. Izuku's breath shook. He stared at the mirror and whispered, "What do you want?" The silhouette tilted its head. And in his mind, the answer came not as words, but as a craving so sharp it made his teeth ache. Toga. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. "No," he begged. "Please. No." The craving didn't care. It pulsed again. And with it came something worse than hallucinations. A shift. A rewiring. Izuku felt it like a switch flipping in his brain. The warmth he felt for his friends dimmed. The comfort of UA dulled. The idea of safety here started to feel suffocating. Like a cage. And somewhere beyond the walls of the school, a single point of desire flared like a beacon. Not a rational goal. Not a mission. A need. To find her. To close the distance. To stop the pain. Izuku opened his eyes slowly. Tears had gathered without him realizing. He wiped them away angrily. "I'm a hero," he whispered, voice breaking. I'm supposed to save people. I'm not supposed to." His voice cut off. Because his stomach twisted with that same cold irritation again. Not at himself. At the idea of being a hero. Heroes are barriers, a thought slid in, smooth and poisonous. They keep you apart. They judge. They decide what you're allowed to feel. Izuku's hands clenched. He could feel the lie. He could feel it. But the quirk didn't need him to believe it fully. It just needed to keep repeating it until it became easier than fighting. He rose unsteadily, starry. Ing at his reflection in the mirror again. His face looked like him. But his eyes looked like someone searching for something in the dark. Like someone starving. He stumbled out of the training room a few minutes later. Moving like he was walking through water. He passed classmates in the hall. They waved. He nodded. He didn't stop. Because stopping meant talking. Talking meant being seen. And being seen meant being pulled back. Away from the beacon. That night, when he lay in bed again, he didn't even try to call Aizawa. The thought of asking for help felt distant, heavy, like lifting a boulder. Instead, he stared at the ceiling, empty and exhausted. And in the quiet, the quirk rewarded him. A dream came, not terrifying, not violent. Soft, warm, a place that smelled like lilac. A laugh, a hand sliding into his. A voice whispering, delighted. "You found me." Izuku smiled in his sleep. And deep in the OFA void, Nana screamed his name against the pink veil. But the sound couldn't reach him. Izuku Midoriya learned Summit third day. It wasn't that the quirk was getting stronger. It was that he was getting used to it. The first night, he'd panicked. The second night, he'd begged. By the third, the pink veil in his mind didn't feel like a foreign invasion anymore. It felt like a background app he couldn't close. Always running. Always draining him. And worse, adapting. Morning at UA hit him like a routine he was pretending to remember. He showered too long. He scrubbed his arms until his skin stung. He swapped shirts twice because the fabric felt wrong. He checked his wrists 3 times because he kept expecting to see something, some visible proof that he was compromised. There was nothing. Just him. Just freckles and green hair and a face that looked normal enough to fool everyone else. But when he stepped into the hallway, the scent followed him. Lilac. Iron. Not constant. Not overpowering. A pulse. Like a heartbeat that wasn't his. Ignore it, he told himself as he walked toward class. Get through the day. Then tell Aizawa. You have to tell Aizawa. The thought of telling Aizawa made something cold slide through his stomach. Not fear. Not shame. Resistance. Like his mind threw up a hand and said, "Number." Not that. Anything but that. Izuku clenched his fists in his pockets and kept walking. He passed Iida near the stairs, who was already in class rep mode, posture straight, voice firm. "Midoriya, you're early." "That's excellent." Izuku nodded quickly. "Yeah, early." Iida blinked, thrown off by how flat it sounded. "Are you feeling well?" "I'm fine," Izuku said automatically. The light tasted like paper. Behind Iida, the hallway windows caught the morning sun. And for a second, in that bright reflection, Izuku thought he saw pale hair and a grin. He jolted, eyes snapping to the glass. Nothing. Iida stared. "Midoriya." Izuku forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Sorry. I'm just thinking. Iida, bless him, accepted that explanation like it was a legal document. Understood. Please pace yourself. You're one of our pillars. Izuku's chest tightened at the word pillar. Pillar meant weight, expectations, a symbol. He nodded and walked away before Iida could say anything else. As he moved, the scent hit again, lilac, and that metallic undertone, like something breathed right behind his ear. And then, softly, sweetly, like a memory pretending to be real. Deku-kun. Izuku stopped. His skin went cold. He didn't turn. Because some part of him, some terrified, rational part, knew what would happen if he turned. But the other part, the part that ached like a wound opened in his chest, that part wanted to spin around, eyes hungry, searching. His breath shook. He forced his legs to move again, fast, almost a jog. The voice didn't speak again. But the echo stayed in his mind like a hook. Class felt like he was trapped behind glass. Aizawa stood at the front, scarf loose, tired eyes scanning the room with the same silent intensity that made grown heroes straighten their backs. Today, Aizawa said, we're doing combat strategy analysis. Written first, then practical. Groans rose around the room. Sensei, not the written part. Kaminari whined. Aizawa didn't blink. If you can't think, you can't fight. Izuku normally loved this. Strategy. Notes. Breaking down patterns. Finding solutions. This was his safe place. But when Aizawa passed out the analysis packets, Izuku stared at the paper and felt nothing. The words sat there like a foreign language. He tried to focus on the scenario. Villain. Close range, high mobility, bladed quirk. Environment. Crowded city street. Objective. Protect civilians. Easy. He'd done this 1,000 times. But as his pen touched the page, his hand moved without his permission. Not a plan, not a diagram, a curve, a line, a shape that became a face. Pale hair, wide eyes, a smile that looked like trouble and delight fused together. Izuku's breath caught. He yanked his pen back like it burned him. What stared up from the page made his stomach twist. It was Toga, not a rough, accidental doodle. A detailed sketch, her bangs, the way her cheeks rounded when she smiled, even the angle of her head like she was peering into his soul. Izuku's fingers trembled. He flipped the paper over fast and pressed his forearm over it like he could smother it. His heart hammered so hard he felt it in his throat. I didn't do that, but his hand had. He tried again, forcing himself to write. Evacuation route. Crowd control. Prioritize. His pen drifted. His mind slipped. And suddenly he was writing something else. Do not harm her. Izuku froze. His blood ran cold. He scratched it out violently, tearing the paper. He glanced around, paranoid. Most of the class was focused on their own sheets. But Uraraka, 2 rows ahead, had turned slightly, watching him from the corner of her eye. Her brows were knit. Concern. Izuku's stomach clenched. He looked away quickly. Don't let them see. Another thought slid in, smooth and firm. They won't understand. Izuku's grip tightened on his pen until his fingers cramped. He pressed the tip hard to the paper, trying to force control through sheer will. Then another voice drifted through his mind, soft laughter like wind chimes made of knives. You're thinking about me again. Izuku's eyes widened. He squeezed them shut, inhaled sharply, then regretted it. Lilac. Iron. He opened his eyes and stared at the desk. His pulse wouldn't slow. Aizawa's footsteps moved between rows, silent like a shadow. Izuku's spine went rigid. He's going to see. He's going to notice. Aizawa stopped near Izuku's desk. Izuku didn't look up. He felt Aizawa's presence like gravity. For a long second, nothing happened. Then Aizawa spoke, quiet enough that only Izuku could hear. Midoriya. Izuku flinched. Why yes, sensei. Aizawa's voice was flat, but there was an edge to it. Your breathing is erratic. Your pupils are slightly dilated. Your heart rate is elevated. Izuku's mouth went dry. Aizawa was too observant, too experienced. He could see past masks. Are you under the influence of something? Aizawa asked. Izuku's throat tightened. He forced a swallow. No. The lie came out too fast. Aizawa's gaze sharpened. I didn't ask if you were fine. I asked if you were under the influence. Izuku's fingers trembled on the pen. This was it. This was where he told him. This was where he admitted it and got help. His mouth opened, and the pink veil inside his mind tightened like a hand squeezing his throat. Words stuck, not because he didn't want to speak. Because something in him didn't want the truth to leave. He managed, strained, "I'm just tired." Aizawa held his gaze for a long, quiet second. Then he reached out and tapped the edge of Izuku's paper. Izuku's blood turned to ice. Aizawa didn't flip it. He just looked at Izuku, and in that look was a warning. "I'll see you after class," Aizawa said. Izuku's stomach dropped. Aizawa moved on. Izuku sat frozen, sweat cooling on his skin. The moment Aizawa walked away, a wave of relief hit him. Not relief that he'd avoided trouble. Relief that he hadn't told. That relief disgusted him. It also scared him more than anything else. By lunchtime, the obsession had found a new trick. It made him productive. Izuku sat alone at a corner table with his notebook open, pretending to revise training notes. But the notes weren't about combat anymore. They were about her. He didn't even notice at first how his analysis had shifted. It started small. Toga Himiko. Quirk, transform, requires blood. Combat style, erratic but intelligent. Prefers close range. Normal. Right. Threat assessment. Then his pen kept going. Behavioral tendencies. Seeks connection through imitation. Displays signs of deep loneliness and warped affection. Potential triggers, rejection. Perceived abandonment, being denied identity. Still, normal. Compassionate even. Izuku had always tried to understand villains' sentence-changed tone without his permission. If approached correctly, she could be redirected. If protected from further harm, she might stabilize. Izuku paused, frowning. He didn't remember deciding that. His hand wrote again. Pre-Mary risk. Heroes will try to kill or capture her without understanding. Izuku's jaw tightened. That wasn't true. Heroes didn't try to kill. Not like that. But the sentence sat there like a fact. His stomach churned. He looked around the cafeteria. Uraraka and Tsuyu ate together, chatting quietly. Kirishima and Mina laughed. Iida lectured Kaminari about posture. Todoroki sat with Yaoyorozu, calm as ever. Bakugo wasn't here, probably eating somewhere else out of principle. Izuku's eyes lingered on Uraraka. Normally, seeing her would steady him. Today he looked at her and felt nothing. Not even annoyance. Just distance. Like she belonged to a story he was no longer reading. And then, cold and sharp, a thought cut in. She's in the way. Izuku's breath caught. He shoved the notebook out so hard it made a loud smack on the table. A few heads turned. Izuku forced a smile that made his cheeks ache. Sorry. Dropped it. People looked away. But Uraraka's gaze held. Concern, deep and real. It should have warmed him. It didn't. The emptiness inside him widened like a crack. He stood abruptly and left his lunch untouched. He wandered. Not aimlessly. Never aimlessly. The quirk guided him like a compass. Not toward a place. Toward an idea. A need. Every hallway felt wrong. Every room felt too bright, too full of eyes. He ended up near the dorm stairwell because it was quieter there. He stood by the window, staring at the campus perimeter fence in the distance. The security drones drifted along their patrol paths, predictable, safe. He should have found comfort in that. Instead, the drones felt like prison guards. His reflection shimmered faintly in the glass. For a second, he thought he saw Toga's face overlapping his. He blinked hard, jaw clenched. And then, right behind his ear, that soft voice again. Deku-kun, why are you sad? Izuku's stomach flipped. He spun around. The stairwell was empty. But the scent was strong now. Lilac so sweet it made his teeth hurt, iron so sharp it made his tongue feel dry. He pressed his back to the wall, chest heaving. This isn't real, he whispered. You're not here. A laugh, light, playful, answered him from somewhere that wasn't air and wasn't silence. I'm always here. Izuku slid down the wall until he was sitting on the stairs, head in his hands. He tried to reach the vestiges again. He closed his eyes, dove inward. The void flickered. Pink veins. A barrier wrapped around the core like ivy. Nana's silhouette strained against it, her hands pressed to the glowing wall. Izuku. Nana's voice sounded distorted, like a recording played underwater. Fight it. You have to. The barrier pulsed. A pressure slammed down on Izuku's thoughts. The lust goddess presence leaned closer, unseen but felt. Don't listen to them, it whispered. They're afraid. They want to control you. Izuku's mental voice cracked. You're not me. No, it whispered, almost tender. I'm what you want. And then the craving hit like a wave. Not sexual. Not romantic. Just attachment. Need. Fixation. The unbearable sensation of being incomplete. Toga. Izuku gasped, eyes snapping open in the stairwell. His hands trembled. His nails dug into his palms. He stayed there until the bell rang for practical training. He stood slowly, like an old man, and walked to ground beta. Practical training usually made him feel alive. Today, it made him feel like he was walking into a test he hadn't studied for. The class lined up on the training field. Concrete structures, mock streets, rubble piles. Aizawa stood at the front, scarf fluttering slightly in the wind. All right, Aizawa said. Sparring pairs. Controlled force. Focus on restraint and adaptability. Bakugo's grin was immediate. Finally, Izuku felt Bakugo's gaze like a laser even before their names were called. Bakugo Katsuki, Aizawa said. Midoriya Izuku. The air shifted. Everyone noticed. Kirishima made a low, worried sound. Oh man, Mina whispered, isn't that intense for controlled? Uraraka's hands clenched at her sides, eyes flicking between them. Todoroki's gaze sharpened, calm but alert. Bakugo stepped forward, cracking his neck like he was about to make a poi. NT in a language only explosions could speak. Izuku stepped forward too. His legs felt heavy. But beneath that heaviness, the obsession hummed like an engine. Bakugo pointed at him. You've been acting weird all day. Izuku blinked. I'm fine. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Stop saying that. Aizawa raised a hand. Begin. Bakugo moved first. A blast popped from his palm, launching him forward like a missile. Izuku reacted automatically, body moving with training and instinct, sliding sideways, letting the explosion pass. He countered with Black Whip, thin tendrils snapping out to grab Bakugo's arm and redirect momentum. Bakugo twisted midair, blasting again to break the grip, landing hard. You're slow, Bakugo snarled. What's wrong with you? Izuku didn't answer. He wasn't slow. He was distracted, because he kept hearing it. A giggle behind him, a soft breath. Right there, Deku-kun. Izuku's eyes flicked over his shoulder. Nothing. Bakugo saw the glance and his anger spiked. Who are you looking at? Bakugo lunged again. Izuku dodged, but his timing was off by a fraction, enough that the shockwave hit him, shoving him back. He stumbled, boots scraping. Bakugo's grin turned sharp. That's it. Fight back. Izuku forced his breathing steady. He could do this. He had to. He pushed one for all to 20%, a controlled surge that made his muscles sing. He dashed forward, fist aimed carefully, not a full smash. Just enough to pressure Bakugo. Bakugo blocked, skidding back. But Izuku didn't follow through. He stopped short. Because in that moment, he felt it. The cold, wrong certainty that Bakugo wasn't the enemy in front of him. Bakugo was an enemy between him and something else. Between him and. The air behind Izuku prickled. Lilac. Iron. Izuku's spine went rigid. He turned his head slightly. And he saw her. Not in the mirror. Not in the void. On the training field, right behind him, standing where she couldn't possibly be. Himiko Toga. School uniform. Hair messy. Eyes bright like a starved animal. She smiled at him like he was the only person on the planet. Izuku's breath caught. His heart did that wrong beat thing, only stronger. Painful. There you are, her expression said. Bakugo's voice cut through. Oi. Eyes on me. Izuku didn't answer. He stared at Toga's hallucination, frozen. She tilted her head. And then her lips moved, silent but clear enough for Izuku's mind to supply the sound. Protect me. Izuku's muscles tensed like a snapped wire. Bakugo charged again, explosions blasting. In Bakugo's mind, it was just a fight. In Izuku's mind, it was an attack aimed at the person behind him. The obsession didn't need reality. It only needed the feeling. Izuku moved. Fast. Too fast. Black Whip exploded outward, not thin tendrils, but thick cords like living cables, snapping across the ground. They didn't aim for Bakugo's arms like before. They aimed for his throat. The class gasped. Bakugo's eyes widened, shock, then fury. He blasted sideways, barely avoiding the whip, heat scorching the air. The hell is wrong with you? Bakugo roared. Izuku's eyes were wide, but not with fear. With something glazed. Something cold. He stepped between Bakugo and the hallucination, shoulders squared like a shield. Don't, Izuku said, voice low. Bakugo stared. Don't what? Fight. Izuku's gaze flicked past Bakugo to where Toga smiled behind him. Then back to Bakugo. Don't come closer, Izuku said. The words weren't his. Not he flared so hard it almost looked like light. I'm gonna come closer and knock you back to normal. He launched forward again. Izuku reacted with lethal precision. One for all surged to 30%, then 35%, then 45% in a spike he didn't consciously choose. His body moved like a machine built for one purpose: eliminate the threat. He slipped inside Bakugo's blast radius with impossible timing, grabbed Bakugo's wrist, and twisted. Bakugo's arm jerked. His explosion went sideways, detonating against a wall instead of Izuku. Izuku drove a knee forward, stopping just short of Bakugo's ribs. Restraint. A tiny thread of restraint, still hanging on. Bakugo snarled and tried to headbutt him. Izuku ducked. Black Whip snapped around Bakugo's torso like a coil. Bakugo was slammed into the ground hard enough to crack concrete. The class screamed. Kachan. Kirishima shouted, already moving. Aizawa's eyes widened, just a fraction, but enough to show alarm. Midoriya. Aizawa barked. Stop. Izuku didn't hear him. He heard only one thing. Toga giggling softly behind him. Izuku raised his fist. A 45% smash would break Bakugo. Maybe not kill him, but cripple him. And the obsessive part of Izuku, the part wrapped in pink vines, didn't care. Because it wasn't thinking, Bakugo. It was thinking, threat. Aizawa's scarf snapped out like a whip, wrapping around Izuku's arm mid-swing. At the same time, Aizawa's eyes glowed red. Erasure activated. For a split second, the pressure inside Izuku's muscles dipped. OFA quieted under the stare. His body staggered. He punched stopped inches from Bakugo's face. Silence fell like a dropped curtain. Izuku stood there, breathing hard, fist trembling, Aizawa's scarf tight around him. Bakugo lay on the ground, chest heaving. Eyes wide with fury and something that looked dangerously close to disbelief. You, Bakugo choked out. You almost. Izuku's eyes flicked to the side. The hallucination of Toga still stood behind him, smiling. Even under erasure. That shouldn't have been possible. Aizawa's voice was razor sharp. Midoriya, look at me. Izuku didn't. He looked at Toga. And in that moment, the entire class saw something they'd never seen before. Izuku Midoriya smiling. Not his usual awkward, hopeful smile. A small, empty smile that didn't reach his eyes. A smile that looked like devotion. Bakugo's face twisted. What the hell is that look? Izuku's smile vanished, replaced by cold irritation. She's scared, Izuku said quietly. The class stared. Uraraka's face went pale. Deku, who? Izuku finally blinked, as if noticing everyone for the first time. His gaze drifted over his classmates, faces full of confusion, fear, disbelief. Then his eyes landed on Uraraka. For a second, the real Izuku surfaced, horror flickering at the edges. But it drowned fast. The obsession pressed down again like a weight. Izuku's lips parted. She needs me, he said. Uraraka took a shaky step forward. Deku, listen to me. Izuku's eyes narrowed. And for the briefest second, just a second, genuine hatred flashed across his face. Not because he hated Uraraka. Because she wasn't Toga. Because her voice was pulling him away from the beacon in his chest. Aizawa's grip tightened, voice low and dangerous. Midoriya, you are not leaving this training ground. Izuku's breathing slowed. His pupils looked wrong, slightly pink-tinted in the sunlight. He looked at Aizawa's scarf around his arm. Then he looked past Aizawa, past the class, toward the campus fence. Toward the world beyond. His voice came out calm, almost polite. I'm sorry, Izuku said. Then Black Whip snapped again, not at Bakugo, not at the class, at the ground. It anchored. And with a sharp pull, Izuku yanked himself backward, ripping Aizawa's scarf loose. By force and momentum before Aizawa could tighten it fully. Aizawa lunged. Too late. Izuku launched away in a burst of speed, using the training structures as cover, moving like someone running to war. Something he'd been denied for too long. Midoriya, Aizawa shouted, already sprinting after him. Uraraka moved too, instinctive, desperate. Deku. Bakugo pushed himself up, shaking, eyes burning. Get back here. Izuku didn't stop. He didn't look back. Because behind his eyes, the hallucination of Toga ran with him, laughing, delighted. And inside his head, the pink veil whispered like a promise. Good boy. You chose her. Izuku didn't make it far. He felt like he did, because One for All made distance cheap. Because adrenaline turned the world into a narrow tunnel and every obstacle into a suggestion. Because when the obsession tugged, it tugged like gravity. But UA wasn't a normal school. It was a fortress built by people who understood exactly what a scared, powerful teenager could do. And the moment Izuku launched away from the sparring field, alarms didn't blare. Lights didn't flash. No dramatic lockdown shutters fell like movie doors. UA responded the way a real security system responded to a breach. Quietly, efficiently, and with the cold certainty that something is wrong. Izuku hit the corner of a concrete structure, fingers digging into the edge as he swung around it. Lackwhip snapped out like a second set of muscles, anchoring to a rooftop ledge so he could slingshot upward and away. A red scarf cut across his path like a blade. Aizawa's capture weapon snapped around a beam. And he used it to pivot mid-air with a speed that shouldn't have been possible for a man who looked half asleep. Midoriya, Aizawa called, voice calm in a way that made it more dangerous. Stop. Now. Izuku's feet touched the rooftop. His heart was a drum in his throat. He turned, half-crouched, ready to bolt again. And saw Aizawa land a few meters away, scarf loose but ready, eyes focused like spotlights. Behind Aizawa, more shapes moved into position. Smintos rose from the ground itself, walls climbing like teeth. Hound Dog's silhouette prowled in the distance, his nose tilted up, sniffing. Present Mike stood near a corner of the rooftop stairwell, arms crossed, expression uncharacteristically serious. Even Snipe was there, leaning against a ledge, hands resting near his holsters, not aiming, but prepared. Izuku's blood ran cold. This wasn't a teacher scolding him. This was a containment perimeter. A response team. Aizawa didn't raise his voice. You're not in trouble yet, he said. But you are compromised. Come with me. Izuku swallowed. He should have felt relief. Help. Safety. Instead, something inside him curled up like a cornered animal. They're going to take you away. A soft pulse of lilac and iron rolled through his senses. Izuku's jaw clenched. He forced his voice steady. I'm not compromised. Aizawa stared at him. You attempted to strike Bakugo with lethal force. Izuku's throat tightened. I stopped. You stopped because I stopped you. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. And you were looking behind you at someone who wasn't there. Izuku flinched despite himself. Aizawa took one slow step closer. Midoriya. What happened on patrol? Izuku's mouth opened. He could tell him. He could finally say it. Pink mist, arrows, bouquet, vestiges blocked. The pink veil squeezed. Not painful. Just suffocating. Words turned heavy. Sticky. His tongue felt like it didn't belong to him. I'm just stressed, Izuku said instead. Present Mike's eyebrows shot up. Stressed. Bro, you went murder eyes. Says the guy who screams for a living, Snipe muttered. Mike glared. I scream professionally. Aizawa didn't look away from Izuku. Stress doesn't make you smell like flowers and metal. Izuku's breath hitched. Hound Dog's ears twitched. His lips pulled back slightly, not aggressive, just concerned. Kid smells wrong, he rumbled. Like perfume on blood. Izuku's stomach rolled. A cold sweat broke across his back. Smintos's deep voice rumbled wall. We can escort him to Recovery Girl. No, Izuku said too fast. The word came out sharp, almost angry. The rooftop went still. Aizawa's gaze hardened. Explain. Izuku's fists clenched. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know how to justify the panic sitting under his ribs. Because the panic wasn't really about being punished. It was about being separated. Separated from an idea that didn't even make sense. Separated from the missing piece. The thought made him nauseous. I don't need Recovery Girl, Izuku said, forcing the words through clenched teeth. I didn't get hurt. Aizawa's scarf twitched, like a snake deciding whether to strike. Midoriya, Aizawa said quietly, this is an order. Izuku's eyes flickered. For a second, the rational part of him surfaced, small, frantic, screaming that this was his chance. Take the help. Let them fix it. But then the veil whispered, smooth as silk. They'll lock you up. And another thought followed, colder. Heroes are barriers. Izuku's breath steadied in a way that scared him. Because the calm wasn't his. He looked at Aizawa and said, very softly, I'm not a threat. Aizawa didn't blink. That's what threats say. Izuku's lips twitched, almost a smile, then not. He took a slow step backward. Aizawa's eyes flashed red. Erasure hit Izuku like Somio. Nate cutting a wire, his extra quirks dimmed, Black Whip quieted, float vanished from the edge of his awareness. But One for All didn't vanish. It wasn't a quirk, in the same way. It was a stockpile, a core, a weight inside his bones. Aizawa's erasure couldn't delete him. Izuku's legs tensed anyway. Aizawa's scarf snapped forward. And Present Mike moved, faster than anyone expected. Mike's hand clapped onto Izuku's shoulder, firm, grounding. Not aggressive. Kid, Mike said, voice low, not his booming hero voice, but something almost gentle. Listen, whatever this is, we can handle it. But you gotta let us. Izuku froze. Because Mike's hand was warm. Because the contact was familiar in a way that briefly cut through the fog. For a heartbeat, Izuku's eyes went glassy with real fear. I don't, he whispered. I don't know what's happening. Aizawa's scarf paused midair. Aizawa's voice softened, just a fraction. Then come with us. Izuku's hands trembled. The veil tightened like it sensed weakness. Lilac flooded his senses. A laugh echoed in the back of his skull, distant but delighted. If you go with them, you'll never see me. Izuku's throat closed. His shoulders jerked like he'd been yanked by an invisible string. No. He choked out again, then louder, sharper, I said no. Mike's hand tightened on his shoulder. Hey. Izuku moved. Not forward. Down. He dropped into a low slide, twisting out from under Mike's grip. And sprinted toward the stairwell. Smintos reacted instantly. The rooftop floor bulged, stone rising like a wave. Izuku leapt. He hit the wave's crest, used it like a ramp. And launched over the stairwell door. Snipe's voice cut through, sharp. Mike, down. A pop. Not a gunshot. A special round fired into the air, compressed sound and pressure designed to disorient without lethal harm. The shock hit Izuku like a slap. His ears rang. His vision blurred. He stumbled mid-landing. Aizawa's scarf snapped around Izuku's waist like a lasso. It tightened. Izuku hit the ground hard, breath knocked out of him. For a second, he lay there staring at the sky, lungs burning. He expected rage. He expected panic. Instead, he felt humiliation. Fear. And under it, something darker. Hatred. Not at Aizawa. Not at the teachers. At the distance. The unbearable distance between him and the thing the quirk kept promising. Aizawa stepped closer, scarf still tight, eyes tired and furious in equal measure. This is exactly why we're doing this, Aizawa said. You're not thinking clearly. Izuku swallowed, chest heaving. He rasped. He could say it. Now. He could tell him everything. But the veil pressed down like a hand over his mouth. His eyes stung with tears he didn't want. I just need space, Izuku managed. Aizawa's expression didn't change. You're not getting space. You're getting supervision. Mike exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck. Kid's fighting like he's possessed. Hound Dog's voice was a low growl. Smells getting stronger. Whatever it is, it's dug in. Aizawa nodded once. Smintos. Escort. We're going to Recovery Girl. Izuku's stomach dropped. The word Recovery Girl hit the veil like a hammer. The veil didn't break. It clamped harder. Izuku's breath turned shallow. The world tilted. He didn't black out. He didn't collapse dramatically. He just stopped fighting. Because the obsession learned something in that moment. If it fought too hard, it would be exposed. So it changed tactics. It went still. It played dead. And Izuku, exhausted, terrified, let them lead him away. Recovery Girl didn't smile when Izuku walked in. She rarely did anymore. Not after everything. She sat behind her desk, tiny body radiating authority like a bomb, and looked at Izuku over her glasses. Well, she said. Explain why I'm being visited by half the staff and a trembling successor to One for All. Izuku flinched at the word successor. Aizawa stood to the side, arms crossed. Present Mike leaned against the wall, expression tight. Hound Dog sat near the door. still sniffing the air like he didn't trust it. Recovery girl's eyes narrowed. You smell like flowers. Izuku's mouth went dry. I inhaled something, Izuku admitted before the veil could fully stop him. The words slipped out like a fish through fingers. On patrol. Pink mist. Aizawa's eyes sharpened. Who? Izuku hesitated. The veil squeezed. Eros, he managed, voice strained. Recovery girl's pen paused. Quirk. Izuku's hands clenched. Bouquet, he whispered. The word tasted wrong, like saying it gave it power. Recovery girl leaned back, gaze hard. And you didn't report this immediately because... Izuku swallowed. His eyes flicked to Aizawa. He wanted to say because it didn't let me. Because it muffled the vestiges. Because it made me want things I don't want. Instead, Veil offered something easier, something that sounded like Izuku. I thought I could handle it, Izuku said quietly. Aizawa's jaw tightened. Idiot. Shota, Mike warned, but his voice didn't have much heat. Recovery girl sighed. Lay down. Izuku obeyed. She ran scans, blood pressure, pupil response, reflex checks. She had him follow a light with his eyes. She asked him to count backwards. She tested his scent receptors with small vials, mint, citrus, smoke. When she held up a vial of lilac, Izuku's body reacted before his mind did. His chest tightened. His breath hitched. His fingers twitched like they wanted to reach. Recovery girl's eyes narrowed. Interesting. Izuku jerked his hand back, horrified. That's not, he started. Aizawa stepped forward. He reacted. I saw, recovery girl snapped. She leaned closer to Izuku's face. Boy, tell me the truth. Are you having intrusive thoughts? Izuku froze. His throat tightened. The veil trembled. For a heartbeat, Nana's voice flickered. Faintly behind the pink pressure, tell her. Izuku's eyes watered. Yes, he whispered. Recovery girl didn't soften. About what? Izuku's lips trembled. He didn't want to say it. He didn't want to put her name in the room like a curse. But he forced it, because if he didn't, he was done. Toga, Izuku choked out. Mike inhaled sharply. Aizawa's face went still in a way that was worse than anger. Recovery girl's eyes sharpened into something dangerous. Are you joking? Izuku shook his head quickly. No, I hate her. I don't want. He cut himself off, swallowing a sob. Recovery girl's gaze emotional fixation quirk. Like pheromones but more targeted. Possibly a psychic component. Hound dog growled. Smell-based and mind-warping. Nasty combo. Aizawa's voice was flat. Can you remove it? Recovery girl's mouth tightened. I'm not an exorcist. Izuku flinched. Mike's expression cracked, worry leaking through. So what do we do? Recovery girl tapped her pen against her desk. Contain. Monitor. Detox if possible. And most importantly, keep him from making decisions alone. Izuku's stomach dropped. Aizawa nodded once. He stays under watch. Izuku clenched his fists. The veil whispered, pleased. See. Cage. Izuku swallowed hard. He forced himself to look at Aizawa. I don't want to be watched, he said quietly. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. I don't care. Izuku's jaw trembled. For a second, anger flared. Real, hot, human. You're treating me like a villain, Izuku said. Aizawa stepped closer. His voice dropped. Dangerous. You nearly killed Bakugo. You were one bad second away from killing someone else. I'm treating you like a loaded weapon. The words hit Izuku like a punch. Loaded weapon. Not a person. Not a student. A weapon. Izuku's chest tightened so hard it hurt. The veil seized that hurt and twisted it gently, expertly, into resentment. Heroes don't see you. Izuku's eyes burned. Mike spoke softly, trying to patch the moment. Midoriya, it's just until we fix it. Fix it how? Izuku snapped. The room went quiet. Recovery girl sighed. We can try medication to reduce obsessive loops. We can run quirk counseling protocols. We can consult specialists. Izuku's voice cracked. And if it doesn't work? No one answered fast enough. And in that pause, the obsession smiled inside him. They didn't lock him in a cell. That would have been obvious. Instead, UA did something worse, something that felt kind. Reasonable, and therefore harder to hate. They put him back in the dorms. With conditions. He was allowed to attend classes. Allowed to train lightly. Allowed to socialize. But he was never alone. Aizawa's scarf always seemed to be somewhere nearby. Hound Dog happened to be patrolling the dorm hallways at night. Mike checked in twice a day. Even All Might, thin and haunted these days, began appearing more often, watching Izuku like he was afraid Izuku would vanish. It should have made Izuku feel loved, protected. Instead, it made his skin itch. Because everywhere he went, he felt the invisible hands of supervision. And the quirk, patient, clever, used that. It whispered constantly, "They don't trust you. They're afraid of you. They're keeping you from her." And worse, it made the ache of separation physical. Like a bruise inside his chest. Like a hunger. Like a moth beating itself against glass. By the end of the week, Izuku stopped going to the cafeteria. Not dramatically. Not with a declaration. He just didn't show up. At first, he told himself he wasn't hungry. Then he realized he was hungry, he just couldn't taste anything. Food had become texture and ash. He ate protein bars in his room because they were quick and didn't require sitting under the eyes of classmates. He skipped group training to rest. He stopped showing up to movie nights. He stopped laughing at Kaminari's jokes. He stopped answering Mina's messages. Every time someone knocked on his door, the veil tightened and the thought barrier surfaced like a reflex. His notebook filled up, not with hero analysis, with drawings, not even always conscious drawings. Just her smile, her eyes, her head tilted like she was listening. Sometimes, he'd snap out of it and stare at the page in horror. Heart pounding. Sometimes, he wouldn't snap out until the page was full. And sometimes he caught himself smiling while he drew. Those were the moments that scared him the most. Uraraka tried the gentle approach. At first, she left little snacks outside his door, onigiri, a juice box, a note that said, "Please eat." Simple, kind, like she didn't want to push. Izuku stared at the notes for long minutes without picking them up. Because seeing her kindness didn't warm him anymore. It made him feel guilty. And guilt was dangerous, guilt was a rope that could pull him back to reality. The quirk didn't want ropes. So it offered him something else. Irritation. She's pitying you. She's watching you for them. She wants you to stay their symbol. Izuku's stomach twisted. He picked up the snacks eventually, because his body needed fuel. But he didn't answer the notes. Not because he hated her. Because contact felt like a threat. Bakugo tried the opposite approach. He didn't knock. He kicked Izuku's door once, hard enough to make the frame rattle, then leaned in without waiting. Izuku looked up from his desk, pen mid-stroke. Bakugo's eyes snapped immediately to the notebook. The page had Toga's face half finished. Bakugo went still. For the first time in Izuku's memory, Bakugo's rage didn't explode outward. It turned inward. Cold. Focused. "What?" Bakugo said slowly, "Is that?" Izuku's heart hammered. He flipped the notebook shut like it was contraband. "Nothing." Bakugo took a step closer. "That's Toga." Izuku's jaw clenched. "No." Bakugo's eyes narrowed. "Don't lie to me. I saw your face in training. I saw you look at nothing like it was someone you'd die for." Izuku flinched. Bakugo's voice dropped. "Dangerous. If you're brainwashed, say it." Izuku swallowed. The word brainwashed scraped against the veil like sandpaper. He should have said yes. He should have admitted it. Instead, the quirk offered him a weapon. Anger. "Get out," Izuku said, voice flat. Bakugo's stare sharpened. "No." Izuku's fingers tightened on the desk edge. "Bakugo." Bakugo's lip curled. "Midoriya." They stared at each other, two storms trapped in a small room. Bakugo's voice turned quieter, almost raw. "You're scaring them." Izuku blinked. The sentence hit somewhere deep, because it was true. Bakugo continued, jaw tight. "You're scaring me." The words should have broken through. For a heartbeat. They almost did. Izuku's eyes stung. His throat tightened. Then the veil whispered, smooth as poison. "He's lying. He just wants to control you." Izuku's face hardened. "Get out," he repeated. Bakugo stared at him for a long second, eyes burning, then spit, "Fine." He turned sharply and left, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the wall. Izuku exhaled, shaking. He stared at his closed notebook. His hands trembled. And somewhere in the back of his mind, faint and desperate, Nana's voice flickered. "Don't let it isolate you." Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. "It's not me," he whispered. like saying it could keep him from becoming it. But the distance kept growing. Between him and his friends. Between him and the boy he used to be. And inside that widening gap, the obsession bloomed like a flower fed with blood. The common room confrontation happened on a Thursday. It started with something stupid. A trivial trigger. The kind of thing that would have been nothing, once. Kirishima had organized a small, check-in, hangout, no pressure, just snacks and a movie. Mina had decorated the table like it was a party. Kaminari was already arguing about what to watch. Izuku hadn't planned to go. He walked down the stairs anyway, drawn by noise like a moth drawn to flame. Maybe, just maybe, being around them would help. The moment he stepped into the common room, conversations dipped. Not silent, but softer. Eyes flicked to him, quick looks, concern, wary curiosity, fear. Izuku's chest tightened. The veil seized the feeling. They're watching you. Izuku forced himself to move toward the snack table. Mina smiled too brightly. Deku. Hey, you came. Izuku nodded, grabbing a bottle of water. His hand shook slightly. Kirishima stepped closer, trying to fill the space with warmth. Man, we were Jew-like, not in a bad way. Just, we miss you. Izuku's throat tightened. The words "we miss you" should have softened him. Instead, they made the ache flare. Because, missing, implied distance. And distance was pain. Uraraka stood near the couch, hands clasped behind her back like she was bracing for impact. Her eyes met his. She didn't look afraid. She looked hurt. Deku, she said softly. Izuku's stomach twisted. He tried to smile. It came out wrong. Hey, he said. Uraraka took a step forward. Can we talk? Izuku's fingers tightened around the water bottle. The veil whispered. Barrier. Izuku didn't want to talk. Talking meant letting her close. Closing meant risk. Risk of being pulled back. Risk of being seen. Risk of the quirk losing control. And the quirk didn't like risk. Uraraka kept going anyway, voice gentle but firm. You've been avoiding everyone. You barely eat. You don't answer messages. Izuku stared at the label on the water bottle like it was fascinating. Uraraka's voice trembled slightly. We're worried. The word we hit like a nail. Because it sounded like a group. A system. A wall. Izuku's jaw clenched. I'm fine, he said automatically. Uraraka's face tightened. Stop saying that. The room went quiet. Even Kaminari stopped talking. Uraraka stepped closer. Deku, please. Look at me. Izuku looked up. Their eyes met. And for a heartbeat, one clear, sharp heartbeat, Izuku saw everything. Her kindness. Her loyalty. How many times she'd reached for him when he was breaking. How many times she'd believed in him. The Izuku surged up inside his chest like a drowning man breaking the surface. He started, voice cracking. Uraraka's expression softened, hopeful. Then the veil slammed down. Hard, like a door closing. The warmth vanished, replaced by emptiness. And in that emptiness, irritation flared like a spark. Because her hope felt like pressure. Like expectation. Like she was trying to pull him back into being a symbol. Uraraka's voice shook. You're not alone, okay. You don't have to. Stop, Izuku said sharply. Uraraka froze. Izuku's breath came too steady, too controlled. He hated that. That he couldn't feel the right things. Uraraka swallowed. Deku, what's going on? Izuku stared at her, and the quirk offered him the cruelest tool of all. Truth, twisted. It reached into Izuku's memories. Into everything he knew about Uraraka, and pulled out her insecurities like knives. Words rose to his mouth before he could stop them. I can't breathe when you do that, Izuku said, voice low. Uraraka blinked. Do what? Act like you understand me, Izuku said. Gasps rose around the room. Suyu's eyes widened. Midoriya-chan. Kirishima took a step forward. Bro, hey. Izuku snapped his gaze to Kirishima. Don't. The single word carried weight. Kirishima stopped, stunned. Izuku looked back at Uraraka. Her eyes were glossy now. You keep saying, we're worried, Izuku continued, voice chillingly calm. But what you mean is, we're scared. Uraraka's mouth trembled. That's not. It is, Izuku cut in. You're scared because I'm not acting like your idea of a hero. Uraraka flinched like he'd struck her. Izuku's heart squeezed. A tiny part of him screamed stop, stop, stop. But the veil held the wheel. Uraraka whispered, "Deku, I'm not scared of you. I'm scared for you." Izuku's lips curled, not quite a smile. A bitter, empty expression. "Then why do you look at me like I'm going to break?" he asked. Uraraka shook her head quickly. "Because you are breaking." The words echoed in the quiet room. Izuku's eyes narrowed. The quirk latched onto that. Breaking. Weak. Loaded weapon. Something in Izuku snapped. Not power, not rage. Something soft. Something human. And the quirk filled the empty space with cruelty. "You don't get to say that," Izuku said, voice trembling with cold anger. "You don't get to act like you're the one carrying this." Uraraka's eyes widened, tears spilling. "Deku." Izuku took a step closer. Not threatening, but intense. A gravity all its own. "You like being the good person," Izuku said. "The supportive friend. The one who's always there." Uraraka's face went pale. "What are you talking about?" Izuku's voice dropped, sharp as glass. "It makes you feel important." The room erupted in quiet horror. Mina's hand flew to her mouth. Kaminari whispered, "Dude." Iida took a half step forward, trembling with restraint. "Midoriya, you are being." "Stop." Izuku snapped again, louder. Iida froze, shocked by the authority in his voice. Uraraka's lips trembled. "That's not true." Izuku stared at her with eyes that looked like his but weren't behaving like his. "You're not helping because you understand," Izuku said. "You're helping because you want to be needed." Uraraka's breath hitched like she'd been punched. Izuku felt something twist in his chest. Pain, real pain. But the veil turned it into fuel. He kept going. Because the quirk wanted distance. Wanted separation. Wanted to cut every rope. "And you hate it," Izuku said, "when you can't fix me." Uraraka's tears fell freely now. Her voice cracked. "Deku, please stop." The words landed like a trigger. "Please stop." Begging. Pleading. Trying to pull him back. The veil snarled silently. Izuku's expression hardened. "I don't need you," Izuku said. Uraraka's face crumpled. Silence slammed down across the room. Izuku's breath shook. For a heartbeat, just a heartbeat, the real Izuku surged again, horrified at what he'd said. He saw her pain. He saw how badly he'd hurt her. His mouth opened to apologize. But the veil pressed down hard and the obsession whispered. "Good. Now she won't follow." Izuku's face went blank. He turned. He walked past his classmates like they were furniture. Kirishima reached out, hand hovering. Not touching. "Midoriya," he whispered, voice broken. Izuku didn't stop. He didn't look back. He climbed the stairs like he was escaping a fire. Behind him, Uraraka sank onto the couch, shaking. Suyu immediately beside her, Mina kneeling with panic in her eyes. Bakugo wasn't in the room, but if he had been, he would have exploded. Instead, the silence of the class was worse. Because it wasn't anger. It was grief. Izuku locked his door. He leaned against it, breathing hard. His hands shook violently now. The moment he was alone, the veil loosened, just enough for reality to seep in. And reality hit him like a truck. "Oh my God," he whispered, sliding down the door until he was sitting on the floor. "What did I do?" His eyes burned. Tears fell before he could stop them. He pressed his hands to his face like he could hold himself together. "I didn't mean it," he choked. I didn't. Lilac flooded his senses, soothing and sweet. The obsession wrapped around his panic like a blanket. A voice, soft, delighted, whispered inside his skull. "You did so good." Izuku froze. He lowered his hands slowly. His chest heaved. He whispered, shaking, "Shut up." The voice giggled. "They don't deserve you." Izuku's fists clenched. He tried to reach inward, to the vestiges. The void flickered. Pink barrier. Nana's silhouette pressed against it, hands outstretched, mouth moving in a silent scream. Izuku's throat tightened. He slammed his forehead lightly against the door, once, twice, trying to ground himself. "I'm sorry," he whispered, and he didn't even know if he meant sorry to Uraraka or sorry to himself. Outside his room, footsteps passed, slow, hesitant. Someone paused near his door. A soft, broken sniff. Then the footsteps moved away. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. He felt the distance widen. A canyon opening. And in that canyon, the obsession thrived. Because now, for the first time, Izuku Midoriya had done something more than anything. He had severed a bond. And severed bonds made the beacon's pull feel stronger. He lay there on the floor for a long time, staring at nothing. Breathing lilac, tasting iron, feeling empty. And somewhere deep inside him, under layers of pink pressure, a tiny, terrified part of Izuku whispered a truth he didn't want to admit. If this keeps going, he might not come back. The worst part wasn't what Izuku said. It was what he didn't feel after. He sat on the floor with his back against the door for a long time, listening to the dorm settle into uneasy quiet. The common room had gone from laughter to whispers too. A heavy silence that pressed through the walls like humidity. He should have felt guilt like a knife. He should have felt panic like fire. He felt hollow. A thin ache lived in his chest, real, human, desperate, but it didn't attach to the right things. It didn't attach to Uraraka's trembling voice. It didn't attach to the shock on Kirishima's face. It didn't attach to the way Tsuyu had immediately moved to shield her friend. That ache attached to something else. To distance. To absence. To a phantom-shaped hole the quirk insisted was love. Lilac drifted through his senses, soft as a lullaby. Iron sat beneath it, faint and familiar. Like the taste of a bitten lip. In the quiet, the lust goddess presence didn't scream anymore. It didn't have to. It simply waited, confident as gravity. And Izuku, too tired to fight, too scared to admit how deep it had gotten, did the one thing the quirk wanted most. He stopped reaching for people. He stopped trying. The next morning, UA didn't explode into drama. It changed in subtle ways that were worse. Aizawa didn't drag Izuku into a room and interrogate him for hours. No public accusations. No dramatic, "we need to talk." Instead, Aizawa treated him the way you treated a cracked foundation. Quietly reinforced, monitored, never trusted to hold weight alone. Izuku noticed it immediately. The dorm hallway had 2 staff members posted at the ends, routine security. Someone might have called it. Hound dogs patrol route past Izuku's door more often. Present Mike's check-ins happened without excuses now. He didn't pretend he was just passing by. And Aizawa was always there. Not hovering, not obvious, just present in the way a shadow is present when you can't find the light. At breakfast, Izuku forced himself to sit at the table again. He picked at food that tasted like sand. Nobody spoke to him the way they used to. Not because they didn't care. Because they didn't know how. Kirishima smiled like it hurt. Mina looked like she'd been crying in the bathroom. Iida kept his posture too straight, like he was holding himself together through sheer discipline. Uraraka wasn't at the table. That hit Izuku like a fist. Not because he missed her warmth, he couldn't feel it properly. Because her absence made the room feel emptier. And the quirk loved empty space. It slipped into it like smoke. "See, you cut her off. Now you're free." Izuku clenched his jaw. He looked at Tsuyu, who sat quietly, eyes too sharp and too sad. She met his gaze for a long moment. She didn't glare. She didn't accuse. She simply looked at him like she was ying to see if her friend was still behind his eyes. Izuku looked away. Because being seen felt dangerous. After classes, Aizawa called him in. Not to the teacher's lounge. To a small, private training room with no windows and mats on the floor. The kind of room where you could talk without being overheard. Aizawa stood near the door, arms crossed. His scarf hung loose, but Izuku noticed how it subtly coiled closer to his wrists. "Ready." "Sit," Aizawa said. Izuku sat. Aizawa didn't. For a minute, silence. Then Aizawa spoke, voice flat. "You understand what you did to Uraraka." Izuku's throat tightened. The veil pulsed, warning. Izuku forced the words anyway. "Yes." Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly. "And you understand why the staff isn't giving you privacy right now." Izuku's nails dug into his palms. "Because you don't trust me." Aizawa didn't flinch from the accusation. "Correct." The honesty hit Izuku harder than kindness would have. Aizawa continued, calm and merciless. "You are under the influence of a fixation quirk. Whether it's chemical, psychic, or both, I don't care. What matters is behavior. Your behavior is escalating." Izuku swallowed. Aizawa's gaze sharpened. "Tell me, right now, what you want." Izuku froze. The question was a trap. If he said, "I want help," the veil would clamp down. If he said, "I want to be alone," it would sound suspicious. If he said the truth, his mouth went dry. I want, Izuku started, and his voice cracked. The veil tightened like a hand around his throat, urging the easiest answer. Izuku's teeth clenched. I want this to stop. Aizawa studied him. For a long moment, he didn't speak. Then he said, quietly, you're lying. Izuku flinched. Aizawa's voice didn't rise. Not about wanting it to stop. You want that. Somewhere inside you, you do. But you also want something else. Izuku's heart thudded. Aizawa stepped closer. You're being pulled. And the more you resist, the more it hurts. That's how these quirks work. Izuku swallowed hard. Then fix it. Aizawa's eyes were tired. We're trying. That word again. Trying. It sounded like a cliff edge. Izuku's breath shook. Aizawa's voice softened a fraction, just enough to prove he was human. Midoriya, I'm not your enemy. But I will stop you if you become one. Izuku stared at the floor, jaw tight. Inside his mind, the pink veil whispered, smooth and poisonous. He'll stop you from being whole. Aizawa's last instruction was simple. You're on dorm restriction, he said. No leaving without escort. No late night training. If you feel the pull spike, you report it immediately. Izuku nodded. He meant to comply. He meant to be good. But the quirk, patient, clever, heard the word restriction and smiled. Because moths don't survive inside jars. They break themselves on the glass trying to reach the flame. Elsewhere, in a city safe house that smelled like old concrete and cheap air freshener, Himiko Toga sat cross-legged on a stained couch, swinging her legs like a child. She held a phone in both hands. Her eyes glittered. The call had ended seconds ago. But her smile hadn't stopped. Bouquet, she whispered, tasting the word like candy. Across from her, a hooded figure lounged, Eros. Pink respirator off now, revealing a young woman with lipstick the same color as her gas and eyes that looked too amused to be sane. I told you, Eros said, voice lazy. He inhaled. He's hooked. Toga pressed the phone to her cheek like it was warm. Deku-kun. Eros tilted her head. You're excited. Toga's smile widened, sharp and delighted. Of course. He's finally going to understand. He's finally going to need me the way I need him. Eros watched her like someone watching a story unfold. It won't feel like need to him. Not at first. It'll feel like missing something. Like a hole. The quirk fills the hole with a person-shaped solution. Toga giggled. That's so romantic. It's not romance, Eros said casually. It's fixation. Dependency. A forced attachment loop. Toga leaned forward, chin on her knees, eyes bright. You say it like it's a bad thing. Eros shrugged. Bad, good. It's just chemistry with a costume. Toga's voice turned dreamy. Deku-kun will come to me. Eros hummed. Eventually. But you can speed it up. Toga blinked. How? Eros smiled. You're a scent creature, right? You chase what you love by smell. Toga's grin sharpened. Yes. Then give him a trail, Eros said. Something small. Something intimate. Something that says I'm close. It'll trigger the loop. Toga tilted her head Leto a lullaby. A trail. Eros leaned back. Don't do anything loud. We'll be watching him. You want him to leave on his own. Toga's eyes glittered with mischief. He will. Eros's gaze narrowed slightly. And one more thing. Toga hummed. Eros spoke calmly. Like giving instructions for planting a seed. When he comes, don't overwhelm him. Don't scare him. Reinforce the story the quirk is telling, that you're the only comfort. The only safe place. Toga's smile softened into something almost tender. I'm very good at comfort. Eros didn't look convinced, but she didn't argue. Toga hopped off the couch, spinning once like she was dancing. I need a handkerchief, she sang. And lilac. Eros laughed. You're insane. Toga winked. I'm in love. The trail. The handkerchief was white, clean, old-fashioned. The kind of thing you'd imagine someone classy carrying in a pocket. Which made it funnier, Toga thought it was hilarious to use something delicate to lure a hero into ruin. She held it between her fingers, staring at it like it was a love letter waiting to be written. Then she pressed it to her throat where her pulse beat fast. She breathed onto it, not just air, scent, identity. She dabbed a tiny amount of lilac perfume, sweet and floral. And then, because Toga was Toga, she added something else. One drop. Not enough to stain. Enough to be there. Enough to make the undertone. Iron. She giggled quietly, eyes half-lidded. Now he'll smell me, she whispered. Getting it near UA wasn't easy. But Toga loved games. She didn't need to break into the fortress. She only needed to touch the edge. On a cloudy afternoon, dress Ed like an ordinary maintenance worker with a cap pulled low and an ID badge she'd stolen from someone who would wake up later confused but unharmed. Toga approached the outer perimeter. UA had multiple fences, outer, inner, sensor zones. But no system was perfect, especially not when you relied on humans to maintain it. She waited for a delivery truck to slow at the gate. Then she flicked the handkerchief with a practiced snap. It fluttered like a white moth and caught on a low shrub just inside the outer boundary, close enough for the scent to drift inward, far enough not to trigger immediate alarms. Toga watched it settle. Then she backed away into the crowd like she'd never been there. Her heart pounded with excitement. "He'll come," she whispered again. And somewhere in the dorms, Izuku Midoriya suddenly sat bolt upright in class, eyes unfocused, throat tight. Because Lilac hit his senses like a punch. The spike. It started as nausea. That sudden, dizzy drop you get when an elevator descends too quickly. Izuku's pen slipped in his hand. Ink streaked across the page. His breathing hitched. The classroom sounds blurred. Aizawa's voice, distant, muffled, continued lecturing about tactical spacing. But Izuku couldn't hold onto the words. Because the scent was real. Not a memory. Not a hallucination. It was in the air. Lilac. And under it, iron. His stomach twisted so hard he thought he might throw up. His hands trembled. He pressed his fingers into his palm, hard, trying to ground himself. "It's nothing," he told himself. "Just the quirk messing with you." But his nose didn't lie. This wasn't the faint, internal scent that sometimes seemed to cling to his skin. This was drifting from outside. From somewhere beyond the walls. And with the scent came a sensation so sharp it almost felt like pain. "Close." The quirk whispered like a lover. "She's close." Izuku swallowed a gasp. His eyes unfocused. For a split second, he saw her in his mind, Toga leaning over a white cloth, giggling. He flinched. His chair scraped. Aizawa's voice snapped across the room. "Midoriya." Izuku blinked hard. His vision steadied slightly. Aizawa stared at him, eyes narrowed. "Report." Izuku swallowed. The veil tightened. But the scent was stronger than the veil. It made him restless. It made him ache. "I need air," Izuku managed. Aizawa's gaze hardened. "No." Izuku's fingers curled. The quirk hissed. "Barrier." Izuku forced his voice calm, fake steady. "Sensei. Please." Aizawa didn't blink. "You're having a spike." Izuku's jaw trembled. Aizawa's voice was flat but not cruel. "You're going to the counseling office. Now. With escort." Quote. Izuku stood too fast. The chair clattered. Everyone stared. Uraraka wasn't in class today, still shaken, still hurting. The absence made Izuku's chest feel even emptier. And the quirk filled that emptiness with one direction. Out. He needed to go out. Aizawa stepped forward. Izuku's breathing turned shallow. Aizawa's scarf twitched, ready. And Izuku did something the quirk had been teaching him all week. He acted. Not violently. Not dramatically. Smart. Controlled. He forced his shoulders to drop. Forced his hands to unclench. He lowered his gaze like a student who'd been caught. "Okay." Izuku said quietly. "Counseling." Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Suspicious. But he nodded once. Mike. Present Mike appeared at the door like he'd been waiting. "Yo." Mike's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Come on, kid." Izuku walked. He kept his breathing steady. He kept his face calm. He kept his hands visible. Inside, his brain screamed. The scent kept pulling like a hook in his ribs. He followed Mike through the hallways. He nodded at staff. He answered when spoken to. He did everything right. Because he'd learned something important. If he fought, they tightened the cage. If he behaved, the bars loosened. And he only needed them loose for one night. The plan. UA tracked students. Not like prisoners, like assets. Safety beacons, emergency locators, biomonitors in certain uniforms. Izuku knew where most of it was. He'd studied UA systems out of habit, security patterns, blind angles, sensor logic. Not because he'd ever wanted to escape. Because he'd always wanted to protect. The irony almost made him laugh. That night, in his room, Izuku opened his closet and stared at his costume. He didn't put it on. He didn't need it. Costumes were recognizable. Costumes were tracked. Instead, he pulled out plain clothes, dark hoodie, cap, simple shoes. His hands moved with quiet precision. He turned off his phone. Not suspicious. Just, no signal. He removed the all student locator tag from his bag, the one embedded in the lining. He'd noticed it weeks ago. Safety measure. Easy to forget. He wrapped it in foil from a snack wrapper, makeshift signal dampening. Not perfect. Enough to confuse for a few minutes. He placed it under his mattress. Then he sat on the edge of his bed and stared at his hands. His fingers trembled. For a second, just a second, the real Izuku surfaced hard enough to make his chest hurt. What am I doing? He thought, horrified. He tried to reach the vestiges. The void flickered. Pink barrier. Nana's silhouette slammed against it, desperate. Her voice, faint, broken, managed to push through. Izuku, don't. Izuku's eyes stung. I'm sorry, he whispered aloud, voice shaking. Lilac drifted through his senses again, stronger now, like the trail had thickened with night air. And the quirk whispered, soothing, firm. It's okay. You're going home. Izuku swallowed hard. He stood. He moved to his window. On the campus outside, drones glided in their routes, predictable. He timed them, counted the seconds between passes. He watched the nearest dorm guard's pattern, pause, look, walk, check phone, walk. He waited until the hallway outside his room went quiet. Then he opened his door. No dramatic creak, no sudden rush. He stepped out like he belonged there. He moved down the hallway toward the stairwell. At the corner, Hound Dog's shadow appeared at the far end. Moving toward him, Izuku's heart slammed. The quirk surged, panic and craving tangled. Run. Izuku forced himself not to. Running would trigger everything. Instead, he did the simplest, smartest thing. He turned into the bathrobe on his face, like a student who couldn't sleep. Hound Dog's footsteps passed outside, slow, sniffing. Izuku held his breath. Hound Dog paused. Izuku's heart stopped. A low growl, uncertain. Then the footsteps moved on. Izuku exhaled shakily. His hands gripped the sink. His reflection looked pale. His eyes looked wrong. He didn't wait for regret to catch him. He left the bathroom and continued down the stairs. Out the dorm lobby. Past the common room. It was dark now. Empty. The couch where Uraraka had cried sat like a ghost. Izuku didn't stop. He walked past it like he didn't recognize it. Outside, the air was cold. The scent hit him immediately. Lilac. Clear. Fresh. Close. Izuku's breath hitched. His head turned, instinctively, toward the perimeter. Toward the shrub. Toward the handkerchief fluttering faintly in the night breeze like a white flag. His feet carried him there before he could think. He moved low, using shadows. He avoided floodlights. He slipped behind a maintenance shed and waited for a drone to pass. He sprinted between cover points with controlled bursts of power, just enough to be fast, not enough to leave obvious shock marks. His chest hurt, not from exertion, from craving. He reached the shrub, and there it was, white cloth, hanging like bait. Izuku stared at it. His hands shook. He lifted it slowly and pressed it to his face before he even realized he was doing it. Lilac flooded his senses. The undertone, iron, made his mouth go dry. His whole body went still. His eyes closed. For one horrifying moment, it felt like relief. Like warmth. Like being wrapped in something soft after freezing for days. A whisper slid through his mind, gentle as a kiss, cruel as a chain. Come. Izuku opened his eyes. He looked back toward the dorms. Toward the lights. Toward the safety. Toward the people who would stop him if they knew. He thought of Uraraka's tears. He thought of Aizawa's tired eyes. He thought of Bakugo on the ground, shocked. The real Izuku screamed inside him. Don't do this. The quirk answered with a wave of pain, sharp, unbearable. The distance became a physical ache, like his ribs were splitting. Izuku gasped, clutching his chest. Please, he whispered, shaking. Stop. The pain eased only when he looked away from the dorms. Only when he turned toward the fence. Like the quirk was training him. Wrong direction hurts. Right direction soothes. Izuku's breath steadied. His eyes went flat. He folded the handkerchief carefully and tucked it into his hoodie pocket like it was precious. Then he moved. The escape. The outer perimeter wasn't the real barrier. The real barrier was the sensor zone. UA had vibration sensors, thermal checks, motion detection. But nothing was perfect, especially not at night, when wind and wildlife created noise. Izuku chose his point carefully, near a drainage ditch where small animals often moved. More false positives. More clutter for the system to sort through. He crouched near the fence. Listening. No alarms. No drones overhead for the next 12 seconds. He moved. Black Whip snapped out silently, anchoring to the top of the fence. He pulled himself up and over in one smooth motion, careful not to shake the posts too hard. On the other side, he landed in the grass and froze. He waited. 3 seconds. 5. 10. No alarm. He exhaled. Then he did the second part, more dangerous. The inner zone. He took off running, low and fast, following the ditch line. He timed the cameras. He counted in his head like a prayer. 1, 2, 3, now. He sprinted across an open patch at exactly the moment the camera rotated away. He dove into shadow again. His heart pounded. The scent of lilac stayed with him like a leash. It pulled, guiding him toward a gap eye. And the trees where the city lights glowed distant and hazy. Behind him, UA stood quiet and bright like a lighthouse. Ahead of him, darkness stretched like a road. He paused at the final boundary, just before he'd truly be off campus. His breath trembled. His hands clenched. For a heartbeat, the real Izuku surged again, desperate enough to crack the veil. "What am I doing?" he whispered, voice breaking. I'm leaving, Nana's voice flickered faintly through the pink barrier, broken and pleading. "Izuku, please." Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. Tears slipped out. The quirk didn't stop him from crying. It simply gave the tears a direction. "You're going to her." Izuku opened his eyes. His gaze turned distant. "I'm sorry," he whispered one last time, unclear whether it was to Nana, to Uraraka, to himself. Then he stepped forward, out of UA's light, into the night. The moment they notice. Back in the dorms, the night guard did his routine sweep. He passed Izuku's door and paused, listening. No sound. He checked the small indicator on his tablet, student vitals normal. Locator signal present faint, under the mattress, dampened but still pinging enough to look, there. He moved on. Minutes later, present Mike, unable to sleep, wandered the hallway with a mug of instant coffee and that heavy feeling in his gut that said something's wrong. He glanced at Izuku's door. He hesitated. He didn't knock. Because part of him didn't want to push. Because part of him hoped the kid was finally sleeping. Mike walked away, and in that small mercy, the moth slipped out of the jar. Izuku ran through back streets with his hood up, following the scent like a compass needle. He didn't think about where it led. He didn't think about consequences. He didn't think about the boy he used to be. All he thought, over and over, like a chant that replaced his name, was close, closer, closer. And somewhere in the city, Himiko Toga sat in the dark with her knees pulled to her chest, smiling like Christmas morning. Because she could feel it too. The tug, the approaching footsteps, the inevitable. "Come on, Deku-kun," she whispered, voice trembling with joy. "Come home." Izuku didn't know how long he ran. Time became a tunnel, streetlights flashing overhead, wet asphalt under his shoes, the distant roar of traffic like ocean waves. He moved through alleys and side streets, avoiding main roads the way he'd been trained to. Not because he was escaping justice. Because he was avoiding barriers. Every time he slowed, the ache returned. Not in his legs, in his chest. A pressure like his ribs were too small to hold his lungs. The only thing that eased it was movement, forward, 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 toward the scent. Lilac, iron, home. He hated that word. He didn't think it as home. He didn't want to be. The quirk slid it into his brain like a pill that dissolved too fast. Home. The city thinned. Buildings turned less polished, more abandoned lots, more boarded windows, more places where no one asked questions. He kept his hood low. Head down. A few times, he passed civilians. A couple walked a dog. A man smoked outside a convenience store. A teenage kid laughed into his phone, unaware that the symbol of peace's successor was sprinting past in the dark like a ghost. Nobody recognized him, and if they did, they didn't have time to react. The quirk was guiding him with the certainty of a bloodhound. Then he saw it. An old, Half-condemned building wedged between two warehouses, an office block that had been abandoned and repurposed by the kind of people who didn't file paperwork. The windows were dark. The entrance was ordinary, which meant it was a trap for anyone who didn't know where to look. Izuku's feet slowed. His danger sense flickered. Not screaming, not warning him away, just a cautious pulse. Like it was confused. Izuku swallowed. His mind tried to line up facts like shields. This is a League safe house. This is enemy territory. This is a mistake. I need to turn back. I need to call. The thought of calling anyone made the veil tighten. The ache returned. A sharp, unbearable twist. His hand flew to his chest. Lilac flooded his nose. The handkerchief in his pocket seemed to warm against his skin. Close. The quirk Wispazuku's breathing turned shallow. He forced his legs to move again. He approached the building. He didn't knock. He didn't need to. Because the moment he reached the door, it opened. Not slowly. Not creaking like horror movies. Just swung inward like someone had been waiting with a hand on the handle. And there she was. Himiko Toga. No disguise. No stolen face. Just her, messy blonde hair. Wide eyes that glittered like a child on a sugar rush, and a smile so bright it looked almost holy. She wore an oversized sweater that slipped off one shoulder. And her skirt was wrinkled like she'd been pacing. For a second, Izuku's brain short-circuited. Because she was real. Not a hallucination in a mirror. Not a whisper in the stairwell. Real enough that the air changed around her. Real enough that his danger sense finally buzzed, quiet but present, like his instincts were begging him to remember who she was. Toga's smile wobbled, emotion flooding her face. Deku-kun, she breathed. Voice trembling with pure delight. Izuku stood frozen in the doorway. His mouth was dry. His heartbeat was too loud. His stomach churned. The real Izuku surfaced like a drowning man gasping for air. Run. This is the enemy. She's killed people. He couldn't move. Toga stepped closer, slow, careful, like approaching a skittish animal. You came, she whispered. Izuku's throat tightened. He wanted to say I didn't mean to. He wanted to say I'm sorry. He wanted to say what did you do to me? Instead, the veil lifted slightly and let one word slip out, soft and broken. Himiko. Toga's eyes widened like she'd just been given a gift. She pressed both hands to her mouth, muffling a squeal. Then she laughed, sudden and bright, and threw herself forward. Izuku flinched instinctively. Not away. Not to attack. Just startled. Toga wrapped her arms around his waist and pressed her face against his chest like she belonged there. Izuku's body went rigid. Her hair tickled his chin. He could smell her, lilac perfume and something metallic beneath. Iron. His breath hitched. The ache in his chest eased like someone had loosened a belt around his ribs. It felt like relief. That terrified him. Toga pulled back just enough to look up at him, eyes shining. I knew you would. I knew you would. I knew you would. Izuku's hands hovered awkwardly in the air, unsure where to go. The real Izuku screamed in his skull. Don't touch her. Don't let her close. But the quirk hummed with satisfaction. Toga's smile sharpened. You're trembling. Izuku swallowed. I. Toga tilted her head, eyes softening into something almost tender. You were hurting, weren't you? Because you were far. Izuku's breath shook. He hated how accurate that was. He hated that she knew. Toga's finger traced lightly over the fabric of his hoodie, like she was smoothing a pet. It's okay. You're here now. Izuku's knees almost buckled. Not from exhaustion. From the wrong kind of comfort. Behind Toga, the building's interior was dimly lit, warm bulbs, soft shadows. It didn't look like a villain hideout. It looked like someone had tried to make it cozy. A small couch. A pile of blankets. A cheap rug. A little kettle on a counter. It looked like a home built by people who didn't deserve one. Toga stepped aside and gestured dramatically like a hostess. Come in. Come in. Before you get cold. Izuku hesitated. His danger sense buzzed again. But the ache was gone. And without pain to drive him back, his mind felt quiet. Too quiet. He stepped inside. The door closed behind him with a soft click. The sound felt final. Toga's paw. Himiko Toga felt like her heart was going to explode. Not in the bad way. In the best way. Like fireworks behind her ribs. Like she'd swallowed a sun. Deku-kun was here. He'd actually done it. He'd left his precious school and his precious friends and his precious hero dream. For her. For love. Toga wanted to laugh and cry and bite something. She watched him tanned in her safe house like a lost puppy that had somehow found the right house by instinct. He looked tired. His hair was messy under the hood. His eyes were wide and haunted, like he'd been walking through nightmares. Poor Deku-kun, she thought, and genuinely meant it. He'd been hurting. She'd felt it. Not like a telepath, not like a quirk, just the way love connected you. And now he was here, breathing in her scent, easing into her presence like a starving person finally getting food. It was perfect. He was perfect. He was also dangerous. Toga could see it in the way his muscles tensed, the way his eyes kept flicking to corners like he expected an ambush. He was still a hero inside. Still resisting. That was okay. She liked resistance. Resistance made surrender feel sweeter. Toga class. Pet her hands behind her back to stop herself from pouncing again. Do you want tea? She asked brightly. Or hot chocolate? Or blood? Just kidding. Unless you want. Deku's eyes snapped to her, startled. She giggled. Juke, you're so cute when you're serious. Deku swallowed. Why am I here? Toga tilted her head, genuinely confused. Because you love me. Deku flinched. Toga watched the flinch with curiosity. Like watching a cat's tail twitch. He didn't like the word love yet. But he'd come. That meant the love was real, even if he didn't understand it. Toga walked closer, slow and careful. And touched his sleeve with one finger. His body jolted slightly, then stilled. Toga smiled softly. You don't have to be scared. I'm not going to hurt you. Deku's voice came out rough. You've hurt people. Toga's smile faltered, just a fraction. Then she recovered, eyes bright again. People hurt me too. Deku didn't answer. Toga pouted. Heroes are always like that. You only care when the hurt is neat and clean and easy to forgive. Quote. Deku's jaw clenched. Toga felt a thrill. Yes, let him feel that anger at heroes. Let him see the cracks. Let him stop pretending the world was fair. That's what Eros had said, right? Reinforce the story. You're safe with me. Toga stepped closer and placed her palms on his chest again, feeling his heartbeat. It was fast. Deku-kun, she whispered, voice softer now, almost reverent. You don't have to be a symbol here. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to carry everyone. Deku's eyes flickered. Toga could see something in them, exhaustion, guilt, confusion. Good. She leaned her forehead against him, gentle. Just be mine, she whispered. Deku's breath hitched. Toga smiled. She'd said it, and the world hadn't ended. Playing house. Toga led him deeper into the safe house like a tour guide in a museum. This is the living room, she announced happily, pointing at the couch like it was a throne. I got this blanket because it's soft. And I stole the kettle from a hotel. It's super fancy. Deku stared at the kettle like he couldn't process the sentence stole from a hotel as casual conversation. Toga giggled. Sit. You look like you're going to fall over. Deku hesitated, then sat on the edge of the couch like he didn't trust it. Toga sat beside him immediately, too close, knees touching. Deku's body went rigid. Toga watched his reaction, fascinated. She liked how he tried to control himself. She liked that his control was cracking. She leaned in and inhaled near his neck. Lilac and iron. And something else. Something powerful. The scent of One for All felt like electricity. Toga's eyes fluttered half shut. So yummy, she whispered. Deku stiffened harder. Don't. Toga pulled back, innocent. Don't what? Deku swallowed. His eyes were wide, confused. That smell thing. Toga blinked. Then smiled slowly. But smelling is loving. Deku's hands clenched on his knees. Toga watched him struggle and felt a warm, possessive glow spread through her chest. He was hers. Not fully. Not yet. But close. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the one he'd brought, the one she'd placed as bait. It was folded carefully, like it mattered. Toga's heart squeezed. He'd treasured it. She held it up. Did you like my gift? Deku stared at it. His face went pale. That was you. Toga smiled. Yes. Deku's throat bobbed as he swallowed. Why? Toga leaned closer, voice soft. Because you needed me. Deku's eyes shook, like he didn't want to believe that word. Toga touched his cheek lightly. Deku flinched. Toga didn't pull away. She smiled gently. You're safe now. Deku's lips parted. For a second, Toga thought he might cry. Instead, his voice came out small and broken. I didn't want to come. Toga blinked. That was interesting. Not bad. Just interesting. She tilted her head. But you did. Deku swallowed hard. Something pulled me. Toga's smile softened, almost sweet. Love pulls. Deku's eyes snapped to hers, anger flickering. This isn't love. Toga's smile vanished. A dangerous stillness spread across her face. For a heartbeat, her eyes looked empty. Then she smiled again, brighter, sharper, like a mask snapping back into place. Okay, she said cheerfully. Then don't call it love. Deku blinked, thrown off. Toga leaned in, voice low now, intimate. Call it destiny. Deku's breath hitched. Tog. A's fingers slid down to his hand and intertwined with it. Deku's hand trembled. He didn't pull away. Toga's smile warmed like sunrise. There, she whispered. Isn't that better? The submissive protector. Deku didn't relax fully. He couldn't. Even under the veil, some part of him remained a hero, trained to watch, to assess, to prepare. He scanned the room constantly. He noted exits. He listened for footsteps. Toga noticed. And it delighted her. Because it meant Deku-kun wasn't just a toy. He was a weapon she could keep. She stood and clapped her hands. Okay. House rules. Deku blinked. House rules. Toga nodded enthusiastically. Rule 1. No leaving without telling me. Deku's eyes narrowed slightly. Toga smiled sweetly. Because I'll worry. Rule 2. No talking to heroes. Rule 3. No hurting me. Deku flinched slightly at that, like it shouldn't need to be said. Toga leaned in and poked his chest. You won't hurt me, right? Deku swallowed. No. The word came out too quick. Too sure. Toga's heart fluttered. Good. She chirped. Because I'm very fragile. She was lying. They both knew it. But Deku nodded anyway, like his body understood the role, protector. Toga sat back down and patted her lap. Come here. Quote. Deku froze. His face flushed slightly, confusion, embarrassment, tension. Toga tilted her head. Just sit. I want to hold you. Deku's hands clenched. He shook his head. No. Toga's smile didn't move. Why not? Deku's voice cracked. Because this is wrong. Toga's eyes narrowed, the cheerful mask slipping. Wrong according to who? Deku's throat tightened. Toga leaned closer. Voice turning low, dangerous sweet. Heroes. Deku's jaw clenched. Toga's smile sharpened. They call everything wrong that doesn't fit their cute little rules. Deku's eyes flickered. The veil pulsed like it liked that sentence. Toga softened again immediately, switching from blade to bomb. You're tired, she whispered. You ran so far. You were hurting. Come here. Deku hesitated. Then, slowly, like he hated himself for it, he shifted. He sat on the couch closer. Toga wrapped an arm around his shoulders and pulled his head down gently until his temple rested against her. Deku's body went stiff. Then he exhaled. And for a horrifying moment, he looked peaceful. Toga's eyes shone. She stroked his hair, humming softly like a lullaby. See, she whispered. No pain. Deku's eyes fluttered half-closed. Toga smiled, satisfied. She'd done it. She'd taken the strongest, kindest boy in the world, and made him lean into her arms like she was the answer. In the corner of the room, hidden behind a cracked door, a shadow shifted. Someone else was there, watching, silent, a safety measure, because the League didn't trust anything, including love. But Toga didn't care. Not right now. Right now, she had Deku-kun, the poisoned comfort. Later, after Toga fed him instant ramen and made him drink water and kept calling him, good boy, until his cheeks turned red with shock. Izuku sat on the couch staring at his hands. The veil was still there. But it felt calmer. Less painful. Toga perched on the armrest, swinging her legs. So, she said brightly, are you happy? Izuku swallowed. He didn't know how to answer. His mind felt divided, like two versions of him were layered on top of each other. The real one, horrified, screaming. The veiled one, quiet, soothed, convinced. That pain meant separation and relief meant closeness. I don't know, Izuku admitted honestly. Toga smiled like that was cute. That's okay. You don't have to know. I know. Izuku's brows knit. Know what? Toga leaned in, eyes shining. That heroes never deserved you. Izuku flinched. Toga's smile softened. They made you carry everything. They made you be a symbol. They watched you break and clapped when you stood up again. Izuku's throat tightened, because the words weren't fully false. They were twisted, but they weren't fully false. Toga touched his cheek gently. But I don't want you to be a symbol. Izuku stared at her. Toga whispered, Reverend, I just want you to be Izuku. The sentence hit him like a warm blanket. Because no one called him Izuku here. Not All Might, not Aizawa, not even his classmates very often. But Toga said it like it was sacred. Izuku's eyes watered. The real Izuku hated that it felt good. Toga smiled, satisfied at the tears. See, you're safe. Deep inside. In the one for all void. The vestiges were screaming. Not in words, because words couldn't get through. But in effort. Yoichi and the first pressed against the barrier like men pushing a boulder uphill. Nana's hands bled light against the pink wall. This isn't his choice, Nana hissed, voice raw. It's hijacking him. The barrier pulsed with mockery. A voice, soft, honeyed, whispered from the other side. He came. Nana snarled. He was dragged. He stayed, the voice purred. The first's eyes burned with fury. We need an opening. Yoichi's expression tightened. An emotional shock. Samet. Hing that contradicts the loop so violently it cracks. Nana's jaw clenched. His friends. Yoichi nodded. They're the anchor. Nana's face twisted with fear and determination. Then we pray they find him before he disappears completely. Back in the safe house. Toga curled against Izuku on the couch like she'd done it 1,000 times. She hummed happily, fingers tracing little circles on his arm. Izuku stared at the ceiling. Breathing lilac and iron. He felt calm. He felt wrong. He felt like he was watching his own life from behind glass. Toga whispered, half asleep, tomorrow we can go on a date. Izuku blinked. A date. Toga giggled. Yes, there's an abandoned amusement park nearby. It's super romantic. And there are little stalls and lights in. Izuku's mind flashed to civilians. To heroes. To danger. He swallowed. What about the League? Toga's eyes opened, bright and sharp. They'll love you. Izuku's stomach twisted. He didn't want to be loved by villains. He didn't. But the veil hummed at the word love like it was music. Toga smiled and kissed his cheek, quick, light, almost innocent. Izuku's whole body froze. Then he exhaled, trembling. Toga whispered, delighted, you're so cute. Izuku stared forward, jaw tight. Somewhere deep inside, the real Izuku whispered. This isn't me. And the quirk answered, soothing and absolute. It will be. Toga snuggled closer, satisfied. And in the quiet say far away and the heroes even farther, the twisted utopia settled into place. A boy who used to save everyone. Now holding still so he wouldn't disturb the girl who D stole in his heart with a quirk and called it destiny. The first sign that something was wrong wasn't an alarm. It wasn't a blaring siren, a shattered window, or a dramatic explosion that woke the dorms. It was silence, too clean. Too ordinary. The kind of silence that only exists right before people realize a disaster has already happened. The knock that didn't get an answer. Aizawa Shota didn't sleep well. He never had. Not since becoming a teacher. Not since the world decided teenagers needed to carry wars on their backs. Not since he'd seen too many bright eyes go dull. But lately, his sleep had been even worse. Because one of his students, his strongest, kindest, most dangerously self-sacrificing student, had started smelling like perfume and blood and looking at empty air like it was a person. Aizawa was used to problems. He was not used to helplessness. At 5:47 a.m., he was already awake. He sat in his apartment on campus, cat sleeping on his chest, coffee cooling beside him, Santa. Ring at a report on his phone that he'd read 3 times and hated more each time. Midoriya Izuku, exposure to unknown quirk bouquet. Symptoms: intrusive fixation, sensory hallucination, emotional blunting. Aggressive protective behavior. Aizawa exhaled slowly through his nose. He didn't like the word fixation. He didn't like what it implied. He didn't like how fast it could turn love into violence. He stood, gently moved his cat off his chest, grabbed his capture weapon, and left his apartment. No dramatic urgency. Just a teacher doing a morning check on a student who was on dorm restriction. He walked the dorm hallway with silent steps and stopped outside Midoriya's door. He listened. Nothing. No shifting. No soft breathing. No rustle of blankets. Aizawa's jaw tightened. He knocked once, firm, controlled. Midoriya, he said, voice flat. No answer. Aizawa knocked again. Harder. Still nothing. A cold sensation, familiar and unwelcome, settled in his gut. He tried the handle. Locked. Aizawa didn't panic. Panic was loud. Panic made mistakes. He moved with practiced efficiency. He took out his phone. One call. Present Mike answered too fast, like he'd been awake and waiting for something to go wrong. Yo, Shota. Dorm check, Aizawa said. Midoriya isn't answering. A pause. Then Mike's voice tightened. I'm coming. Aizawa clicked off. He turned back to the door. Midoriya, he said again, lower. Open the door. No response. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Last warning. Still nothing. Aizawa didn't waste time on theatrics. He wrapped his scarf around the doorknob, braced his foot against the wall, and yanked. The lock didn't break. UA locks didn't break easily. But Aizawa wasn't trying to break it. He was trying to rip it out. With a sharp pull and a twist, the internal mechanism snapped. The door jolted open with a muted crack. Aizawa stepped inside, and the air hit him like a confession. Lilac. And iron. But not fresh, stale, like it had lingered long after the person had left. The room was too neat. The bed was made. The desk chair was pushed in. The window was closed. No struggle. No signs of forced entry. Aizawa's gaze snapped to the desk. And his stomach dropped. Notebooks. Open. Pages scattered. Scribbles, frantic, jagged, layered over each other like someone had been writing with shaking hands. And on the wall above the desk, paper taped up like evidence in a crime board, there were sketches. Not hero plans. Not training schedules. Not strategies. Himiko Toga's face stared out from the pages like a nightmare someone had tried to make beautiful. Aizawa's eyes went cold. Damn it, he whispered. He turned, scanning the room fast. No Midoriya. No phone. No costume. Plain clothes missing. Aizawa moved to the closet, open. He checked the bed, too perfect. He checked the bathroom, empty. Then he saw it. On the desk, under the notebook, half crumpled as if someone had tried to hide it at the last second. A snack wrapper. Foil. UA's safety tracking tag was missing from Midoriya's usual bag. Aizawa's jaw clenched so hard it hurt. He planned it, Aizawa muttered. Not Midoriya. Not really. But the body wearing Midoriya's face, guided by a fixation that didn't care about consequences. Aizawa turned sharply and left the room. In the hallway, Present Mike came skidding around the corner, hair messier than usual, coffee mug in hand. Mike took one look at Aizawa's face and stopped. Tell me he's in there, Mike said, voice already cracking. Aizawa didn't answer immediately. He didn't need to. Mike pushed past him into the room, eyes scanning. And the moment he saw the drawings, his entire expression collapsed. Oh no, Mike whispered. Aizawa's voice was cold and controlled. Get Nezu. Get Hound Dog. Get the security office. Mike swallowed hard. Shota. Now, Aizawa snapped. Mike flinched and bolted. Aizawa stood in the hallway for 1 second, breathing slowly. Then he pulled out his phone and made the call he'd been dreading. All Might, Aizawa said when the line connected. Midoriya is missing. There was silence on the other end. Then a small sound, like someone exhaling all their air at once. Toshinori, Aizawa said sharply. Stay with me. All Might's voice came, thin and shaken. What do you mean missing? Aizawa stared back into Midoriya's room, at the bed made like a lie, at the sketches like a scream. He left, Aizawa said. Voluntarily. The worst kind of kidnapping. UA didn't call it a kidnapping. Not officially. Because kidnappings left evidence. This left nothing but a room full of obsession and the sick, unavoidable truth that Midoriya Izuku had walked out of the dorms under his own power. In the security office, the air felt heavier than usual. Nezu sat at the head of the table, small body still and composed. Eyes sharp as blades behind his glasses. He looked calm in the way that only someone terrifyingly intelligent could look calm. Around him stood Aizawa, arms crossed, jaw locked. Present Mike, pale and fidgeting. Hound Dog, eyes narrowed, nose twitching. A security specialist with trembling hands at a monitor. And All Might, thin, frail, with shoulders that looked like they couldn't hold the world anymore. All Might stared at the paused video frame on the screen like it was a coffin. It showed Midoriya, hood up, moving through the dorm lobby at 2:13 a.m. Not sneaking like a criminal. Walking like a student heading out for air. Midoriya paused once, just once, near the common room. He looked inside. Then he kept going. All Might's mouth trembled. All Might whispered. He looked back. Aizawa's voice was flat. He hesitated for less than 3 seconds. Nezu tapped the table lightly with one paw. Continue. The video played. Midoriya moved through shadows with practiced timing. Avoided drones. Avoided camera sweeps. Not random. Not lucky. Precise. The security specialist swallowed. He knew the patrol patterns. Aizawa's eyes sharpened. He studies everything. It's his habit. Hound Dog's voice rumbled. His scent trail goes toward the west boundary. After that, it fades fast. Like he moved too fast for us to track. Nezu nodded. Meaning he likely used one for all sparingly to avoid leaving obvious shock signatures. All Might flinched at the clinical breakdown of his student's escape. Aizawa didn't soften. He wasn't trying to hurt anyone on his way out. He was trying not to be stopped. Mike's voice cracked, loud in the tense room. Which is worse, because it means he's still thinking. Nezu's eyes flicked to Mike. Thinking, yes, but not necessarily as himself. Aizawa's gaze hardened. He's under quirk influence. The secured nervously at Aizawa. Sir, do we alert the authorities? Aizawa's voice was immediate. Yes. All Might's head snapped up. No, wait. Nezu raised a paw gently. We have no choice, Toshinori. If Midoriya is off campus, the threat profile changes. For him and for the public. All Might swallowed hard. His hands shook. He looked like a man watching his son walk into a storm he couldn't follow. I should have, All Might whispered. I should have stayed with him. I should have. Aizawa cut him off, voice sharp. This isn't about guilt. This is about retrieval. All Might flinched like he'd been slapped. Nezu spoke calmly, but every word carried weight. We will proceed in phases. First, internal search perimeter. Second, professional hero deployment. Third, law enforcement coordination. Mike stared at the screen, voice raw. And the class. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Not yet. All Might's throat tightened. They are children. Aizawa snapped. And they will try to chase him. They will get hurt. Nezu's gaze turned thoughtful. However, they may also be the strongest emotional anchor he has. Aizawa's jaw clenched. He hated that Nezu was right. Because if Midoriya was trapped in a fixation loop, the only thing that could crack it might be someone he genuinely cared about. Someone like. Aizawa's mind flashed to Uraraka's face last night. Tears. Pain. And Midoriya saying, I don't need you. Aizawa's stomach twisted. That wasn't Midoriya. But it had come out of Midoriya's mouth. All Might's voice trembled. Where would he go? Hound Dog growled, sniffing the air like he could pull answers out of the scent. Somewhere with lilac and iron. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Toga. The room went colder. Nezu tapped the table again. We operate under the assumption that Himiko Toga is involved. All Might's voice broke. Izuku wouldn't. Aizawa cut in, brutal because softness would kill them. Izuku isn't choosing. He's being dragged. Nezu nodded once. Then we must act as if we are racing a clock. Mike's mouth tightened. Because if the league gets their hands on him. No one finished the sentence. They didn't have to. 3. The class finds out. Aizawa didn't want them to know. He wanted time. He wanted control. He wanted one clean plan and no emotional chaos. But Class 1A wasn't stupid. And Midoriya Izuku wasn't someone who could vanish without leaving a crater in the people who loved him. The rumor started with a missing seat. Then a missing tray at breakfast. Then a teach. Who looked too tense and wouldn't answer questions. Then Bakugo, who wasn't subtle, stormed into the hallway and grabbed a staff member by the collar. Where is he? Bakugo roared. It didn't take long after that. By midday, Aizawa stood in front of the class. His eyes were tired. His posture was rigid. His voice was too calm, like calm was the only thing keeping him from ripping the room apart. Midoriya Izuku is missing, Aizawa said. The room went silent. Not the normal classroom silence. A dead silence. The kind where even breathing feels wrong. Kirishima's face went pale. Sensei. Mina's hand flew to her mouth. No, he's not. Kaminari whispered, this is a prank, right? Aizawa didn't blink. No. Todoroki's eyes sharpened, voice low. Kidnapped. Aizawa's jaw tightened. He left the dorms voluntarily. It took a second for the sentence to land. Then it detonated. Voluntarily. Kaminari yelped. Mina's voice shook. Why would he? Iida shot to his feet, hands trembling. Sensei. If Midoriya acted under coercion. He is under quirk influence, Aizawa said, cutting through the panic. The room froze again. Uraraka wasn't in the room. She had been excused from morning training after last night. Tsuyu and Yaoyorozu had practically escorted her to rest. Her absence now felt like a missing piece of the class itself. Kirishima's voice cracked. Is it because of Toga? Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Yes. A ripple of horror moved through the students. Todoroki's gaze went colder. So he's with the League. Aizawa's voice was sharp. We don't know that. Bakugo stood in the back, arms crossed. Face unreadable. Too calm. That was worse than rage. Aizawa's eyes flicked to Bakugo. Bakugo. Bakugo didn't answer. Aizawa's voice tightened. Say something. Bakugo's jaw clenched. Then he spoke. Voice low and steady like a knife sliding out of a sheath. He's not a traitor. Aizawa watched him. Bakugo's eyes burned. He's being messed with, and I'm gonna drag him back. Aizawa's voice was immediate. You will do nothing without orders. Bakugo's gaze snapped up, furious. You think we're just gonna sit here? Aizawa's eyes hardened. Yes. The class flinched at the harshness. Aizawa didn't care. You will sit, Aizawa said, voice tight, because if you run off, you become hostages. You become leverage. You become bodies I have to recover while trying to recover him. Kirishima's fists clenched. But, Aizawa's scarf twitched slightly, a warning. You want to help. Then you help by staying alive. Silence. Aizawa exhaled slowly. His voice softened, barely. I will bring him back. He didn't say I promise. Because Aizawa didn't make promises he couldn't guarantee. The class heard the unspoken uncertainty anyway. And it broke something in the room. For All Might's collapse. All Might found himself outside the dorms without remembering how he got there. He stood staring up at the building like it was a grave. His thin hands trembled. He could still see Izuku's smile from yesterday, awkward, brave, trying too hard. He could still hear Izuku's voice. I'll be okay, All Might. All Might had believed him. He always believed him. That was the problem. He heard footsteps behind him and didn't turn. Aizawa stopped beside him. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then All Might whispered, voice raw. I failed him. Aizawa didn't soften. This isn't about you. All Might's shoulders shook slightly. It is. It always is. I gave him power. I gave him a burden. And now, his voice cracked. Now the world will call him a villain, All Might whispered. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Not if we get ahead of the narrative. All Might laughed, small, broken. Narrative. Like he's a headline. Aizawa's voice was cold. He will be. Unless we stop it. All Might's breath trembled. Shota. All Might whispered, if he hurt someone. Aizawa's jaw tightened. He didn't answer. Because he didn't know. Because Midoriya under quirk influence had already nearly killed someone. Because the line between accident and catastrophe was thin when you carried one for all. All Might's eyes squeezed shut. I can't lose another child, he whispered. Aizawa's voice was flat, but honest. Then don't. All Might looked at him, eyes wet. Aizawa stared back, expression hard as stone. Move, Aizawa said. You're going to be useful. All Might swallowed, trembling. He nodded. And forced himself to stand straighter. Not because he felt strong. Because he had to. 5. The world starts sniffing. UA tried to keep it quiet. Of course they did. A school full of future heroes. Didn't want the public to know one of their top students, the top student, in many eyes, had disappeared in the night. But secrets didn't last long in a world where drones filmed everything and citizens watched heroes like entertainment. It started with a blurry phone video from a civilian near the perimeter. A hooded figure moving fast. Too fast. People posted it online with captions like, someone broke out of UA. Was that a hero student? Why are there extra patrols today? Then came the press vans. Then came the speculation. Then came the worst PNE connected the dots. Because Midoriya Izuku wasn't just a student anymore. He was a symbol in progress. The kid All Might had been seen training with. The green-haired boy who had fought in public battles. The one the media loved calling, the next hope. When that kind of person vanished, the world didn't stay quiet. It panicked. And panic demanded a story. If the heroes didn't provide one, someone else would. By evening, a news ancho. R's voice filled living rooms across Japan. Sources suggest a UA student may be missing. Officials have refused comment, but witnesses report unusual hero activity near the campus. The screen cut to footage of heroes moving in the distance. The anchor continued, voice smooth and hungry. Some online speculation links this disappearance to increased League of Villains activity. Could the League have infiltrated UA again? UA didn't confirm, but they also didn't deny fast enough. And the world's imagination did what it always did. It filled the silence with fear. 6. Bakugo's cold promise. Bakugo didn't sleep. He sat in his room with his elbows on his knees, hands clasped so tight his knuckles were white. His mind replayed the sparring match over and over. Midoriya's eyes. That glazed devotion. That wrong smile. Bakugo's stomach twisted with a feeling he hated because it wasn't anger. It was guilt. Not the dramatic kind. The quiet kind that sits under your ribs and makes every breath heavier. Because Bakugo had seen the signs. He'd smelled the weird perfume metal scent. He'd watched Midoriya's attention drift to nothing. He'd heard the way he spoke about, "She needs me." And Bakugo, idiot that he was, had assumed Midoriya would brute force his way through it like he always did. Bakugo's jaw clenched. He stood abruptly and marched out of his room. He didn't head toward the common room. He headed toward the training area. Because Bakugo didn't process emotions by crying. He processed them by preparing for war. He walked into an empty training room and began to move, punches, footwork, controlled blasts. Not wild, not reckless, precise. Each movement was a promise. "I'm bringing you back," Bakugo muttered through gritted teeth. He remembered Midoriya as a kid, stupidly brave. Always getting back up no matter how many times he got knocked down. Bakugo's eyes narrowed, burning. This time, Bakugo whispered, "You're not carrying it alone." He hated how sincere it sounded. He hated how much he meant it. And somewhere deep inside, he felt something shift. A new kind of determination. Not loud, not explosive, cold, focused, the kind that didn't break. 7. Aizawa sees the truth in the scribbles. Late that night, Aizawa returned to Midoriya's room. Not because he expected Midoriya to be there. Because the room was evidence. Because understanding the enemy meant understanding what it had done to his student. He stood at the desk, staring at the notebooks. He didn't like invading privacy. But this wasn't privacy anymore. This was survival. He flipped through the pages carefully. At first, it was analysis, normal handwriting, neat lines. Then it changed. The handwriting got messier. The margins filled with sketches. The words shifted from strategy to obsession. Aizawa's eyes narrowed as he read fragments. Distance hurts. She's close. Heroes are barriers. Don't tell. Protect. Stop the pain. Aizawa's jaw tightened. This wasn't romance. This wasn't a crush. This was a loop, pain and relief wired to a target. A quirk that punished separation and rewarded closeness until the victim stopped resisting. Aizawa stared at one page where Midoriya had written, shakily, "I don't want this." It had been scratched out. Hard. Like someone had been angry at the sentence. Aizawa exhaled slowly. "Midoriya," he whispered into the empty room, voice tight, "you fought it." He looked at the drawings again. Not just sketches of Toga. There were also sketches of his classmates, half-finished, crossed out. Uraraka's face, scribbled and torn through. Bakugo's figure, distorted with black ink around the eyes. Like the quirk had been rewriting Midoriya's emotional map. Turning friends into obstacles. Turning the target into salvation. Aizawa's eyes went colder. "This wasn't your choice," he said quietly. Then his phone buzzed. A message from Nezu. "We have movement. Police report. Sighting of a hooded teen matching Midoriya's build near an industrial district." Not confirmed. Aizawa's grip tightened on the phone. He looked at the room one last time. Then he turned and left. Because there was no more time for grief. Only pursuit. 8. The League reacts. In the safe house, Toga hummed happily as she wrapped a blanket around Izuku's shoulders like he was her favorite plush toy. Izuku sat quietly, staring at his hands. He looked calmer than when he arrived. Which, to anyone with sense, was terrifying. Toga leaned in, eyes bright. Do you hear them? Izuku blinked. Hear, who? Toga giggled. Heroes. Panicking. Izuku's stomach tightened. A flicker of the real Izuku surfaced, fear, guilt. Toga noticed instantly and pressed a finger to his lips. Shish, she whispered sweetly. Don't think about them. Thinking hurts. Izuku's breath hitched. Toga smiled, satisfied. From the doorway, a deeper voice drifted in, lazy, amused. You got him, Eros said, stepping into the room like she owned it. Toga spun, delighted. I did. Eros studied Izuku with clinical interest, head tilted. He looks stable. Toga hugged Izuku's arm possessively. He's perfect. Eros's smile was thin. He's a loaded bomb. Toga pouted. Don't ruin the mood. Eros shrugged. Just remember, the school will come. The pros will come. And when they do, your twisted utopia becomes a battlefield. Toga's grin sharpened. Then Deku-kun will protect me. Izuku's eyes flickered. The veil hummed. He didn't answer. But his posture shifted subtly, shoulders squaring, attention sharpening. Protector. Eros watched that shift and smiled faintly. Good, she murmured. The loop is doing its job. 9th The cliffhanger. Back at U.A., Aizawa stood with Nezu, All Might, and a small group of pro-heroes in a dim briefing room. Maps were spread across the table. Red circles marked sightings. Lines traced possible routes. Names were spoken like weapons. Toga, Aizawa said, voice flat. Hawk's voice crackled through a speakerphone. If Toga has him, she won't keep him quiet for long. Endeavor's voice was harsh. We retrieve him. No mistakes. All Might's hands trembled on the table edge. We bring him home, All Might whispered. Nezu's eyes were sharp. And we prepare for the worst. Aizawa's gaze hardened. Because if the League parades him. Mike swallowed audibly on the call. The world will see Midoriya Izuku as a villain, Aizawa finished. Silence. Then Nezu spoke, calm and terrifying. Then we must be faster than the narrative. Aizawa's phone buzzed again, new intel. His eyes scanned the message. His stomach dropped. Because the report wasn't just a sighting. It was an incident. Unknown green-haired combatant intervened in an altercation near a quirk suppressant transport route. Witnesses claim he protected a blonde girl. Aizawa's blood turned to ice. All Might's breath caught. Endeavor's voice sharpened. Show me. Aizawa stared at the screen, mind already racing toward the next disaster. Because it wasn't just a missing person report anymore. It was the beginning of a public fall. And somewhere out there, under streetlights and cameras and fear, the world was about to see a new figure step into the headlines. Not as Deku. Not as a hero. But as something worse. A guardian. For a villain. The transport route wasn't supposed to be public. That was the whole point. A quirk suppressant shipment, especially after the chaos of recent months, wasn't announced with flyers and a marching band. It was supposed to move like a shadow, fast, guarded, and invisible. But villains didn't need flyers. Villains had informants. Villains had eyes in the cracks of society. And tonight, the League wanted something more valuable than the cargo itself. They wanted the message. Because a truck full of suppressants could cripple heroes. But a symbol falling on camera. That could cripple the public. 1. The setup. The convoy rolled through an industrial district where warehouses slept and streetlights buzzed like tired insects. 2 armored trucks in the center. 4 support vehicles. A handful of pros, some high-ranking, some mid-tier, chosen for speed and control rather than flashy power. The lead vehicle's comms crackled. Eyes open, a female hero said, Siren, a Und-based pro who could disrupt enemy coordination. We're entering the danger corridor. Copy, a man replied, Granite Knuckle, a bulky hero with a reinforcement quirk. No civilian traffic. That was another reason they chose the industrial route, less risk of collateral. But less traffic didn't mean no cameras. In a world where drones were cheap and curiosity was hungry, even empty streets had spectators. Somewhere above, a news drone, small and silent, hovered behind clouds, tracking unusual hero movement. It wasn't official. It wasn't authorized. It was opportunistic. And it would soon be me the most important witness in the country. 2. The League arrives. The attack didn't begin with flames or explosions. It began with a streetlight going out. Then another. Then a third, like the city itself blinked. A chill ran through the convoy. Power disruption, Siren muttered. That's deliberate. Granite Knuckles' voice tightened. Eyes. A figure dropped from above like a shadow thrown by the moon. A black coat. A thin frame. A voice that sounded like cigarette smoke. Evening, Dabi said, and a flicker of blue lit his stitched skin. The heroes reacted instantly. 2 support vehicles swerved to form a barrier. A pro with a barrier quirk slammed a shimmering wall into place. Siren raised a hand, preparing to blast a disorienting frequency. And then the air warped behind them, like reality tore open. A purple mist formed a doorway. Kurogiri stepped through, calm as ever. We appreciate your cooperation. Not a chance. Granite Knuckle roared, charging forward. Blue flames surged. Siren's sound wave collided with heat. The street became a battlefield in seconds. Smoke and noise and movement. Just like the League wanted. Because chaos was cover. 3. The surprise. Endeavor wasn't supposed to be here. He hadn't been assigned. He wasn't part of this convoy plan. But Endeavor had 2 modes, working and burning. And ever since UA had reported Midoriya missing, Endeavor had been burning. A separate team had followed the intel trail, quietly, aggressively, ready to intercept anything connected to Toga. Endeavor's voice crackled through a private comm line. I'm 2 blocks out, he growled. Hold them. Siren exhaled in relief. Copy. Endeavor inbound. Granite Knuckle grunted. Good. Let's end this. They thought the big twist tonight would be Endeavor showing up to slam the League into the ground. They were wrong. Because the twist wasn't about who arrived. It was about who stood in front of the villains. 4. A flicker of green. The convoy's rear vehicle jolted as Summit. Hing slammed into the pavement behind it. Not an explosion. A landing. The concrete cracked in a spiderweb pattern. Dust rose in a ring. Siren turned, sound wave ready. And froze. A boy stood there. Hood up. Green hair visible under streetlight flicker. A familiar silhouette that belonged in training grounds, not war zones. His stance was wrong, though. Not the anxious, fidgety posture of a student trying to prove himself. This posture was still, centered, like a shield that had already decided what it was guarding. Kid. Granite Knuckle barked, confused. Hey, this area is. The boy lifted his head. His eyes caught the weak light. And for a second, every hero on the street felt a cold drop in their stomach. Because they recognized him, even without the costume, even without the mask, even without the smile. Midoriya, Siren whispered. The news drone above zoomed in. It didn't know it was filming history. It just knew it had found a headline. 5. Toga steps into view. Behind Midoriya, a second figure emerged from the shadow of a warehouse entrance. A girl. Blonde hair. A grin too bright for a battlefield. Himiko Toga. She skipped forward like this was a date. Like the heroes were background actors. Hi. She chirped, waving cheerfully. Thanks for bringing the present. Siren's blood ran cold. Toga. Granite Knuckles' fists tightened. So he is with her. Midoriya didn't respond. He didn't glance at the heroes like they were enemies. He glanced at Toga, briefly, and his expression softened for a fraction of a second. Then his body shifted, subtle, precise, placing himself between her and the convoy. Protector. Barrier. Siren's voice shook. Midoriya, listen to me. You need to step away from her. Midoriya's gaze slid to Siren. His face didn't twist with hatred. It didn't twist with guilt. It simply cooled, like she was a problem he had to solve. She's not your target, Midoriya said quietly. Granite Knuckle stared. Kid, what are you? Midoriya's voice stayed calm. Leave. It wasn't a plea. It was an instruction. Siren's throat tightened. Midoriya, you're under a quirk influence. Midoriya's jaw tensed, just slightly. And for the first time, something sharp surfaced in his tone. Stop talking, he said. Toga giggled behind him. Ah, he's being scary for me. The heroes flinched, not at Toga's words, but at the way Midoriya didn't correct her. The way he didn't deny it. 6. The fight begins. A pro hero with a net launcher quirk fired first, instinct. Capture. Non-lethal. Standard protocol. The net shot toward Midoriya. Black Whip snapped out like a living lightning bolt. It caught the net mid-air, twisted, and flung it back so fast the hero barely dodged his own equipment. Midoriya didn't move like a student. He moved like someone who had already fought war-level battles. He moved like a person who had stopped asking permission. Granite Knuckle charged, roaring, arm hardened like stone. Midoriya's foot slid back. He didn't panic. He didn't flinch. He stepped forward at the last possible moment, using Granite Knuckles' momentum against him. And tapped Granite Knuckles' elbow with a controlled strike powered by One for All. Not a full smash. A precise impact. Granite Knuckles' arm jolted sideways. His balance broke. Before he could recover, Midoriya hooked Black Whip around his waist and redirected him, slamming him into an empty truck door with a crack of reinforced metal. Granite Knuckle groaned, stunned. Siren's face tightened. He's not trying to kill, he's disabling. That should have been reassuring. It wasn't, because it meant Mido. Ria's mind, whatever was driving it, was sharp enough to choose restraint. Sharp enough to choose strategy. Siren unleashed a sound burst, high frequency, designed to disrupt balance and focus. Midoriya's head jerked slightly. For a second, his stance wavered. Siren's eyes widened, hope. Then Midoriya's gaze snapped to her, cold, furious in a quiet way. His danger sense flared and his body responded faster than thought. He launched forward with float, just enough lift to skip over debris, then whipped Black Whip around a lamppost, slingshotting himself sideways to avoid another sound blast. He landed right in front of Siren. Too close. Siren stumbled back, hands up. Midoriya. Midoriya raised his hand. A faint glow crawled along his fingers, Black Whip coiling like a serpent. He didn't strike her. He pointed past her. At the convoy. At the trucks. His voice was steady, like he was negotiating with someone who didn't realize they'd lost. Siren's lips trembled. Izuku, please. The name hit him. For half a heartbeat. Something flickered behind his eyes. Something human. Something trapped. Toga, behind him, sensed it instantly. She leaned forward and sang, sweet as sugar, Deku-kun tilde. Midoriya's shoulders loosened. The flicker vanished. He exhaled. And his voice turned colder. Don't, he warned Siren. Siren swallowed hard. Because she understood, too late, that he wasn't warning her for his own sake. He was warning her for hers. 7. The world watches. Above, the news drone zoomed closer. It stabilized. It adjusted focus. And then it streamed. At first, the viewers didn't believe it. They saw flames, Gabi, unmistakable. They saw a warped mist, Kurogiri. They saw a blonde girl waving like she was at a festival. And then the camera caught Midoriya's face clearly. Green hair, freckles. That expression, empty but intense. The chat exploded. Is that Deku? No way. That's the Ua kid. Why is he with Toga? Is he being controlled? He's attacking heroes. The clip spread faster than the convoy could breathe. Phones lit up across the country. In apartments, in bars, in trains, in hero agency offices. A single moment froze itself into the public's mind. Midoriya Izuku standing between heroes and villains like he belonged on the villain side. The narrative didn't wait for context. It never did. 8. Endeavor arrives. Fire roared from above. A wave of heat slammed into the battlefield and forced everyone to flinch. Endeavor landed like a meteor, boots cracking pavement. His flame beard burned brighter than streetlights. His eyes locked immediately onto Toga. Then onto Midoriya. And for a fraction of a second, Endeavor looked confused. Because he had expected Midoriya to be chained, unconscious, held hostage. Not standing like a guard dog. Endeavor's voice boomed. Midoriya. Midoriya's head turned slowly. His eyes met Endeavor's. No fear. No shame. Just calculation. Endeavor's jaw tightened. Step away from her. Toga skipped behind Midoriya's shoulder, giggling. He won't. Endeavor's flames surged. But he didn't fire yet. Because even Endeavor, brutal as he was, understood what shooting a kid on camera would do. Listen, Endeavor said, voice controlled but strained. You're not a villain. Whatever this is, fight it. Midoriya's lips parted. For a moment, the real Izuku almost surfaced. Almost. Then the veil pressed down and the words came out twisted, truth weaponized. She's the only one who doesn't look at me like a weapon, Midoriya said quietly. Endeavor's breath hitched. Siren flinched like she'd been punched. Because the sentence wasn't entirely false. And Midoriya's voice sounded too sincere. Endeavor's voice hardened. That's not true. Midoriya's gaze sharpened, and his tone shifted into something terrifying. Then why did you all start watching me like I was going to break? Endeavor's flames flickered. He didn't have an answer fast enough. And hesitation was all Midoriya needed. Endeavor stepped forward. Midoriya moved first. Ninth, the Green Guardian. Midoriya didn't go for Endeavor's throat. He didn't try to win. He tried to protect. That was the most horrifying part. Endeavor raised a flaming arm to strike. Midoriya shot upward with float, dodging the arc of heat. Black Whip snapped out, anchoring to a truck and yanking the truck sideways, creating a metal barrier between Endeavor's flames and Toga's position. The truck screeched, tires burning rubber. Endeavor snarled, "You're shielding her with civilians' property." Midoriya didn't respond. He swept his hand. Black Whip yanked Toga backward, pulling her out of the direct line of fire like she weighed nothing. Toga squealed with delight. Endeavor's eyes widened, rage and disbelief. Midoriya landed, feet skidding, and raised his hands. He didn't look like a villain. He looked like a hero taking a defensive stance. That image, hero posture used for villain protection, was what made people watching at home feel sick. Endeavor lunged again. Midoriya countered a controlled shockwave, an air pressure smash at partial output, aimed at Endeavor's feet, not his torso. It cracked the pavement and forced Endeavor to brace. Siren's comms crackled. He's controlling outputs. He's minimizing lethal damage. Endeavor's voice was a growl. That doesn't make it better. Midoriya's eyes narrowed. And you, Midoriya said, voice low, won't hurt her. Endeavor's flames surged. You don't get to decide that. Midoriya's face went blank. Then he moved like lightning. One for all surged. Not wild. Measured. He closed distance in a blink, grabbed Endeavor's wrist. And twisted, redirecting the angle of flame away from Toga again. Endeavor grunted, shocked by the strength. Midoriya shoved him back with a palm strike that slammed into Endeavor's chest like a hammer, forcing the number 1 hero to skid. Endeavor's boots carved lines in the asphalt. For a heartbeat, the battlefield went still. Because everyone had just watched a student push Endeavor back. Not with arrogance. With purpose. Like Endeavor was simply an obstacle. The drone captured it perfectly. The clip would play on loops all night. 10th, the League takes the cargo. While the heroes focused on Midoriya, because how could they not? Kurogiri moved. His mist expanded. A portal opened beneath one of the armored trucks. The truck sank halfway before Granite Knuckle, still dazed, tried to grab it. Dabi's blue flames flared, forcing heroes to pull back. Siren screamed into comms, "Protect the cargo." But it was too late. The League wasn't just stealing suppressants. They were stealing time, and Midoriya was buying it for them. Toga skipped backward, clapping. "Good job, Deku-kun." Midoriya's head tilted slightly toward her voice. The subtle shift was enough to confirm it. He was oriented around her. Every action, every choice, was calibrated to keep her safe. He wasn't fighting for villain ideology. He wasn't fighting for Shigaraki. He was fighting for Toga. That made it worse, because it made it personal. And personal was harder to undo than orders. 11. A crack in the mask. Endeavor inhaled, flames gathering. He was going to push harder. He didn't care about public optics anymore. Not when the League was escaping. He raised both arms. "Stop." The voice cut through, desperate, raw. Not Endeavor. Not Siren. A new hero had arrived. All Might. Not in muscle form, he couldn't do that anymore. But in full hero gear, eyes wide. Face pale, running like a man trying to outrun regret. "Izuku." All Might shouted, voice cracking. Midoriya froze. The name hit like a needle through the veil. His shoulders twitched. His eyes widened a fraction. All Might stopped a few meters away, hands raised like he was approaching a frightened animal. "Izuku," All Might said again, softer. "Please, look at me." The battlefield held its breath. Even Endeavor paused, stunned. Midoriya's lips parted. For a heartbeat, one fragile heartbeat, the real Izuku surfaced. His eyes shimmered with something like horror. Midoriya whispered. All Might's face crumpled. "You're there. You're still there." Toga's smile faltered. Just slightly. She sensed it. And she didn't like it. She stepped forward, voice bright but sharp. "Deku-kun. Don't listen." Midoriya's jaw clenched. He looked between All Might and Toga like a person caught between two worlds. The veil shook. All Might's voice trembled. "This isn't you. I know you. This isn't your choice." Midoriya's hands shook. His breath hitched. For a second, it looked like he might fall apart. Then Toga did something simple and cruel. She grabbed Midoriya. sleeve and pressed her cheek against his arm like a child clinging to leave me, she whispered, soft enough that only Midoriya could hear. Midoriya's entire body went rigid. The veil slammed down. The softness vanished from his eyes. He turned away from All Might. All Might's breath caught like he'd been stabbed. Midoriya's voice came out low and final. Don't follow. All Might's eyes widened. Izuku. Black Whip snapped out. Not at All Might, not to hurt him. To form a barrier. A wall of writhing dark tendrils between mentor and student. A physical representation of the severing. All Might froze, trembling. Unable to step forward without triggering a fight he couldn't win. Toga smiled again, relieved, delighted. Good boy, she whispered. Midoriya didn't smile. He simply moved. 12. The escape. Kurogiri's portal opened wide behind the League. Dabi stepped backward into mist, still throwing blue fire to keep heroes at bay. Toga tugged Midoriya's sleeve. Come on. Midoriya glanced once, just once, at All Might through the Black Whip barrier. All Might stood there like a collapsed statue, eyes wet. That glance lasted half a second. But the drone caught it. And millions of people watching. G later would swear they saw something in Midoriya's eyes. A scream. A silent plea. A boy trapped behind glass. Then the veil smothered it. Midoriya stepped backward into the portal, one arm still X'd. Ended like a shield until the last possible moment. The mist swallowed him. The portal snapped shut. And the street fell quiet except for crackling flames fading into smoke. 13. Aftershock. For 3 seconds, no one moved. Then Siren's knees buckled and she caught herself on a truck, breathing hard. Granite Knuckle groaned, pushing up from the ground. Did we just fight a student? Endeavors. Fists clenched so tight sparks flickered. All Might stood frozen, trembling. Aizawa arrived late, too late, landing at the edge of the battlefield like a shadow dragged by urgency. He took one look at the scorch marks, the broken pavement. The missing truck. Then he saw All Might's face. And Aizawa's expression hardened into something dangerous. All Might, Aizawa said quietly. Did you see him? All Might didn't answer immediately. Because his throat didn't work. He finally managed, broken. He looked at me. Aizawa's jaw clenched. And All Might swallowed. And he chose her. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. No. All Might flinched. Aizawa's voice went colder. He was forced. Endeavor snarled, turning away. Forced or not, the public just watched him defend villains. Siren's comm device buzzed with panicked radio chatter, news agencies, public reports exploding. The drone above drifted away, its job done. It didn't know it had just set the country on fire. 14. The headline. Within an hour, the clip was everywhere. The title on one trending upload read, Deku gone rogue. UA student attacks pro heroes to protect Toga. Another. All Might's successor equals new villain. Another. Is this mind control or betrayal? Comment sections turned into battlegrounds. Some people screamed traitor. Some people screamed victim. Some people screamed for blood. And the scariest part, most people didn't care which was true. They cared that it was interesting. They cared that it was shocking. They cared that it was content. Aizawa watched one of the clips in silence, face like stone. He turned off the screen. He looked at Nezu. Nezu's eyes were sharp behind his glasses. The narrative has begun. Aizawa's voice was low. Then we end it. Nezu nodded once. We will need a plan that saves MI Doria without letting him become a weapon again. Aizawa's scarf twitched. And we'll need his friends. Nezu's ears tilted slightly. Yes. Because the only thing stronger than a quirk-driven obsession was the part of a human heart that refused to let go. The portal spat them out into darkness. Not the clean darkness of a quiet room, but the kind that smelled like old concrete, damp fabric, and burned ozone, like the air itself had been dragged through a fight. Izuku stumbled the moment his feet hit the floor. Not because he was weak. Because the moment the danger ended, the thing holding him up, shifted. Adrenaline faded. Tension released. His body finally realized what it had done. 45% bursts. Repeated precision strikes. Black Whip under stress. Danger sense flaring like a broken alarm. And something else. Something inside his chest that didn't belong. The lust goddess loop didn't just twist his mind. It burned his body. Like a parasite demanding constant emotion as fuel. Izuku's knees hit the ground before he could stop them. He braced one hand on the floor, breathing hard. His stomach rolled. His heartbeat wasn't fast anymore. It was erratic, skipping like a song with missing notes. Toga landed behind him with a delighted little spin, arms raised like she'd won a carnival game. "We did it," she sang. "We did it, we did it, we did it." Dabi stepped out of the mist next, blue flames fading down to embers on his palms. He looked annoyed in the way only a man who lived on irritation could look annoyed. Kurogiri's mist settled into his usual calm shape. "The cargo has been secured." And then, deeper in the hideout, voices shifted. Footsteps. Movement. The League's base wasn't one room. It was a maze of repurposed corridors and stolen furniture and makeshift, home, space. That tried to pretend villainy could be domestic. Izuku barely registered any of it. Because his throat clenched, and he gagged. Nothing came up, he hadn't eaten enough for that, but his body tried anyway, convulsing with dry heaves. Toga's excitement snapped into focus. She dropped beside him instantly, hands on his shoulders. "Deku-kun," she chirped, but the chirp strained. "Are you okay? Are you okay?" Izuku tried to speak. His mouth tasted like copper. His tongue felt heavy. His skin was cold, then hot, then cold again, like he couldn't decide what temperature he was allowed to be. He rasped. The veil pressed down on his mind, smoothing panic into obedience. But his body didn't care about the veil. It cared about survival. Toga rubbed his back in quick circles like she was soothing a pet. "You pushed too hard," she scolded, as if he'd simply run too far in training. "You're supposed to protect me, not break." Izuku flinched at the word break. Somewhere far away, All Might's face flashed in his memory, wet eyes. Trembling hands. That memory hit like a needle. It pierced the veil for half a second. Izuku's eyes widened. A strangled sound clawed out of his throat. Toga's grip tightened, gentle but firm. "No," she whispered, sweetness sharpening. "Don't think about that." Izuku's breath hitched. And just like that, the needle dulled. The veil sealed the hole. Izuku's eyes went unfocused again. Toga exhaled, relieved. There, good boy." Dabi snorted. "He's gonna die if you keep calling him that like he's a dog." Toga looked up, offended. "He's not gonna die. He's Deku-kun." Dabi's eyes slid to Izuku with something like grim respect. "Yeah, and even Deku-kun's bones aren't meant to be a battery for whatever freak show love drug you pumped him with." Kurogiri's voice was calm. "We should relocate him to a secure room. His condition is unstable." Toga pouted. "He just needs cuddles." Dabi rolled his eyes. "You need therapy." Toga grinned. "You need hugs." Dabi's glare sharpened. "Say that again and I'll cremate the couch." Izuku didn't hear most of it. He heard only the pulse in his ears and the soft whisper that kept folding his thoughts into one direction. "Stay close. Stay close. Stay close." The League's living room. They moved him anyway. Not gently. Not cruelly. Efficiently, like people used to carrying wounded teammates and stolen goods. Iri's mist supported part of Izuku's weight. Dabi didn't touch him, but he cleared a that made other villains step back. Toga stayed glued to Izuku's side, gripping his sleeve like a leash she refused to hand over. They brought him into a room that looked like someone had tried too hard to make it feel normal. A couch with mismatched pillows. A stained coffee table. A few posters on the wall, old idol groups. Ripped anime advertisements, a crooked calendar from a year ago. A home. A lie with blankets. Izuku sank onto the couch like gravity finally caught him. His hands shook. He stared at them like they belonged to someone else. Toga hopped in front of him and crouched, face close. "Hey," she said, voice lighter now. "Deku-kun, look at me." Izuku's gaze lifted slowly. Toga smiled wide. "There you are," she whispered like she'd found him under rubble. Izuku swallowed. His throat hurt. His body hurt. His brain felt stuffed with cotton. The veil soothed him with one clear message. "She's safe. You did your job." The relief was wrong. It made him feel sick. Dabi leaned against the doorway, arms crossed. "So what now, princess?" Toga beamed. "Now we celebrate. We got suppressants and we got Deku-kun and heroes are crying." Dabi's mouth twitched. "You're disgusting." Toga giggled. "Thank you." Kurogiri's mist shifted slightly. "We should consider the next response. The hero side will mobilize. They now have confirmation of Midoriya's involvement." Toga leaned back, swinging her legs. They can come. Deku-kun will stop them. Dabi's eyes narrowed. He's already shaking. He's not invincible. Toga's smile sharpened. Then I'll fix him. Izuku blinked slowly. The word fix made something deep inside him recoil. His lips parted. A whisper slipped out, small and broken. Please. Toga tilted her head. Please what? Izuku's mouth moved again, but the veil squeezed and turned the sentence into mist before it reached air. His voice came out wrong. Stay. Toga's eyes lit up like fireworks. Of course I'll stay, she chirped, scooting closer until her knees touched his. I'm not going anywhere. Izuku's chest loosened by a fraction. The pain eased, and that, more than anything, proved how trapped he was. 2. The toll. Later, minutes or hours, Izuku couldn't tell, Toga returned with supplies. A bottle of water. A first aid kit. Instant noodles in a cup. A damp towel that smelled like cheap soap and lilac perfume. She sat beside him on the couch like a nurse who didn't understand what healing meant. Drink, she ordered. Izuku took the bottle with trembling hands and drank because his throat felt like sand. Good, Toga said brightly, as if she'd trained him. She pressed the damp towel to his forehead. Izuku flinched. Toga frowned. Does it hurt? Izuku swallowed. Everywhere. Toga hummed, sympathetic. That's because you worked hard for me. Izuku's jaw tightened. He wanted to say, I work to save people. He wanted to say, I work to stop villains. He wanted to say, I never wanted to hurt them. But those sentences felt like trying to pull a rope through mud. The veil made them heavy. Toga's fingers moved to his wrist, checking his pulse like she'd seen in movies. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Huh, she murmured. It's fast. Izuku tried to laugh and failed. It's always fast, he rasped. Toga tilted her head. No, this is different. Izuku's skin prickled. Danger sense flickered faintly, not at Toga, not at the room, at his own body. Something was wrong. Not just obsession. Not just guilt. Physical wrongness. Toga poked his cheek. You're pale. Izuku blinked slowly. I'm fine. Toga's smile vanished instantly. It wasn't gradual. It snapped off like a light. Don't say that, she said, voice too soft. Izuku froze. Toga leaned closer, eyes bright but dangerous. Heroes said, you're fine, while you were hurting, didn't they? Izuku's throat tightened. Toga's fingers slid to his jaw, tilting his face toward hers. Here, she whispered, you tell the truth. Izuku swallowed hard. His eyes flicked away. Toga squeezed his jaw gently, just enough to remind him she could apply more pressure if she wanted. Deku-kun, she sang, sweetness back on the surface, you don't want to be a liar. Right. Izuku's voice came out small. No. Toga smiled, satisfied. Good. Then tell me. Izuku's mouth went dry. His hands trembled. I feel wrong. Toga's eyes softened instantly. Mask flipping from blade to bomb. She cooed, petting his hair. That's withdrawal. It happens when you're far from what you love. Izuku's stomach twisted. He didn't want withdrawal to be a word connected to her. Toga continued, cheerful, but you're not far. You're here. So it'll go away soon. Izuku stared at his hands. His knuckles were bruised. His fingers were scraped. And beneath the bruises, he saw faint tremors, his muscles twitching in tiny spasms. He remembered Nana's warning, muffled and distant. He remembered the way the barrier in his mind pulsed pink like infection. He whispered, almost to himself, this isn't normal. Toga giggled. Love isn't normal. That's why it's special. Izuku's eyes squeezed shut. The real Izuku, buried deep, screamed silently. 3. Eros explains the price. Eros arrived without drama, leaning in the doorway with a casual smile like she'd come to check on a pet project. She looked pleased. Not affectionate, clinical pleased. Well, Eros said. The footage is insane. You really had him on guardian mode. Toga beamed. He was amazing. Eros's gaze drifted to Izuku, taking in the tremors, the pallor, the way his breathing was slightly too shallow. She clicked her tongue softly. He's burning through it. Toga blinked. Through what? Eros walked in, crouched in front of Izuku like a doctor examining a patient without permission. Bouquet isn't a simple, crush gas, Eros said. It's a loop. It ties relief to proximity, pain to distance. It forces the target to chase the chosen person to stop the discomfort. Izuku's eyes sharpened slightly. Hearing it spoken aloud, Hearing someone name what was happening, made something in him twitch toward clarity. Eros continued, voice light. But the brain isn't mean. To run on that kind of constant chemical emotional feedback. It's like keeping your heart rate in sprint mode for days. Eventually the body fights back. Toga's smile faltered. But he's strong. Eros shrugged. Strong muscles. Strong quirk. Still a human nervous system. Toga hugged Izuku's arm possessively. So what do we do? Eros's eyes glittered. We manage his output. Keep him calm. Keep him close to you. Don't stress him unless you need the guardian response. Dabi, overhearing from the hall, muttered, so, treat him like a weapon with a charging dock. Toga glared. He's not a weapon. Eros smiled like she'd heard something funny. He is, though. Toga's jaw tightened. Izuku's stomach turned. Weapon. Loaded weapon. Aizawa's voice echoed in his memory. I'm treating you like a loaded weapon. That memory hit hard. For a second, the veil wobbled. Izuku's breath caught. His eyes widened with something real, horror, recognition. Toga noticed instantly and pressed her cheek harder to his arm, voice sweet and urgent. Deku-kun, look at me. Izuku's gaze snapped to her like a compass needle. The wobble stopped. The veil sealed. Eros watched that interaction with satisfied interest. Beautiful conditioning. Toga frowned. Stop saying it like that. Eros stood, stretching. If you don't like the words, don't use them. But don't pretend you're not benefiting. Toga's smile returned, small, possessive. He loves me. Eros tilted her head. He's compelled. Toga's eyes sharpened, the cheerful mask cracking again. Same thing. Eros's smile widened. Amu's impulsion has limits. Wick. H is why you'll want to keep him from cracking. Toga giggled, but it sounded forced. He won't crack. Eros's gaze slid to Izuku's shaking hands. He already is. Silence. Toga's fingers tightened on Izuku's sleeve. Izuku stared at the floor, jaw clenched. A faint, trapped voice inside him whispered, "Help me." But the words didn't reach his mouth. For the twisted dynamic. That night, Toga insisted he stay close. Not close, like sitting in the same room. Close like her shadow. She dragged pillows to the couch and curled beside him, head on his shoulder like she owned the space. Izuku didn't sleep. Every time his eyes closed, he saw flashes of the convoy fight, siren stumbling, granite knuckles slamming into metal, Endeavor's flames, All Might's face. He heard the drones hum. He heard the imaginary roar of millions of voices. And then, right beneath those memories, he heard Toga's soft, satisfied whisper. Good boy. It made his skin crawl. He tried to pull away once, just a few inches. The ache in his chest returned immediately. Sharp as a knife. His breath hitched. His fingers dug into the couch cushion. Toga's head lifted instantly. What's wrong? Izuku swallowed. Nothing. Toga's eyes narrowed. Liar. Izuku's jaw tightened. Toga smiled sweetly again, cuddling closer. Stay. The ache eased. Izuku's shoulders sagged. He hated himself for the relief. Toga stroked his hair like she was petting a cat. You're so pretty when you're quiet, she whispered. Izuku flinched. Toga giggled. Ah, don't be shy. He wasn't shy. He was trapped. His body trembled again, and this time it didn't stop. Toga noticed, frowning. Are you cold? Izuku's lips parted. His throat felt too tight. He managed, strained, I can't breathe right. Toga's eyes widened, genuine panic flaring through her mask. Eros. She yelled into the hall. Hey, he's weird. Dabi groaned somewhere distant. Everything here is weird. Eros returned, annoyed but curious, and checked Izuku's pulse again. Her expression turned slightly more serious. His nervous system is overloaded, Eros muttered. He needs to rest. Toga's voice trembled. I'm letting him rest. Eros snorted. You're smothering him. There's a difference. Toga bristled. If I'm not close, he hurts. Eros's gaze sharpened. Then keep him close but calm. Stop provoking emotional swings. No more dates. No more cute games tonight. Toga pouted. But, Eros's voice turned colder. Do you want your toy to break? Toga's eyes flashed. He's not. Eros cut her off with a stare. Do you want him to break? Toga's mouth snapped shut. She hugged Izuku's arm tighter. Possessive and frightened all at once. Izuku's eyes were half-lidded, sweat cooling on his skin. He didn't feel safe. But his body finally started to slow, dragged toward sleep by exhaustion. Toga watched him like a dragon watching stolen treasure. And in that watch, her love showed its real shape. Not warmth. Control. 5. The OFA void splinters. Sleep didn't take Izuku gently. It grabbed him by the throat and pulled him down into the one-for-all void. He hit the darkness like falling into cold water. The pink barrier was there immediately, wrapped around the core like vines. Pulsing faintly with a heartbeat that wasn't his. Izuku tried to move, tried to speak. The barrier pressed against his mind like a wall. Then, something changed. The barrier trembled, not because it weakened on its own. Because something hit it from inside. A surge of light, a fist of will. Yoichi's silhouette slammed into the pink wall like a man striking glass with bloody hands. The first user stood beside him. Expression furious, veins of light flaring. Nana's face was fierce, eyes wet, jaw clenched, hands pressed flat to the barrier like she wanted to rip it apart. Izuku, Nana shouted. This time, the word was clearer. Not perfect, but clearer. Izuku's breath hitched. He stumbled toward them, hands outstretched. He tried. The barrier pulsed, trying to smother him again. Yoichi snarled. Now. The first drove his shoulder into the wall. Nana screamed, not in fear, in effort. The barrier cracked. A thin fracture of darkness split through the pink. And for the first time since the quirk took hold, Izuku could feel himself. Not the veil. Not the loop. Him. His guilt slammed into him like a tidal wave. His horror. His regret. His love for his friends. Real, aching, buried. It all returned at once. Izuku's eyes went wide. No, he choked, voice raw. No, what did I do? Nana's hands reached through the crack, fingertips brushing his. Izuku, she whispered, voice breaking. Listen, you're being controlled. You have too. Izuku shook violently. I hurt them. I hurt, All Might. Yoichi's voice cut through, urgent. We don't have time. You need help from the outside. An emotional shock. A contradiction strong enough to break the loop. Izuku's throat tightened. My friends. Yes, Nana said fiercely. Your friends. Your anchors. Izuku's breath hitched. I pushed them away. Nana's eyes flooded. Then you let them pull you back. The crack widened a fraction. Izuku felt the veil panicking, pressing, squeezing, trying to drown him again. Izuku grabbed the crack like it was a lifeline. He screamed, full body, full soul, into the void. Someone help me. The sound ripped through him. It wasn't a whisper. It wasn't a half word. It was raw, desperate truth. For one shining second, Izuku felt free. Then the barrier surged. Pink flooded the crack. The vines tightened. A voice, honeyed and cruel, whispered from the other side of the wall. No, he's mine. The crack sealed. Nana slammed her hands into the wall, furious. Izuku, she screamed, voice muffled again. Hold on. Yoichi's face twisted in frustration. We bought seconds. That's all. The first's eyes burned. Then we do it again. Nana's silhouette pressed against the barrier, voice faint, desperate. Don't give up. Don't give up. Izuku's knees buckled in the void. His hands shook. The GHT of what he'd done crashed over him again, but the veil swallowed it fast, like someone drowning in water being forced back under. The last thing Izuku saw before the pink pressure smothered his vis. Ion was Nana's face, fierce and heartbroken. Then, he woke up. 6 waking in her lap. Izuku's eyes snapped open to dim light and warmth. His head was resting on something soft. He blinked. Toga's lap. She was stroking his hair slowly, humming a tune under her breath like a lullaby. For a moment, Izuku didn't know where he was. Then memory hit. The convoy. The drone. All Might. The portal. His scream in the void. His stomach clenched violently. He tried to sit up. Pain shot through his chest like a warning. He gasped. Toga's humming stopped instantly. Her smile appeared, bright, innocent, pleased. She cooed. Did you have a bad dream? Izuku's mouth went dry. His lips trembled. He tried to say help. He tried to say please. He tried to say get me out. The veil squeezed. The ache returned, sharp, punishing, as his thoughts drifted away from her. Toga's eyes narrowed slightly. She leaned down, face close. Her voice was sweet, but the sweetness had teeth. Deku-kun, she whispered, you're thinking about them again. Izuku froze. His hands shook. Toga stroked his cheek gently, like a lover. You don't need them, she whispered. They're far hurts. Izuku's breath hitched. The ache intensified. Toga smiled, satisfied at the proof. Then she did something simple and devastating. She pressed her forehead to his. Her scent filled his lungs. Lilac. Iron. The ache eased instantly. Izuku's shoulders sagged with involuntary relief. His eyes widened in horror at his own response. Toga giggled. Izuku swallowed. His voice came out hoarse. What did you do to me? Toga blinked. The end smiled wider, like the question was adorable. I loved you, she said. Izuku's throat tightened. That's not. Pain flared again as he tried to push back. His fingers dug into the couch. Toga's eyes sharpened. Shish. Izuku's eyes watered. Toga stroked his hair again, soothing. You're tired, she whispered. You worked so hard. You protected me so well. Izuku's jaw clenched. Somewhere deep inside him, behind the veil, the memory of Nana's hand touching his flickered like a dying candle. He tried to hold onto it. He tried to cling, but the veil pressed down harder than before, clamping like a fist. Because the quirk had felt the crack. It had felt him scream. And it was terrified of losing control. So it tightened its grip. Izuku's breathing slowed, forced calm. His thoughts blurred. Toga smiled, satisfied. There, she whispered. Better. Izuku stared at the ceiling. He felt like he was floating outside his body. He felt wrong. Toga's voice drifted, dreamy. Tomorrow we'll go to the amusement park, okay? I want to show you a cute place. And then you can protect me again. Izuku's lips parted. He wanted to scream. He couldn't. Toga hummed again, content. And somewhere deeper in the base, a quiet conversation began, strategy moving like a knife in the dark. Because the League didn't just want Deku to protect Toga. They wanted Deku to protect them. And on the other side of the city, Class 1A was starting to realize something terrifying. Their friend wasn't just missing anymore. He was being used. And if they waited too long, the person they loved might be buried under the veil forever. The world was loud. Not loud like explosions or villains shouting. Loud like feeds. Loud like comments. Loud like headlines. Loud like the kind of noise that didn't stop even when you shut your eyes, because it lived behind them. UA tried to contain it. They scrubbed student phones. They restricted outside contact. They doubled patrols. They told everyone to stay off social media. But they couldn't stop the truth from leaking through cracks, because the truth wasn't subtle anymore. A green-haired boy had been filmed protecting a villain. And the world had decided it already knew the ending. Class 1A felt it in the way teachers' voices tightened when they said, Midoriya. They felt it in the way pro-heroes moved through campus with grim urgency, boots on tile, clipped conversations, eyes too sharp. They felt it most in the empty space in the room. Midoriya's desk wasn't just an empty chair. It was a missing heartbeat. And the longer it stayed missing, the more it felt like tea. Class was learning how to live without it. Which was the most terrifying thing of all. The meeting they weren't invited to. Aizawa didn't call a class meeting. He called a war meeting. It wasn't in their classroom. It wasn't in the dorm common room. It was in a small briefing room that smelled like coffee, sweat, and old whiteboard markers, where pros planned raids and teachers decided what risks were acceptable. Class 1A wasn't supposed to be there. But Class 1A had learned something the hard way. If adults didn't give you answers, you found them. They didn't burst in dramatically. They didn't storm the door. They did it the way they'd learned to do everything at UA, with coordination. Iida walked in first, posture perfect, voice polite. Sensei. We request permission to speak. Aizawa looked up from the map table. Tired eyes narrowing. No. Bakugo walked in behind Iida anyway. Todoroki followed, expression blank but cold. Yaoyorozu slipped in last, quiet as a shadow. Aizawa's scarf twitched. I said no. Bakugo's voice was low. And we said we're done waiting. Aizawa's stare sharpened. Bakugo. Bakugo didn't flinch. He's our teammate. Aizawa's jaw tightened. He is my student. Todoroki spoke. Calm like ice. Then act like we're also your students. Aizawa's eyes narrowed further, dangerous. You think I'm not? Yaoyorozu stepped forward, hands clasped tightly. Sensei. With respect, we are already involved. Midoriya made sure of that before he left. Aizawa's expression flickered, one small crack of emotion. Because he knew. He'd seen the aftermath. He'd seen the severed bonds. He'd seen Uraraka's face. He'd seen the class's grief disguised as anger. He exhaled slowly. Sit, he said. They didn't relax, but they obeyed. Nezu was there too, perched calmly on the table like he was a chess piece that moved itself. His eyes gleamed behind his glasses. All Might stood near the wall, pale, trembling slightly, hands clenched like he was holding himself together by force. And on the table, maps. Red circles, timestamps, printed stills from the drone footage. Midoriya's face frozen in frames the world had already turned into a villain poster. Aizawa's voice was flat. You want to help. Bakugo's eyes burned. Yes. Aizawa didn't soften. Then you listen. And you accept that you don't get to make decisions. Bakugo's jaw clenched. We're not asking to lead. Todoroki's eyes slid toward the still image of Midoriya shielding Toga. We're asking not to be treated like furniture. Aizawa's gaze flicked to Nezu. Nezu smiled faintly. It appears they've reached the inevitable stage. Aizawa's shoulders sagged a fraction. Fine. All Might's voice cracked quietly. Thank you. Bakugo didn't look at All Might. Not because he didn't care. Because looking at All Might right now felt like looking at someone who'd lost something and was blaming himself for it. Bakugo didn't want to see that. It made his chest feel wrong. Aizawa pointed at the drone footage still. This is what we know. He spoke like a man listing facts at a crime scene. Midoriya is under the influence of a fixation quirk. Likely chemical and cognitive. His behavior shows targeted protection of Himiko Toga. Yaoyorozu's voice trembled slightly. He didn't hurt civilians. Aizawa nodded once. He didn't. He minimized lethal output. Bakugo's lip curled. Because he's still him. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Because whatever is controlling him is using his brain. That doesn't mean he's safe. Todoroki asked, blunt. Do we have a location? Nezu tapped a paw lightly on the map. Not yet. But we have patterns. Aizawa's marker circled several points. Toga has a habit of choosing places that feel like games. Cute. Romantic. Public adjacent but abandoned. She likes irony. Bakugo muttered, she's a freak. Nezu's smile didn't change. Correct. And predictable freaks are manageable. All Might swallowed hard. I spoke to him. The room went still. All Might's eyes looked distant. For a moment, he heard me. Bakugo's fists clenched. All Might's voice shook. Then she touched him and it was gone. Aizawa's gaze sharpened. That's important. Yaoyorozu blinked. Because it means, there's still a way in. Nezu nodded. Yes. But we require the correct key. Ida's voice was tight. A key. Aizawa's eyes hardened. An emotional shock strong enough to contradict the loop. Silence. Everyone in the room understood what that meant. You didn't break mind control by punching harder. You broke it by making the brain stumble. By forcing it to hold two truths at once until the false one cracked. Bakugo stared at the map like it offended him. Then he spoke, voice low. So, we don't beat him. Aizawa's gaze locked onto him. No. Bakugo's jaw clenched. We wake him up. Aizawa nodded once. If possible. That if hung in the air like a knife. 2. Uraraka arrives like a ghost. The door opened quietly. Everyone turned. Uraraka stepped in. She looked smaller. Not physically, she was the same height. But the lightness she usually see was gone. Her eyes were tired. Her face was calm in the way people got calm after crying until there was nothing left. Tsuyu stood behind her. One hand lightly on Uraraka's shoulder like an anchor. Uraraka didn't look at the class first. She looked at the still image of Midoriya on the table. Then she looked at All Might. Then she looked at Aizawa. I'm here, Uraraka said softly. So don't leave me out. Aizawa's jaw tightened. You shouldn't be here. Uraraka's voice stayed steady, but something sharp lived under it. He left through me. He used me as a wall. The room tightened with discomfort. Bakugo's eyes flicked away. Todoroki's expression didn't change, but his shoulders stiffened. Uraraka took a slow breath. If he's going to be saved, I need to be part of it. Tsuyu's voice was quiet. She's right, Kiro. Aizawa exhaled slowly, like surrender tasted bitter. Fine. All Might looked at Uraraka with sorrow. Young Uraraka. Uraraka's eyes didn't soften. Don't apologize for him, she said quietly. Not yet. All Might flinched. Uraraka stared at the still image again, voice trembling for the first time. Because if it wasn't him, then I'm going to get him back. And if it was him. She swallowed hard. Then I'm going to break. No one spoke. Because everyone knew that feeling. The fear that the person you loved might have chosen to leave. The fear that saving them might mean admitting they never wanted to be saved. Bakugo's jaw clenched. He didn't want to think about that. He wanted simple problems. He wanted enemies you could punch. This wasn't that. This was a friend drowning in something invisible. And somehow they had to jump in without letting it pull them under too. 3. The strategy board. Nezu clapped his paws lightly. Cheerful in a way that felt terrifying. Wonderful. Now that the emotional anchors have assembled, let us speak about strategy. Bakugo glared. Don't call it that. Nezu smiled. I will call it exactly what it is. Aizawa pointed at the map again. We are not sending students into a league base. Bakugo's voice was immediate. Then how do we? Aizawa cut him off. You don't. Pros will handle the league. We handle Midoriya. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. How do we isolate him? Aizawa's marker tapped a photo still, Midoriya hovering, Black Whip active, body between Toga and danger. He isolates himself, Aizawa said, because the loop prioritizes Toga's safety over everything else. That gives us leverage. Yaoyorozu's brow furrowed. Leverage how? Nezu's eyes gleamed. We present a scenario where protecting Toga requires Midoriya to separate from her temporarily. Uraraka's stomach tightened. He'll drag her away. All Might's voice was thin. He already did. Aizawa nodded. Which means we need 2 simultaneous goals. He held up 2 fingers. 1. Neutralize Toga's ability to reinforce the loop. Uraraka's eyes sharpened. I can do that. Bakugo blinked. You. Uraraka cut him off, voice steady. I'm not doing it out of jealousy. I'm doing it because she's using him like a toy. That sentence landed hard. Because it was true. And because it sounded like Urar. AKA had finally stopped trying to be gentle. Aizawa's second finger lifted. 2. Deliver an emotional shock strong enough to crack the influence and give the vestiges room to strike. All Might swallowed. My voice worked for a second. Nezu nodded. But not enough. Bakugo's fists clenched. Then what is enough? The room went quiet. Everyone knew, and nobody wanted to say it. Because the strongest shock wasn't a hero speech. It wasn't a punch. It was something that hit Midoriya in the part of his brain that still remembered who he was. Something personal. Something impossible to ignore. Back. Yugo's eyes narrowed like he was staring down an enemy. Then he said it anyway, voice low and ugly. Me. Uraraka's head snapped to him. Todoroki's eyes flicked. Aizawa didn't deny it. Bakugo's jaw tightened like he hated the idea. He's always been wired around saving people. Around carrying guilt. Around trying to be perfect. His voice got rougher. But if he hears me say something I've never said before. All Might's eyes widened slightly. Bakugo swallowed hard. If he hears me apologize, really apologize, he's gonna choke on it. He's gonna hesitate. Uraraka's voice was tight. You'd do that. Bakugo's glare was immediate. Shut up. Uraraka didn't back down. Would you? Bakugo's shoulders tensed. Then, through clenched teeth, he answered like it was a confession he hated. Yes. The room froze. Even Aizawa's tired eyes flickered. Bakugo's voice dropped, rough. Because if he's gone for real, then I'm not letting my last words to him be. He stopped. He didn't finish, but everyone could hear the invisible ending. Be cruelty. Todoroki spoke calmly. We still need a method to approach him without triggering lethal response. Yaoyorozu nodded sharply, practical like she always was when emotions got too big. We can request support items from the support course. Non-lethal restraint foam, stun emitters, insulated capture tape. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. You're already building gear. Yaoyorozu's voice was firm. Sensei. We are not helpless. We are students at UA. We were trained for this. Nezu's smile widened. Good. Bakugo looked at the map again, voice sharp. So where the hell is he? For finding the flame. The answer didn't come from one clue. It came from stacking clues, like Midoriya would have done. Aizawa's security team traced the stolen suppressant's route. Hawk's network tracked chatter in the underworld. Police reports flagged unusual movement in abandoned districts. Hound Dog worked scent lines at the convoy site, growling low when he caught the faintest trace of lilac and iron. It's there. Hound Dog rumbled. Faint, but there. Uraraka's throat tightened. Because that scent didn't just mean Toga. It meant Midoriya was close enough to carry it. All Might sat quietly, hands shaking. listening like every word was a lifeline. Nezu watched the map with bright focus. Patterns, patterns. Todoroki studied the industrial grid. Toga prefers cute locations. Abandoned amusement parks, old shopping arcades, love hotels, places that feel like play. Bakugo scowled. So we search every creepy date spot in the city. Nezu tapped a paw. Not every. The most likely. Yaoyorozu pulled up a local municipal record list. Abandoned properties, restricted zones, redevelopment delays. There, she said suddenly, pointing. A closed amusement park near the industrial district. Uraraka's breath caught. Bakugo leaned in. Why that one? Yaoyorozu's eyes narrowed. Because it's close enough to the convoy route to be convenient, isolated enough to avoid heavy patrol. And old enough that the security is minimal. Todoroki added quietly, and because it's thematic. Aizawa's jaw tightened. Thematic. Todoroki's eyes were cold. Toga thinks she's in a love story. Silence. Because everyone could see it. An amusement park, bright memories, fake smiles, games, prizes. A perfect place for a villain who treated people like toys. A perfect place to make Oriya feel like he was on a date while the world burned. All Might's voice cracked. Izuku. Nezu nodded slowly. This is our strongest lead. Aizawa didn't waste time. He looked at the students, at their tight faces, their clenched hands. This is where you stop, he said flatly. You will not go. Bakugo stood immediately. No. Aizawa's scarf twitched. Bakugo didn't flinch. Sensei, you said we're anchors. Then let us do our job. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Your job is to stay alive. Uraraka's voice was quiet, but its job is to bring him back. Aizawa stared at her. Uraraka's hands trembled slightly, but her eyes didn't. You can lock us in the dorms, she said, voice tight. You can sedate us. You can expel us. Her breath hitched. But you can't stop us from loving him. That sentence landed like a punch. Aizawa's expression tightened, something painful flashing behind his eyes before he forced it down. Nezu spoke calmly. Shota, let us be rational. Aizawa's gaze snapped to Nezu. Rational. This is insanity. Nezu smiled faintly. It is also reality. The students will attempt involvement no matter what. The choice is not whether they participate. The choice is whether they so under supervision and planning, or recklessly. Aizawa's jaw clenched. Because Nezu was right. And Aizawa hated being right when it meant risking children. All Might stepped forward, voice trembling. Shota, please. Aizawa stared at All Might. Then at Uraraka. Then at Bakugo and Todoroki. Then, finally, he exhaled, slow, controlled, like the air was sharp. Fine, Aizawa said. The class froze. Aizawa raised a finger immediately. Under conditions. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Name them. Aizawa's voice was hard. You do not engage the League. You do not chase. You do not improvise hero fantasies. He looked directly at Bakugo. You do not try to win. Bakugo's jaw clenched. I'm not trying to win. Aizawa's eyes hardened. Good. You're trying to retrieve. Aizawa looked at Yaoyorozu. You coordinate equipment. Non-lethal. Yaoyorozu nodded sharply. Aizawa looked at Todoroki. You control the environment. Ice for separation. Fire only is last resort. Todoroki nodded once. Aizawa looked at Uraraka. His gaze tightened slightly, like he knew this would hurt her more than anyone. You do not sacrifice yourself, Aizawa said. Uraraka swallowed. I'll try. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. That is not an answer. Uraraka's voice cracked, but she forced it steady. I won't. Aizawa nodded once. Then he looked at Bakugo again, longer. Bakugo, Aizawa said quietly, if your shock fails. Bakugo's voice was rough. Then we keep trying until it doesn't. Aizawa's jaw tightened. Nezu smiled faintly. Excellent. 5. Building the trap without killing the mouse. They trained like it was an exam. Like if they got one detail wrong, someone would die. Because that was the truth. Yaoyorozu worked with the support course immediately. Within hours, they had specialized gear laid out on a table. Capture foam grenades, non-lethal expanding foam to restrict movement. Insulated capture tape designed to resist Blackwhip tearing it instantly. Sound dampening earbuds for siren-type interference and to reduce panic spikes. Stun flash devices calibrated for disorientation without long-term damage. Signal scramblers to block villain comms locally, short range, temporary. Bakug. eyed the stun device like it offended him. This is gonna work. Yaoyorozu's voice was crisp. It will create a window. Todoroki stared at the foam grenades. And if he dodges? Yaoyorozu met his gaze. Then we miss. Bakugo snorted. Great plan. Yaoyorozu's eyes narrowed. Bakugo, if you have a better option, provide it. Bakugo opened his mouth, then shut it. Because for once, he didn't. Instead, he looked away, jaw clenched. And muttered, fine. Uraraka stood at the edge of the table, quiet, fingers gripping the strap of her utility belt too tightly. Tsuyu watched her carefully. Ochako-chan. Uraraka inhaled slowly. If I see her, if I see Toga. Her voice shook. I don't know what I'll do. Tsuyu's voice was gentle. You'll do what you always do, Kiro. You'll choose to save someone even if it hurts. Uraraka's eyes glistened. But she's not asking to be saved. Tsuyu didn't deny it. Then save Deku-chan. Uraraka swallowed hard and nodded once. Bakugo overheard, and his jaw clenched like he was biting down on something inside his chest. Because he didn't know how to say it out loud, but the truth was. He was scared too. Not of Midoriya's power. Of Midoriya's face. Midoriya's voice saying cruel things with Midoriya's mouth. That was the nightmare. Because you could fight a villain. You couldn't fight your friend without bleeding inside. 6. The plan on paper. Nezu Demon. Did they write the plan as if it were a mission brief? Not just, go there and hope. Real steps. Real contingencies. Aizawa stood over them like a hawk, correcting every emotional impulse. Objective A. Extract Midoriya Izuku alive. Minimize harm, restore autonomy. Objective B. Prevent League escape with quirk suppressant stockpile. Handled by pros. Objective C. Neutralize Himiko Toga's physical proximity advantage. Handled by Uraraka designated student team under escort. Rules. 1. Do not lethally engage Midoriya. 2. 3. Do not split without comm confirmation. 4. 5. Do not allow Midoriya extended physical contact with Toga once engagement begins. 6. 7. If Midoriya escalates above safe threshold, Aizawa uses erasure plus capture, pros reinforce. 8. Key mechanism, emotional shock plus sensory disruption window. They mapped it like a trap. Todoroki creates separation environment, ice barriers that cut sightlines and block Toga's direct touch. Uraraka engages Toga directly, forcing her attention away from Midoriya and challenging her possession narrative. Bakugo positions close but doesn't attack, uses a stun flash at a critical moment paired with emotional confession to create contradiction. Aizawa stands ready to suppress additional quirks and prevent lethal escalation. All Might is present as a stabilizing voice, secondary anchor. All Might insisted, voice thin but stubborn. I will be there. Aizawa's eyes hardened. You'll be protected. All Might's eyes flashed. I'm not a fragile old man. Bakugo muttered, kinda are. All Might ignored him. Uraraka stared at the plan until the words blurred. Because the plan looked clean. But nothing about this was clean. This was a knife fight inside someone's brain. 7. The drive. Night fell like a lid. The operation moved fast. Quiet vehicles, no sirens. Minimal lights. Pros handled perimeter control. Hawks stayed high, eyes in the sky. Endeavor was on a separate vector, angry and impatient, but under orders not to turn this into a public execution. Class 1A rode in the back of a transport van with Aizawa and Tsuyu, as backup for Uraraka plus Yaoyorozu, gear control, and Todoroki and Bakugo. No chatter. Zhu. The hum of tires and the thud of hearts. Uraraka stared at her hands. Bakugo stared at the floor. Todoroki stared out the window. Yaoyorozu checked equipment again and again like repetition could stop fear. Aizawa finally broke the silence. When you see him, Aizawa said quietly, do not treat him like an enemy. Bakugo's voice was rough, hard not to when he's throwing people through trucks. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Treat him like a hostage. Uraraka swallowed hard. Aizawa continued, voice firm. He's not choosing this. But his body will act like he is. That means you will feel betrayed. You will feel angry. You will feel hurt. Quote. His gaze flicked toward Uraraka, then Bakugo. And you will control it, Aizawa said. Because the moment you treat him like a monster, you become part of the loop that isolates him. Uraraka's throat tightened. Bakugo's jaw clenched. Because the truth was brutal. Their fear could become the cage. 8. The amusement park. The abandoned amusement park looked like a dead dream. Faded painted gates. A cracked sign with cartoon mascots smiling too widely. A Ferris wheel frozen in place, skeletal against the cloudy sky. Wind creaked metal-like laughter that didn't know it was supposed to stop. The park was fenced off, but fences were suggestions to villains. Pros spread out, socks circled above. Aizawa lifted a hand, and the student team froze behind a ruined ticket booth. Uraraka's breath hitched. Because she could smell it. Not lilac, she wasn't hound dog. But something worse. That feeling. The same way you could feel Midoriya's presence in a room even before you saw him. Because he carried one for all like a storm carries static. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. He's here. Bakugo's hands tightened into fists. Yaoyorozu whispered, comms check. Small nods. Aizawa's scarf shifted slightly. Ready. All Might stood behind cover 2, pale but determined. Then, faintly, from deeper in the park, came a voice. Light. Sing song. Happy in a way that made Uraraka's stomach twist. Deku-kun. Look. The Ferris wheel is so pretty from here. Uraraka's blood turned cold. Bakugo's jaw clenched. Todoroki's breath slowed. Aizawa's voice dropped to a whisper. Positions. They moved. Todoroki slid left, ice creeping silently along the ground like frost spreading over a grave. Yaoyorozu readied foam grenades. Tsuyu tensed beside Uraraka, ready to pull her back if she lunged too hard. Bakugo's hand hovered near the stun device. Uraraka's chest hurt. Because she could hear Midoriya's voice now too. Soft. Wrongly calm. You shouldn't be near the edge, he said. A protector voice. Not a hero voice. Uraraka's eyes stung. Because even in the wrong story, he was still trying to keep someone safe. Aizawa peeked through a crack in the ticket booth. And there he was. Midoriya Izuku. Standing under a broken string of carnival lights, hood down, green hair catching faint glow. His posture was alert, shoulders squared, like he was guarding a queen. And beside him, Toga spun like a dancer, arms out. Laughing softly. They looked like a couple on a date. And the illusion of normalcy made Uraraka feel sick. Bakugo's breathing turned shallow. Todoroki's eyes narrowed like he wanted to freeze the whole park solid. All Might's mouth trembled. Izuku, he whispered, barely audible. Aizawa's voice was quiet but absolute. Remember the plan. Bakugo swallowed hard. His mind flashed through the words he'd been rehearsing in his head for an hour, words that felt like swallowing glass. Uraraka's hands clenched. She stared at Toga. And in her chest, something hardened into clarity. That girl doesn't love him. She loves owning him. Uraraka inhaled. Then stepped forward into the open. Tsuyu's hand shot out instinctively. Ochako. Uraraka didn't stop. Her voice rang across the dead amusement park. Clear and shaking with pain. Toga. Toga's head snapped toward her like a cat hearing a toy. Her smile widened. Oh. Toga sang. It's you. Midoriya turned too. And the moment his eyes landed on Uraraka, Uraraka's heart stopped. Because his gaze wasn't warm. It wasn't apologetic. It wasn't even hateful. It was, blankly focused. Like she was an obstacle. A barrier. Uraraka swallowed hard, fighting tears. Deku, she whispered. Midoriya's eyes narrowed slightly. Behind him, Blackwhip stirred like something alive. Aizawa's eyes flashed red. Bakugo's fingers tightened on the stun device. Todoroki's ice crept forward. The whole park held its breath. Midoriya took one slow step forward, placing himself between Uraraka and Toga. His voice was low, steady, deadly calm. Don't come closer. Uraraka's chest tightened. She forced herself to speak anyway, voice trembling but determined. I'm not here to fight you. Midoriya's gaze sharpened, like he didn't believe her. Uraraka swallowed hard, then said the truth like a blade. I'm here to take you back. Midoriya's jaw clenched. The air around him tightened. Blackwhip coiled. And somewhere behind him, Toga giggled, delighted. Hungry for the game. Yay, Toga whispered. Playtime. Midoriya's eyes didn't leave Uraraka. His voice dropped even lower, warning and promise in one. Then you'll get hurt. Uraraka's eyes filled with tears. But she didn't step back. She lifted her chin, voice shaking but fierce. Then hurt me. Bakugo's breath hitched. Aizawa's eyes narrowed sharply. Todoroki's hands tensed. Because they all understood what Uraraka had just done. She had thrown herself into the emotional center of the storm. Not because she wanted pain. Because she believed, desperately, that Midoriya would hesitate. That somewhere inside the veil, the real Midoriya would flinch at the idea of hurting her. Midoriya's fingers twitched. For half a second, his eyes flickered. A crack, a hesitation, and Toga's smile vanished. Her voice sharpened, sweet turning poisonous. Deku-kun. Midoriya's shoulders stiffened. The crack began to seal. Bakugo's jaw clenched. Because the window was closing. And if they didn't act now, they might never get another. The first rule Aizawa had given them, don't improvise, lasted exactly 7 seconds. Because the moment Uraraka stepped into the open and Midoriya's black whip moved, the world stopped being a plan and became a fight. Wind tugged at broken carnival banners. A Ferris wheel creaked like a giant ribcage. Old speakers, still wired into the park's dead electrical system, popped once, static, like the place itself was trying to breathe. Midoriya stood under the hanging lights, shoulders squared, eyes fixed. Toga hovered behind him with that bright, predatory grin. Uraraka faced them alone, hands trembling but steady at her sides. And then the league's backup arrived. A wave of cold mist rolled out from behind a carousel, Kurogiri's warp fog leaking into the park like spilled ink. Dabi's blue fire flared from the shadow of a cotton candy stand. Twice's laughter echoed somewhere farther back, too loud, too many voices layered wrong. The pros moved instantly to intercept. Hawks dropped like a blade from above. Endeavor surged toward Dabi like a burning meteor. The park split into 2 wars. The pro war against villains. The student war against their friend. Aizawa's eyes flashed red. Now, he snapped. Todoroki slammed his foot down. Ice exploded outward in a controlled wave, fast and thick, forming a low wall between Midoriya and the deeper park paths. Not to trap him, to shape the battlefield, to force separation. Uraraka flinched at the sudden frost but didn't move. Yaoyorozu's voice crackled through the comms, tight and focused. Foam ready. Bakugo's hands clenched, jaw tight. He didn't want to start with explosions. He wanted to start with words. But words didn't stop Blackwhip. Midoriya's gaze flicked to Todoroki's ice wall. For a second, his eyes narrowed, not anger, but calculation. Toga peeked around his shoulder and clapped softly. Ooh, pretty. Uraraka's voice shook. Deku, please. Midoriya moved. The first strike. Blackwhip snapped out like a living storm. Not wild, not chaotic, precision-tuned. It struck the ice wall, not to shatter it, but to anchor. Then it whipped sideways, catching the edge of a broken ride. Support and slingshotting Midoriya forward. He didn't rush Uraraka head-on. He angled, flanked, like he was trained, because he was. His boots barely touched the ground, float letting him glide, danger sense guiding micro-movements. Uraraka's eyes widened. Deku, she yelled, stepping back instinctively. Midoriya's hand lifted. A controlled gust, an air pressure snap from a partial smash, hit the ground at her feet. Cracking pavement and kicking up dust. It wasn't aimed at her body. It was aimed to destabilize her. To force her to retreat. A hero move, used like a villain shield. Uraraka stumbled but stayed upright. Tsuyu leapt in, tongue snapping out to catch Uraraka's wrist and pull her backward out of the dust cloud. Kiro, watch his angles. Midoriya's eyes flicked to Tsuyu. His expression didn't shift, but his voice did, low. Cold, wrong, move. Tsuyu froze for half a heartbeat. Because Midoriya's voice had never sounded like that. Bakugo snten to him. Midoriya's gaze snapped to Bakugo, sharp as a blade. The air thickened. For a second, Bakugo felt it. Midoriya wasn't just defending Toga. He was evaluating threats. And Bakugo was near the top of the list. 2. The park becomes a cage. Todoroki moved again. Ice rose in narrow, vertical pillars, like bars, cutting the battlefield into sections. Not to trap Midoriya completely because he'd just break out. But to force him to choose routes. To limit his speed. To funnel him into a space where they could talk. Yaoyorozu threw a foam grenade. The canister sailed through the air. Midoriya's Blackwhip caught it mid-flight and flung it away. Fast enough that it exploded harmlessly against a distant concession stand. White foam splattered like snow. Yaoyorozu's face tightened. He can counter from range. Bakugo's voice was rough. Yeah, no kidding. Uraraka stepped forward again, hands raised. Deku. It's us. We're not here to hurt you. Midoriya's gaze flickered, something tiny, almost human. Then Toga's voice sang behind him, sweet and sharp. They will hurt me. Deku-kun. Midoriya's jaw tightened. His eyes went flat again. He stepped forward, placing himself between Uraraka and Toga without even looking back at her, like his body was magnetized. Go home, Midoriya said. Uraraka's eyes filled. You are home. The sentence hit the air like glass breaking. Midoriya froze for half a second. The veil trembled. A crack. Bakugo felt his heart slam. That's it, push now. But Toga giggled softly and stepped closer, pressing her hands into Midoriya's back like she was physically reinforcing him. You're home with me, she whispered. Midoriya exhaled. The crack sealed. And then, he attacked. 45%. Midoriya's eyes narrowed. His breath steadied like a soldier. One for all surged through his muscles. Not 100%. Not reckless. Not suicidal. 45%. The ground cracked under his first step. He crossed the distance between him and Uraraka in a blur. Tsuyu yanked Uraraka sideways. Midoriya's fist passed through where Uraraka's head had been. The air pressure alone ripping up the earth and blasting dust into the air. Tsuyu's pupils shrank. He didn't, Uraraka gasped, shaking. He didn't hit me. Bakugo's voice snapped, furious. He's aiming to miss. Stop being grateful. Midoriya pivoted, black whip snapping out toward Tsuyu's tongue as she retracted. Bakugo exploded forward. Not a full blast, just a controlled burst of propulsion. He slammed into Midoriya's shoulder with a hard, angled hit meant to knock him off balance, not injure. Midoriya's body twisted with the impact. For a split second, Bakugo was close enough to see his eyes. They looked trapped. Not evil. Not malicious. Trapped behind something pink and heavy. Bakugo's throat tightened. Deku, Bakugo growled, voice low. Snap out of it. Midoriya's hand shot out and caught Bakugo's wrist. The grip was iron. Bakugo's eyes widened. Midoriya leaned in, voice almost calm. You're loud, Midoriya said. You make her nervous. Bakugo's breath hitched at the sentence. Because Midoriya wasn't talking about Bakugo's noise. He was talking about Bakugo as a threat to Toga. Bakugo snarled. Good. Midoriya's eyes narrowed. Then he twisted Bakugo's wrist just enough to force him to stumble, painful but controlled, and threw him backward with a black whip yank. Bakugo hit an ice pillar and grunted. Not injured. Displaced. Midoriya didn't follow up with a kill shot. He followed up by repositioning himself back in front of Toga. Always returning to his home base. Always orbiting her. Like the loop demanded. Fork dialogue turns into weapons. Uraraka stepped forward again, voice trembling but fierce. Deku, she doesn't love you. She loves owning you. Toga's smile vanished instantly. Her eyes sharpened. What did you say? Toga asked, voice too sweet. Uraraka didn't flinch. You're using him. You're hurting him. Toga giggled, high, sharp. I'm making him happy. Uraraka's eyes burned with tears. Look at him. He's not happy. He's in pain. Midoriya's jaw tightened. For a second, his eyes flickered, confusion. Pain. The loop hated the word pain connected to Toga. It tightened. Midoriya's voice dropped, cold and wrong. Stop, he warned Uraraka. Uraraka swallowed hard. Stop what? Caring. Midoriya's fingers trembled slightly. Then he spoke, words not entirely his, but stitched together from his own buried fears. You only care because I'm useful. Midoriya said quietly. The sentence hit Uraraka like a slap. Her eyes widened. Bakugo's heart thudded. Because that wasn't just villain propaganda. That was Midoriya's deepest insecurity, the one he never said out loud. Uraraka's voice shook. That's not true. Midoriya's eyes narrowed, and his tone turned sharper. All Might cared because I could carry his legacy, he said, voice tightening. Aizawa cares because I'm a risk. You care because I'm. He swallowed, like the next word tasted bitter. Deku. Uraraka flinched. Bakugo's stomach twisted. Because the quirk was doing something terrifying. It wasn't just making Midoriya obsessed. It was weaponizing Midoriya's trauma to isolate him. Uraraka's lips trembled. Deku, I care because you're you. Midoriya's eyes flickered again, but then the veil shoved down. And Midoriya's voice turned cold. Then prove it, he said. Uraraka blinked. How? Midoriya lifted his hand. Black Whip coiled. Leave, he said. Walk away. If you care, you'll stop hurting me by being here. Uraraka's breath hitched. Bakugo snarled. That's manipulation. Midoriya's gaze snapped to him. His voice sharpened. Shut up. Bakugo froze, not from fear. From shock. Because Midoriya had never told Bakugo to shut up like that. Not with that tone. Not with that calm finality. It felt like Midoriya had decided Bakugo was an enemy. And that thought made Bakugo's chest go tight. 5. Toga makes it worse. Toga stepped forward, eyes bright, smiling like she was enjoying a show. Ah, she cooed, circling behind Midoriya. They're trying to steal you, Deku-kun. Midoriya's posture stiffened. Toga leaned close to his ear. Do you want them to steal you? She whispered. Midoriya's fingers trembled. His breath hitched. For a second, the real Izuku wanted to scream. Then the loop answered automatically. No. Midoriya's voice came out low, firm. No. Toga clapped her hands happily. Yay. Uraraka's eyes filled with rage and grief. He's not answering you. He's answering the quirk. Toga giggled. Same thing. Bakugo's eyes burned. You freak. Toga stuck her tongue out. You're jealous. Bakugo snarled, stepping forward. Aizawa's scarf snapped, pet out and caught Bakugo around the waist, yanking him back sharply. Bakugo stumbled, furious. What? Aizawa's eyes glowed red. Not yet. Bakugo's jaw clenched. Aizawa's voice was cold. If you charge now, he escalates. We need the window. Bakugo's fist shook. Todoroki's ice shifted, tightening the arena. Tsuyu stayed near Uraraka like a shield, ready to pull her back again. Yaoyorozu readied a second foam grenade. Sweat beading on her brow. Midoriya stood at the center, still, alert, breathing controlled. A perfect guardian. A perfect cage. And in the background, pro-heroes clash. Ed with villains, explosions and flames echoing through the dead amusement park like a war inside a childhood memory. 6. Midoriya goes dark. Uraraka took a shaky breath and did the hardest thing. She stepped closer again, ignoring Tsuyu's warning tug. Deku, she whispered. Midoriya's eyes narrowed. Stop. Uraraka's voice cracked. I'm sorry. Midoriya froze. That word, sorry, hit somewhere deep. Uraraka continued, voice shaking. I'm sorry I didn't realize sooner. Carry everything. I'm sorry I didn't. Her throat tightened. Hold your hand when you needed it. Midoriya's breath hitched. A crack. Bakugo felt it. Todoroki saw it. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Toga's smile faltered. Midoriya's eyes widened slightly, like he was trying to remember warmth through glass. Uraraka reached out, slowly, palm open. Come back, she whispered. For half a second, Midoriya didn't move. Then the veil panicked. It shoved fear into Midoriya's chest like poison. Fear of losing Toga. Fear of returning to the cage. Fear of being watched again. Midoriya's voice turned raw. Stop, he yelled, louder now, less controlled. Uraraka flinched. Midoriya's hand lifted. Black Whip lashed out toward her, fast. Tsuyu lunged. Bakugo moved without thinking. He blasted forward, interposing himself between the Black Whip and Uraraka. The tendril struck Bakugo across the chest like a whip. Bakugo grunted, skidding back, smoke rising from his costume. Uraraka screamed, Bakugo. Bakugo coughed, glaring at Midoriya. Midoriya froze. His eyes widened. For one heartbeat, shock cracked through the veil. Because Bakugo had just taken a hit for Uraraka. Bakugo, who always mocked heroics, had just done something heroic. Midoriya stared at him like he didn't understand what he was seeing. Bakugo's voice came out harsh, trembling with something ugly and real. You think we don't care? Bakugo snarled. You think we're using you? He stepped forward despite the pain. His eyes burned. Look at me, damn it. Midoriya's breath hitched. The park went still for half a second. Even Toga looked uncertain. Aizawa's eyes sharpened. This was it. The window was opening. Bakugo's hand tightened around the stun device at his belt. His mouth opened. Then Midoriya moved again, and the window started to close. Because the loop didn't care about Bakugo's courage. It cared about Toga's safety. Midoriya's gaze snapped to Toga instantly, checking if she was threatened. Toga seized the moment and lunged forward, grabbing Midoriya's sleeve. Deku-kun, she whined, voice sudden and needy. They're scaring me. Midoriya's posture snapped back into guardian mode. He turned away from Bakugo. The crack sealed. Bakugo's heart slammed with frustration. No. Bakugo hissed. Uraraka's eyes flooded with tears. Todoroki's jaw clenched. Aizawa's eyes narrowed harder. Because they'd almost had him. Almost. But almost wasn't enough. Not against a loop that punished hesitation with pain. 7th, the cliffhanger. The hardest fight. Aizawa's voice snapped through comms. Phase shift. He ordered. We separate Toga by force. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand. Ice surged upward in a sudden wall, slicing between Midoriya and Toga like a guillotine. Toga shrieked, stumbling back. Hey! Midoriya's head whipped around instantly. His eyes widened. The loop screamed distance. Pain flared. Midoriya's breath hitched. His whole body tightened like a snapped wire. He lunged toward the ice wall. Black Whip surged, slamming into it. The ice cracked. Midoriya's voice roared, not calm now, not strategic. Toga. Uraraka's chest tightened. Because she could hear it, hear the unnatural desperation. Toga pressed her hands to the ice wall, eyes wide, suddenly not playful. Deku-kun, she cried. Midoriya's muscles surged with power. 45% spiked. Cracks raced through the ice. Todoroki's eyes widened, sweat beading. He's going to shatter it. Bakugo's voice went sharp. Then we hit him now. Aizawa's eyes glowed red. Midoriya's quirks flickered, Black Whip stuttering. Float wobbling. He staggered for half a second as Erasure hit. But One for All was still there. Raw strength. Midoriya slammed his fist into the ice wall anyway. The wall exploded. Ice shards sprayed like glass. Toga darted through the gap. And Midoriya grabbed her instinctively, yanking her behind him. His chest heaved. His eyes were wild now. His voice came out like a snarl. You're not taking her. Midoriya growled. Uraraka's breath hitched. Bakugo's jaw clenched. Because now they were seeing the truth. The more they tried to separate him from Toga, the more the loop escalated him into something feral. Aizawa's voice tightened. Bakugo. Window. Now. Bakugo's hand tightened around the stun grenade. His throat tightened around the words he'd rehearsed. He stepped forward, heart pounding. Midoriya's eyes snapped to him, dangerous, defensive. Bakugo swallowed hard. And then, behind Midoriya, Toga smiled. A bright, delighted smile. Because she realized something. They were trying to save him. Which meant they were going to hesitate. And hesitation was a playground. Toga's voice rang out, cheerful and sharp. If you really love him, hurt him. Uraraka froze. Bakugo's breath caught. Todoroki's eyes widened. Aizawa's jaw tightened. Midoriya's eyes flickered, confusion, pain, rage. And the park, dead and silent and haunted, prepared to swallow all of them. Bako. Say the next moments would decide everything. Whether Deku came back, or whether the Guardian became a monster they couldn't reach. The amusement park didn't feel abandoned anymore. It felt possessed. Wind screamed through broken ride frames. Carnival lights flickered like nervous eyes. Shattered ice glittered on the ground like spilled teeth. Farther off, Endeavor's flames painted the sky orange W. Heil Dobby's blue fire cut through it like a wound. Hawk's feathers whipped through the air like black blades. Twice's voices echoed, overlapping until it sounded like the park was laughing at itself. But none of that mattered to Uraraka. Because right in front of her, Midoriya Izuku stood with his shoulders squared, Black Whip coiling around him like a living crown of thorns, and Himiko Toga tucked behind him with a delighted, poisonous smile. Toga's words still hung in the air. If you really love him, hurt him. Uraraka's hands trembled. Bakugo's jaw clenched. Todoroki's eyes narrowed, ice mist curling from his breath. Aizawa's red gaze burned with strain as he held Erasure like a thin thread, trying to limit Midoriya's quirk usage without pushing him into full, raw one-for-all brutality. And Midoriya's eyes looked wrong. They weren't empty anymore. They were too full. Pain, panic, rage, devotion. Like the loop had tightened so hard it was strangling him from the inside. Midoriya's voice came out low. Vibrating. Don't, he warned. Uraraka swallowed hard. She could barely breathe. But she stepped forward anyway. Not toward Midoriya. Toward the person hiding behind him like a parasite behind a shield. Toward Toga. Uraraka's voice shook. Toga. Toga peeked around Midoriya's shoulder like a child playing hide-and-seek. Oh, she sang. You're still here. Uraraka's eyes burned. Yes. Toga giggled. Good. I like when you don't run. Uraraka's throat tightened. She didn't want to run. She wanted to scream. She wanted to grab Midoriya by the shoulders and shake him until he woke up. But Aizawa's words echoed in her mind. Don't treat him like a monster. Treat him like a hostage. So she did the only thing she could. She aimed her anger at the kidnapper. Toga, Uraraka said, voice trembling but firm, you don't love him. Toga's smile froze. Midoriya's shoulders stiffened. Uraraka continued, because stopping now would kill her. You love having him, Uraraka said. You love that he can't leave. You love that he hurts when he's away from you. That's not love. Toga's eyes widened, then narrowed, then brightened again, like she was switching masks faster than most people blinked. That's not true, Toga chirped. I love him. Uraraka's voice cracked. Then let him go. Silence hit like a wall. Even Midoriya's black whip stilled for a fraction. Toga blinked. Her mouth opened, then closed. Because for the first cat a question that cut through all Toga's pretty words and went straight to the center. If she loved him, she would free him. Toga's smile twitched, then returned, wider, sharper. Why would I do that? She asked sweetly. He came to me. Uraraka's eyes flashed with fury. He didn't come. You took him. Midoriya's voice snapped, raw. Stop talking about her like that. Uraraka flinched at his voice, at how much it sounded like him and yet wasn't him. Toga leaned close to Midoriya's ear, whispering something Uraraka couldn't hear. Mido. Ria's breathing steadied again, too quickly. The loop soothing itself. Uraraka's heart pounded. She realized something horrifying. As long as Toga could touch him, even with a hand on his sleeve, she old reinforced the loop like pressing a reset button. So Uraraka made a choice. Not a heroic choice. A painful one. She looked at Midoriya's eyes and forced herself to speak like someone who wasn't begging. Deku, she said softly. Midoriya's gaze flicked to her. Uraraka swallowed. I'm going to take her away from you. Midoriya's pupils tightened. Don't, he hissed. Uraraka's voice trembled. I have to. Then she lunged. 1. Gravity versus blood. Tsuyu moved instantly, tongue snapping out like a whip, not to pull Uraraka back this time, but to anchor her forward. To give her momentum. To commit. Uraraka sprinted straight at Toga. Not at Midoriya. At the blonde girl who thought possession was romance. Midoriya reacted like an instinct. Black Whip snapped out to intercept. Aizawa's eyes flared, erasure tightening. Black Whip flickered, stuttered, weakened. Midoriya's face twisted in frustration and pain. But One for All was still there. He moved anyway. 45% surge. He stepped to block. Todoroki slammed his hand down. Ice shooting up in a sudden wedge between Midoriya and Uraraka's path. Not a full wall. A single angled slab, just enough to disrupt Midoriya's line. Uraraka vaulted, boots scraping ice. Toga giggled, delighted. Then Toga pulled a knife. The blade flashed under the carnival lights, small, sharp, eager. Uraraka's stomach dropped. Because Toga wasn't playing anymore. Toga's eyes shone. Come closer. Toga whispered. I want your blood too. Uraraka swallowed hard and didn't stop. She didn't have the luxury of fear. She had momentum. She reached out. Toga slashed. The blade nicked Uraraka's forearm. Shallow but real. Uraraka hissed. Blood beaded. Toga inhaled sharply like the scent was perfume. Oh, she breathed, eyes going wide. Pretty. Uraraka's eyes burned with tears, not from pain, but from the sick realization that she was feeding the monster's obsession. But she grabbed Toga anyway. Fingers clenched around Toga's wrist. Uraraka's other hand slapped Toga's shoulder. Zero gravity. Uraraka shouted. Toga's body went light. She floated, knife hand flailing. Toga's eyes widened in surprise. Then she laughed. A high, delighted laugh. This is fun. Uraraka gritted her teeth. Shut up. Toga's laugh turned into a pout. Mean. Uraraka yanked. Toga drifted upward, weightless, forced away from Midoriya like a balloon being pulled by a string. Midoriya's head snapped toward them instantly. His eyes widened. Pain hit him like a shock collar. Toga. He roared. His voice cracked raw, desperate. The loop screamed distance. Uraraka's chest tightened in horror. Because she could hear how unnatural it was. Toga spun in the air, floating, arms spread like she was on a ride. Deku-kun, she called, voice suddenly whiny. Help. Midoriya moved. 2. The Guardian breaks the rules. Aizawa's erasure was still active, but Midoriya didn't need Black Whip to reach Toga. He needed speed. He needed strength. He needed one clean burst to cross the distance and grab her before the separation got worse. He clenched his fists. One for all surged. 60%. It wasn't a controlled choice. It was an escalation. A desperate spike driven by pain and panic. The ground exploded under his feet. He shot forward like a bullet. Todoroki's eyes widened. He's spiking. Bakugo's voice snapped. He's gonna kill her by accident. Midoriya wasn't aiming at Uraraka. He was aiming at Toga, floating above. Drifting further away. He leapt. Air pressure ripped through the park like a miniature storm. Uraraka braced, eyes wide. Midoriya's hand reached. And Bakugo moved. Not to attack, to intercept. Bakugo blasted upward, body arcing into Midoriya's path like a human shield. Midoriya's eyes widened. For one heartbeat, the real Izuku screamed silently. Move. But the loop screamed louder. Get to her. Midoriya's fist connected with Bakugo's shoulder. Not a full smash, but even a partial hit at that output was catastrophic. Bakugo's body slammed backward, skidding through the air like a kicked metal plate. He crashed into a cracked ride support beam with a sickening thud. Metal groaned. Bakugo grunted, breath knocked out. Uraraka screamed, Kachan. Todoroki's eyes widened. Aizawa's stomach dropped. Because this was the edge. This was exactly what they'd feared. Midoriya's power spiking without restraint. And Bakugo had taken it to create an opening. Bakugo's RMS trembled as he pushed himself up from the wreckage, coughing. Midoriya hovered midair for a fraction, eyes wide, breathing hard. He stared at Bakugo like he didn't understand what he'd done. For a second, the veil wobbled. Shock made a crack. Bakugo spit blood from his lip and glared up at him. You idiot, Bakugo rasped. Midoriya's throat tightened. Because that word, idiot, was familiar. It was home. Not the twisted home Toga offered. The real one. Bakugo staggered to his feet, one arm hanging slightly wrong. He shouldn't have been able to move. But Bakugo shouldn't. He did, I will anyway. Midoriya's eyes shook. Kachan, the name slipped out, small, horrified. Bakugo's eyes widened slightly. Because it was the first time Midoriya had sounded like himself since this began. Bakugo's throat tightened. This was the window. This was the crack. Bakugo reached to his belt. His fingers closed around the stun grenade. His mouth opened. Then Toga screamed again. Not playful now. Not sing-song. A raw, frightened scream. Deku-kun. Midoriya's head snapped toward her instantly. The loop yanked his attention like a leash. His eyes went flat again. No, Bakugo hissed, furious. No, look at me. Midoriya moved again, toward Toga. Bakugo gritted his teeth. If he waited, he'd lose the crack. So he did it. He threw the stun grenade. Not at Midoriya's face. At the ground near Midoriya's feet. It burst with a sharp flash and a concussive pop, just enough to disorient. Midoriya flinched hard. His balance wavered. The veil trembled, confused, pain and sensation overload colliding. Bakugo used the moment. He screamed Midoriya's name like he was ripping it out of his own throat. Izuku Midoriya. The full name hit the air like a gunshot. Uraraka froze. Todoroki's eyes widened. All Might's breath caught. Because Bakugo never called him that. Not once. Not in childhood. Not in training. Not in battle. Bakugo calling him that meant something had broken inside Bakugo too. Midoriya froze mid-step. His eyes widened. The veil shook. Bakugo's voice cracked, not from fear, but from something worse. Truth. I'm sorry. Silence slammed down. Even the distant battle between pros and villains seemed to mute for a second. Like the world wanted to hear this. Bakugo stepped forward, shaking, injured, furious at himself and the universe. I'm sorry for what I did when we were kids, Bakugo rasped. I'm sorry for every time I treated you like trash. Midoriya's lips parted. His breath trembled. Bakugo's eyes burned. You think you're only useful. You think we only care because you're strong. Bakugo jabbed a finger at his own chest, voice cracking. Nding here with a broken arm because you're my. His voice broke on the word. He swallowed hard, eyes wet in a way Bakugo would rather die than admit. Because you're my teammate, Bakugo forced out. Because you're my friend. Midoriya's whole body shook. The veil screamed. It tried to shove the words away. But it couldn't. Be. 'Cause Bakugo's apology was a contradiction too massive for the loop to digest. The loop's logic was simple. Heroes are barriers. Friends are barriers. Only Toga accepts you. Bakugo's voice slammed into that logic like a hammer. I accept you. I'm sorry. I'm here. The loop wobbled violently. Midoriya's eyes filled with tears, confused, horrified. His chest tightened. He gagged. The pain of the loop and the pain of reality collided. And for the first time, Midoriya screamed. Not at them. At himself. Stop. Midoriya roared, voice shredded. Stop it. He grabbed his head with both hands like he could physically tear the veil out. Toga's eyes widened in panic. Because she could feel it too. Her grip was slipping. 3. Uraraka finishes the separation. Uraraka held Toga's floating body by the wrist like a tether, face pale. Forearm bleeding. Her voice trembled as she shouted at Toga. Look at him. Uraraka yelled. That's not love. That's suffering. Toga's expression twisted. Anger. Fear. Possession. He's mine. Toga shrieked. Flailing in the air. He came to me. Uraraka's eyes burned. He came because he was drugged. Toga screamed. Liar. Uraraka's throat tightened, and then she said the cruelest, most necessary truth. If you loved him, you'd want him to be happy, even if it wasn't with you. Toga froze. The sentence hit her like ice water. For a split second, something real flickered behind her eyes. Then it twisted into rage. No. Toga shrieked. She yanked her arm, trying to pull free. Uraraka tightened her grip. Toga's knife clattered from her hand, floating away, spinning. Tsuyu snapped her tongue out and grabbed the knife midair, yanking it away like she was catching a bug. Kiro, no more stabbing. Toga's eyes went wild. And below them, Midoriya's body trembled as the loop wobbled. Bakugo's apology kept echoing. All Might's eyes were wide, tears sliding down his cheeks silently. Aizawa's jaw clenched as he felt the opportunity, felt the crack widening. Because we, and the outside world delivered the right shock. The inside world could finally fight. For inside the OFA void, the assault. Deep within Midoriya's mind, the one for all void shook. The pink barrier that had wrapped the core like infection trembled violently. Cracks spider-webbed across it, not from the vestiges, effort alone, but because the loop itself was destabilizing. Yoichi slammed his hands into the barrier, eyes blazing. Now, he shouted. The first user drove his shoulder into the wall like a battering ram. Nana screamed, hands glowing, pushing with everything she had. The barrier cracked open, wider than before. Light poured through. Midoriya's consciousness stumbled into the void like a man crawling out of a collapsed building. He was crying. He was shaking. His hands were on his head. Like he could still feel the loop's claws. Help, he choked. Nana grabbed his shoulders, fierce. Izuku, listen to me. Midoriya's eyes snapped to hers, desperate, lucid. I hurt them, he sobbed. I hurt Kacchan. Nana's voice was sharp. We don't have time for guilt. Yoichi stepped forward, eyes burning with determination. You are not the villain here. That thing is. Midoriya's breath hitched. It's in me. The first user snarled. Then we carve it out. The barrier pulsed, trying to heal itself. A honeyed voice whispered from inside it. He chose. Nana's eyes narrowed, fury sharp. He was forced. Yoichi raised his hand, light gathering like a spear. We strike together, Yoichi said. All of us. The vestiges moved as one. They didn't argue. They didn't hesitate. They hit the Bari. With a unified assault of will, like a chorus of voices screaming no. The pink wall shuddered, cracked. Pieces flaked off like dead skin. And behind it, something squirmed. Not a person. Not a vestige. A presence like perfume poured over rot. A parasite made of craving. The lust goddess, influence hissed, angry. Mine, it whispered. Midoriya's eyes widened, sick. That's what's been. Nana's grip tightened on him. Yes. Midoriya's throat tightened. How do I? Yoichi's gaze softened for the first time. Hold on to reality. Midoriya's mind flashed. Bakugo shouting his full name. Bakugo apologizing. Uraraka bleeding and still stepping forward. All Might crying and calling him Izuku. Reality. It hurt. But it was real. Midoriya grabbed it like a lifeline. I'm here, Midoriya whispered, voice shaking. I'm here. I'm here. Nana nodded fiercely. Good. The vestiges struck again. The parasite screamed, not in pain like a human, but in outrage. Pink vines thrashed. Midoriya felt it claw at him, trying to pull him back into obsession. Trying to flood him with longing. Trying to drown him in need. Midoriya screamed, voice raw. No, he shouted. You're not mine. He shoved back his mind like he was pushing a door shut. The parasite hissed, cracking. The barrier shattered further. The void filled with light. Back in the park, the wobble. Midoriya dropped to one knee in the amusement park, hands on his head. Shaking. Black Whip lashed erratically, snapping into the air like a wounded animal. Bakugo staggered forward, one arm useless, eyes burning. All Might stepped out from cover, voice trembling. Izuku. Quote. Midoriya's head jerked up. His eyes were wide, tears streaking his cheeks. For a second, the real Izuku was there. Fully. Breathing. Looking at them like he'd just woken up in the middle of a nightmare. Bakugo's breath hitched. Uraraka's throat tightened. All Might's face crumpled. Midoriya's lips trembled. He whispered. Then his gaze flicked toward Toga, floating above, restrained. The loop tried to yank him again. Pain surged. Midoriya gasped, clutching his chest. Toga's eyes widened, panic flashing. Deku-kun, she screamed. Come back. Midoriya's face twisted. He looked like he was being split in half. Bakugo stepped closer, shaking, voice rough but urgent. Izuku, look at me. She's not your home. Midoriya's eyes locked on Bakugo. The name, the apology, the broken arm. Reality hit again. Midoriya choked on a sob. Why? He whispered, voice shaking. Why did I? Aizawa's eyes narrowed, voice sharp. Midoriya, breathe. Midoriya tried. His breathing stuttered. The loop was failing, but it wasn't dead yet. It thrashed. Midoriya's body trembled like a seizure was coming. Uraraka's voice shook as she shouted down at him. Deku, you're not alone. We're right here. Midoriya looked up at her. His eyes softened for half a second. And that softness made Uraraka's chest hurt so bad she thought she might collapse. Because it was him. It was really him. But he was still drowning. Toga screamed again, furious now. No, no, he's mine. Her face twisted. She clawed at the air like she could grab Midoriya with her nails. Uraraka held her tighter, teeth clenched. You're losing. Uraraka hissed at Toga. And you know it. Toga's eyes went wild with hatred. Then she said something quiet, too quiet. Not to Uraraka. To Midoriya. Something like a lover's final poison. If you leave me, Toga whispered, voice trembling, I'll die. Midoriya's eyes widened. The loop surged, guilt weaponized. Pain flared. Midoriya cried out. The wobble started to tilt again. Aizawa's eyes flared. Bakugo. Aizawa snapped. Finish it. Bakugo's throat tightened. He'd already apologized. He'd already shattered his pride. What else could he do? Then Bakugo realized. This was about permission. Midoriya always tried to save everyone. Even villains. Even people who hurt him. Especially people who hurt him. So Bakugo gave him what he'd never had before. Permission to let go. Bakugo stepped forward, eyes blazing, voice shaking with raw honesty. Izuku, Bakugo roared, you don't have to save her right now. Midoriya froze. Bakugo's voice cracked. You can save yourself first. The words hit like a hammer. Midoriya's chest heaved. His eyes filled with fresh tears. Inside the void, the vestiges slammed again. The parasite screamed. The hold weakened. Not broken yet, but weakening fast. Midoriya's body trembled. His lips parted. He whispered, shaking. I choose me. And the moment he said it, Toga's face contorted in terror. Because she felt it. He was slipping out of her hands. The amusement park lights flickered overhead like dying stars. The air went still. The world held its breath. Because the next chapter wouldn't be about fighting anymore. It would be about the moment the mirror shattered. And what Midoriya saw in the broken glass. The amusement park held its breath. Not like a place could breathe. But in that moment, it felt like every broken ride. Every cracked billboard, every rusted bolt was listening, waiting to see whether a boy's soul would snap back into place, or split permanently. Midoriya knelt on shattered pavement, hands clenched around his head. His shoulders shook. His breathing was ragged, too fast, too shallow. The loop inside him thrashed like a trapped animal. It didn't want to die. It didn't understand, no. It only understood hunger. Above him, carnival lights flickered, dim and sickly. Uraraka held Toga suspended by the wrist, face pale, forearm bleeding through her sleeve. Bakugo stood a few meters away, one arm hanging wrong. Chest rising with pain, eyes burning with a rawness he'd never shown in public. Aizawa's stare was locked on Midoriya, red with erasure, jaw clenched so hard it looked like his teeth might crack. All Might stood behind cover but in the open, foolish and brave, hands shaking, eyes wet, ready to call Izuku back even if it shattered him. The pro battle raged in the background, but even it felt distant now. Because this wasn't a battlefield anymore. This was a surgery. And the patient was awake. The loop's last weapon. Toga's whisper still hovered in the air. If you leave me, I'll die. It was a villain's trick. A hostage sentence. A chain made of guilt. And Midoriya's whole life had been shaped by guilt. His eyes widened as if he could see the words physically. His lips trembled. His body leaned forward like he might reach for her. The loop surged, trying to use that guilt as a hook. Pain flared in his chest, sharp and punishing. His breath hitched into a sob. For a second, Bakugo felt the crack begin to seal again. No, Bakugo rasped, voice shaking. No, no. Uraraka's grip tightened on Toga, anger and fear mixing. Stop it, she hissed. Don't you dare. Toga's eyes were wide, frantic. Not playful now, desperation leaking through her mask. Because for the first time, she wasn't controlling the game. She was losing it. And she did what desperate people always did. She escalated. Deku-kun. Toga screamed, voice raw. If you leave, you'll be alone again. Midoriya's shoulders jerked. The loop pounced on the word alone. It poured loneliness into his veins like poison. Images flashed in his mind. Small apartment, empty playground, laughter behind him, hands grabbing his notebook, the sound of his own heart pounding in a quiet room. His throat tightened. His body trembled. A strangled sound clawed out of him. Bakugo took a step forward, shaking with pain. Izuku, Bakugo growled, don't listen. But Toga wasn't done. She leaned forward. In midair as far as Uraraka's grip allowed, voice cracking with desperate venom. They'll hate you for this. That one hit hardest. Because it wasn't just a lie. It was a fear that already lived inside Midoriya. The fear that if he messed up, the world would finally see him as a burden, a danger, a mistake. The fear that love was conditional. The loop wrapped around that fear like a snake. Midoriya's eyes squeezed shut, his head bowed, and his voice came out broken. I don't. Aizawa's voice snapped like a whip. Midoriya. Midoriya flinched. Aizawa's eyes burned red. Breathe. Listen to us. Not her. Midoriya's chest heaved. He tried. But the loop tightened. For a second, it felt like it might win again. And then, Bakugo did something that wasn't a tactic. It was an act of trust. He stepped closer, ignoring the way his body screamed. Ignoring the fact that Midoriya could kill him with one wrong twitch. Bakugo's voice dropped, rough, cracked. You're right, Bakugo said, speaking to Toga's threat, to Midoriya's fear. They might hate you. Uraraka's head snapped toward Bakugo. Kachan. Bakugo didn't look at her. He looked at Midoriya. Bakugo's eyes burned. But I won't, Bakugo said, voice trembling. Not for this. Quote. Midoriya's head jerked up. His eyes widened, confused, stunned. Bakugo swallowed hard, and his voice shook as he forced the words out. I won't hate you for being hurt, Bakugo rasped. I won't hate you for being controlled. He took another shaky step forward. I'll hate you if you give up. Midoriya's lips parted. A sob caught in his throat. Because that sentence sounded like Bakugo and yet also like something Midoriya had needed his whole life. Permission to be human. Permission to be hurt. Permission to not be perfect. The loop wobbled violently again. Toga's eyes widened in panic. Deku-kun, she screamed. Don't. Uraraka's voice cut in sharp, furious. Shut up. Uraraka's eyes burned as she yelled at Toga. He's not your toy. Toga shrieked, furious, he is. Uraraka's voice cracked. Then why does he look like he's dying? Toga froze for half a heartbeat. Because Midoriya did look like he was dying. And even Toga, twisted as she was, could see it. But instead of compassion, she felt ownership slipping, and ownership turning to loss felt like being skinned. Her face twisted into rage. If you leave, Toga hissed, eyes wild, I'll make you regret it. That threat was the loop's final gift. Fear. And fear could either chain him again or finally push him to choose himself. Midoriya stared at her, shaking. Then he whispered, hoarse. No. A single word. Tiny. But real. The loop screamed. Pain shot through his chest like lightning. Midoriya gasped. His fingers dug into the ground. His whole body trembled. And then his eyes widened as something shifted behind them. Not the loop. Something older. Something deeper. One for all. 2. Inside the OFA void. The final assault. The one for all void was shaking like a storm trapped inside a glass box. The pink parasite thrashed in front of the core, its vines whipping around like tendrils of perfume and hunger. It hissed. It whispered. It lied. Mine. Yoichi stood at the front line, light gathering around his hands. The first user's posture was brutal, ready to break anything that threatened their successor. Nana's face was fierce and wet with tears. She held Midoriya's consciousness by the shoulders like she was anchoring him to reality. Izuku, Nana whispered, voice trembling with rage and love, look at me. Midoriya's eyes were red, shaking. I'm scared. Nana's jaw clenched. Good. Midoriya blinked, confused. Nana's voice sharpened. Fear means you're awake. Fear means you're you. The parasite hissed, trying to flood Midoriya again. You need her. Midoriya's breath hitched. Yoichi stepped forward, eyes blazing. No, Yoichi said, voice like a bell. He needs himself. The first user snarled. We end this. The vestiges moved together, like a single force. They struck T-fists. Not with blades. With will. With memory. With the accumulated weight of every person who had carried one for all and refused to be owned. Light slammed into the pink presence. It cracked. It screamed. And then it retaliated, flinging visions into Midoriya's mind like knives. Uraraka crying. Bakugo bleeding. All Might collapsing. Civilians screaming. The drone footage playing on loop. A world calling him traitor. Midoriya flinched, sobbing. I did that. The parasite whispered, Silky, they will never forgive you. Midoriya's shoulders shook. Nana grabbed his face gently, forcing him to look at her. Yes, Nana said, voice fierce. You did those actions. Midoriya's breath hitched. Nana continued, eyes blazing. And you will live long enough to make amends. That is what heroes do. Midoriya choked. But, Yoichi cut in, voice urgent. You must choose reality even if it hurts. The parasite hissed, trying to wrap around Midoriya again. Nana's voice hardened. Izuku, she said, say it again. Midoriya's lips trembled. Say what? Nana's eyes burned. Your choice. Midoriya swallowed. His whole being shook. Then he whispered, voice small but real. I choose, me. The woe. RDS hit the void like a key turning in a lock. The parasite shrieked, not in pain, but in outrage. Because it couldn't survive a host that chose autonomy. The vestiges surged. They struck as one. Light exploded. The pink presence fractured like glass. Cracks raced through it, fast, unstoppable. It tried to cling. It tried to whisper one last lie. Love. Midoriya snarled through tears. That's not love. And with that, the parasite shattered. Pink fragments scattered through the void like dead petals in a storm. The oppressive pressure vanished. The air felt suddenly cold. Empty. Free. Midoriya's consciousness stumbled, almost collapsing from the whiplash. Nana caught him. It's over, she whispered, voice breaking. Midoriya sobbed, shaking. I remember. Yoichi's gaze softened. Yes. And you will carry it. The first user's voice was stern. Wake up. Midoriya blinked. The void tilted. Reality rushed in. 3. The freeze. Back in the amusement park. Midoriya's body went completely still. Not just paused. Frozen. Like someone had unplugged the loop that kept him moving. Blackwhip dissolved mid-air, snapping back into nothing. His float cut out. He dropped. Not hard. Aizawa lunged, scarf whipping out. Catching Midoriya around the torso and slowing the fall. Midoriya hit the ground on his hands and knees anyway. His whole body shook. His eyes were wide, fully lucid now. And the first thing he saw was Bakugo. Bleeding. Arm twisted wrong. Standing anyway. Midoriya's face crumpled. Kachan, he whispered. Bakugo's eyes widened slightly, breath hitching. Midoriya looked at Uraraka next, blood on her arm, eyes wet. Still holding Toga. His throat tightened. Ochako. Uraraka's breath caught. Then Midoriya looked around. The shattered ice. The ruined pavement. The distant battle. And beyond the fences, through gaps, he saw something worse. A few civilians who had wandered too close, hiding behind abandoned stalls, eyes wide with fear. Not cheering, not filming, just terrified. Terrified of him. Midoriya's stomach dropped into a pit. His hands trembled. And then the full recoil hit. Every action he'd done under the loop came flooding back without the artificial devotion. It was Lee K waking up from a nightmare and realizing it was real. His face went gray. He gagged. Then he vomited violently onto the cracked pavement. Uraraka flinched, tears spilling. All Might's voice broke. Izuku. Midoriya coughed, shaking. Saliva and bile on his chin, eyes glassy with horror. No, he whispered. No, no, no. He pressed his hands to the ground like he could hold himself down. I attacked. His breath hitched into sobs. Aizawa knelt beside him, scarf still looped, voice low and controlled. Midoriya, Aizawa said, look at me. Midoriya's eyes snapped to him. Aizawa's gaze was hard, but not cruel. You're back. Midoriya shook violently. I remember everything. Aizawa didn't deny it. Good. That means it wasn't permanent. Midoriya's voice cracked. That doesn't make it okay. Aizawa's jaw tightened. No, it doesn't. Midoriya's breath hitched. Then he turned his head, eyes wild, searching. Where is she? Uraraka's grip tightened on Toga. Toga floated still, staring at Midoriya like a child watching their favorite toy break. Her face was frozen, wide eyes, trembling lips. Not playful, not smug, just horror. Because the Deku she had owned was gone. Midoriya looked at her and flinched like he'd been burned. Toga whispered, voice tiny and shaking. Deku-kun. Midoriya's throat tightened. His hands trembled. He looked like he wanted to crawl out of his own skin. I'm sorry. He whispered automatically, because apologizing was his instinct. Then he stopped. Because apologizing to her felt wrong in a different way. He swallowed hard, eyes burning. That wasn't love, Midoriya said. Voice shaking. That was violence. Toga's eyes filled with tears instantly. Her face twisted. Not with guilt. With loss. With possession being ripped away. No, Toga whispered, shaking her head like a child refusing bedtime. No, 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 come back. Uraraka's voice cracked, furious and pained. Stop. Toga's eyes snapped to Uraraka with hatred. You stole him, Toga hissed. Uraraka's breath hitched. I saved him. Toga shook violently, tears spilling. He was mine. Bakugo's voice was low, brutal. You're sick. Toga flinched like he'd slapped her. Then her face crumpled fully. She started sobbing, loud. Ugly, real. Not because she regretted what she'd done. Because she'd lost her prize. She thrashed in midair, trying to pull away. Let me go. She screamed at Uraraka. Let me go, let me go. Uraraka's grip tightened, voice shaking. No. Toga's eyes went wild. And then, like a cornered animal, she did what she always did. She fled. She used a hidden blade to slice her own palm, splattering blood. She pressed it to her tongue with a trembling grin through tears. Her transformation began, skin rippling, features shifting. Uraraka's eyes widened. She's transforming. Suyu reacted instantly, tongue snapping out. But Toga was fast. Her body twisted midair, and in the confusion of her shifting form, she slipped free, turning her weightless drift into an escape vector. She dropped behind a broken stall, hit the ground, rolled, and sprinted. Hawk's feathers cut through the air, but Dabi's blue flames flared in the distance, forcing Hawks to divert. Kurogiri's mist pulsed somewhere deeper in the park, opening a portal like a mouth. Toga ran toward it, sobbing. She glanced back once, just once, at Midoriya. Her eyes were wet, wide, full of a kind of devotion. Ion that was really just obsession wearing love like a costume. Deku-kun, she whispered. Midoriya stared back, shaking, bile still on his lips, eyes full of horror. He didn't reach for her. He didn't chase. He didn't protect. He stayed on his knees. Because he couldn't. Because he finally saw the truth clearly. And that truth was a shattered mirror reflecting something he didn't want to recognize. How close he'd come to becoming someone else. Toga's face twisted with pain. Then she turned and dove into the mist. The portal snapped shut. Gone. For the aftermath in the park. The battle outside still raged. But the core of this fight had ended. Midoriya sat on the ground, shaking, staring at empty space where Toga had been. Bakugo stood nearby, chest heaving, one arm broken, eyes still burning. Uraraka lowered her trembling hands. Tears streaming down her face. All Might stepped forward slowly, like approaching a wounded animal. Izuku, All Might whispered. Midoriya looked up. Red, wet, terrified. All Might knelt beside him. Hands shaking. He didn't touch him yet. He let Midoriya decide if touch was safe. Midoriya's lips trembled. He whispered, voice cracking. I did horrible things. All Might's eyes filled again. You were controlled. Midoriya shook his head violently. But I remember wanting. He gagged, tears spilling. All Might's voice broke. I know. Aizawa's voice was low. We will deal with consequences later. Midoriya's breath hitched. No, he whispered. I deserve. Bakugo's voice cut in, rough and shaking. Shut up. Midoriya flinched. Bakugo glared at him, painful, furious, real. You don't get to run away from fixing it, Bakugo rasped. You don't get to decide your garbage and call that accountability. Midoriya's eyes widened. Bakugo's jaw clenched. You're gonna live. You're gonna face it. You're gonna make it right. Midoriya sobbed. And for the first time tonight, the tears looked like his. 5 Cliffhanger, the weight of being back. Sir. Ends grew closer in the distance. Law enforcement, reinforcements, the world crashing back in. The pro-battle would end soon. Reports would be written. Footage would circulate. Headlines would sharpen their knives. And Midoriya would wake up tomorrow with the full weight of what he'd done sitting on his chest like a boulder. He stared at his shaking hands. Hands that had once reached out to save. NDS that had become a shield for a villain. He whispered, barely audible. What am I now? All Might swallowed hard, voice trembling but steady. You're a hero, All Might said. Who fell, and got back up. Midoriya's breath hitched. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. And now you learn what it costs. Bakugo's eyes burned. And you don't do it alone. Uraraka wiped her tears with a shaking hand and whispered, voice broken. Welcome back. Midoriya looked at them, at the people he'd hurt, still standing near him. And he sobbed like someone who had been underwater too long. Because coming back didn't feel like victory. It felt like waking up in the ruins and realizing you were the one who lit the fire. The world didn't end with a dramatic fade out. It ended with paperwork, with sirens, with the snap of handcuffs on villains who still laughed through bruised teeth, with medics shouting, clear, and hold pressure, and he's vomiting, get a bag, with the ugly reality that heroes didn't get epilogues. They got reports, they got consequences, they got cameras. Midoriya barely remembered leaving the amusement park. He remembered fragments, like a nightmare played in broken clips. Bakugo collapsing onto a stretcher, still glaring even while blood smeared his mouth. Uraraka sitting on the curb, forearm wrapped, eyes empty with exhaustion. All Might's hand hovering over his shoulder, never touching. Like he was afraid contact would shatter him. Aizawa's scarf wrapped around Midoriya's wrists, not as punishment but as safety, because Midoriya's hands wouldn't stop shaking. Someone tried to ask him questions. He couldn't answer. His brain felt like it had been scraped raw. The loop was gone, but the absence was its own kind of pain. Like ripping out a parasite and realizing the wound was still there, bleeding. He remembered himself vomiting again. And again. He remembered the taste of bile and shame. He remembered one sentence he heard from a paramedic, voice low, meant for another medic. Careful. That's the kid from the footage. That sentence hit harder than any punch. Because it meant the world had already decided who he was. One, high security quiet. The hospital room was white. Too white. Like someone had tried to scrub the world clean and failed. The walls were reinforced. The window was small and thick. The door had 2 locks and an observation panel. A camera sat in the corner, not hidden. Honest. There was a medical bed bolted to the floor. There were restraints. Not the humiliating kind you saw in movies. The careful kind used for people who might hurt themselves without meaning to. Midoriya lay on the bed. Wrists loosely strapped down. He could move his fingers. He could breathe. But the restraints whispered a truth he couldn't argue with. He was considered dangerous. An IV line ran into his arm, feeding fluids into a body that had forgotten how to accept them. His stomach still twisted violently every few minutes, as if his gut expected the loop to return and pee. Punish him for being away from Toga, even though the compulsion was gone. Withdrawal without the high. Just nausea. Headaches, cold sweats, tremors, and the worst symptom of all, memory. Every time he blinked, he saw the convoy again. He saw Endeavor's flames reflecting off the truck. He saw Siren stumbling back. He saw All Might's face behind the Blackwood barrier. He saw himself stepping into the portal. He remembered how relief had flooded him when he got close to Toga. Relief that now felt like poison. His body shook, not from fear of villains. From disgust with himself. A nurse came in quietly, eyes careful. Expression professional. "Midoriya Izuku," she said gently. "I'm going to check your vitals." Midoriya didn't respond. She checked his pulse, his blood pressure, his temperature. She frowned slightly. Still elevated. Midoriya stared at the ceiling. The nurse hesitated. "Can you tell me your pain level?" Midoriya's mouth opened. His throat tightened. His voice came out hoarse and small. 10. The nurse blinked. Surprised. Physical pain. Midoriya's lips trembled. "No," he whispered. The nurse's expression softened, but she didn't step closer. "Okay." She adjusted his IV and left. The door clicked shut. The quiet returned. And in that quiet, Midoriya finally understood something. The loop was gone, but the damage wasn't, because he couldn't unremember what it felt like to be someone else. 2. The catatonia. Days passed in a blur of white walls and bland food trays he couldn't eat. Sometimes he slept. Sometimes he stared. Sometimes he shook so hard the nurse had to call a doctor. They ran scans. They tested for toxins. They checked his heart. The official report called it psychological trauma and post-quirk influence withdrawal. Midoriya called it hell. He barely spoke. When he did, his words were broken. Water. Sorry. Please. And sometimes, quietly, in the middle of the night, he whispered names. Kachan. Ochako. All Might. The nurses wrote notes. The doctors watched him through the observation panel like he was a puzzle. The public watched him through leaked headlines like he was a scandal. UA's Golden Boy falls. Did One for All create a monster? Is Deku a victim or a traitor? Midoriya didn't see the headlines. UA kept them away from him. But he didn't need to read them to feel them. He could sense the shift in the air, like weather changing before a storm. Even here, even in a hospital room, he could feel people's fear like static. The nurses were kind, but careful. The security guard outside his door didn't pretend he was there for decoration. And Midoriya's own heart didn't pretend either. Every time he looked at his hands, he remembered how those hands had wrapped around villains to protect them. How those hands had blocked heroes. How those hands had struck Bakugo. Bakugo hadn't died. He'd been lucky. Midoriya whispered into the silence, voice cracked. "I could have killed him." His throat tightened. He swallowed bile again. He turned his face to the pillow so no one would see him cry. 3. The visit. All Might didn't come immediately. Not because he didn't want to. Because the doctors had insisted. Midoriya needed stabilization first. Reduced stimulation. Controlled contact. No surprises. All Might argued. Aizawa argued back. Nezu agreed with both and still insisted on medical protocol. Finally, on th. third day, Aizawa opened the door. Looked tired. More tired than usual. Like he hadn't slept. His capture scarf hung around his neck like a warning. Midoriya's eyes flicked to him. Aizawa's gaze settled on the restraints. His jaw tightened. "You asked for him," Aizawa said quietly. Midoriya's throat tightened. He tried to speak. No sound came out. Aizawa stepped aside. And All Might walked in. Not with the booming energy of the symbol of peace. With the quiet weight of a man who had lost his breath and still showed up anyway. He wore a simple coat. No hero costume. No dramatic cape. Just Toshinori Yagi, human, tired, eyes red-rimmed. He paused at the edge of the room, as if he didn't know where to put himself. Midoriya's chest tightened painfully. His eyes filled instantly. "All Might," he whispered. All Might's face crumpled. He stepped closer slowly, like approaching a wounded animal, hands open. "Izuku," he said softly. Midoriya shook his head, tiny, frantic. His voice cracked. "I'm sorry." All Might flinched as if the apology was a knife. "Don't start there," All Might whispered. Midoriya's eyes widened. "But," All Might stepped closer, and his voice trembled. "Izuku," All Might said, "I saw you look at me." Midoriya froze. All Might's eyes glistened. "I saw you try." Midoriya's throat tightened. tears spilling. All Might's breath hitched. You were in there. Midoriya's voice broke. It didn't matter. He gagged, shaking. All Might reached out, then stopped. His hand hovered. He didn't touch. Because he didn't want to take control away from Midoriya again, even by accident. Midoriya stared at the hovering hand, sobbing. He wanted that hand. He wanted comfort. He also felt like he didn't deserve it. All Might's voice cracked softly. May I? Midoriya swallowed hard, then nodded, barely. All Might's hand settled gently on Midoriya's shoulder. Warm, real, not twisted. Midoriya cried harder. All Might stayed there, silent, hand steady. Midoriya's breath shook. I remember, wanting her. All Might's jaw tightened, pain flickering across his face. Midoriya's voice turned raw. I remember being relieved when I smelled her. Like my chest could finally breathe. He gagged again, tears streaming. It feels like I was violated, Midoriya whispered. But also like I betrayed you. All Might's eyes filled. You didn't betray me. Midoriya shook his head violently. I did. I stood between you and them. His voice cracked into a sob. I told you not to follow. All Might's face crumpled. You were controlled. Midoriya's voice turned sharp with self-hatred. And what does that say about me that it worked? That my brain, my heart, was that easy to twist? All Might's hand tightened slightly on his shoulder, grounding him. It says you're human, All Might whispered. Midoriya laughed once, ugly, broken. Human, he rasped. Humans don't do what I did. All Might's gaze sharpened, voice trembling with force. Humans do worse, All Might said. All the time. Midoriya's eyes widened. All Might's voice softened again. And humans also come back from it. Midoriya's breath hitched. He stared at All Might like he didn't believe it was allowed. All Might swallowed hard, then said the truth he'd been carrying like a stone. I blamed myself, All Might whispered. Midoriya froze. All Might's eyes shimmered. When you left, when you looked at me and walked away, I thought I had failed you so completely that you couldn't even stand to hear my voice. Midoriya's throat tightened painfully. All Might shook his head slightly. But then you came back. Midoriya whispered. Broken. I didn't come back. They pulled me back. All Might's voice was firm. You held on long enough for them to reach you. Midoriya's tears spilled again. All Might leaned closer, voice soft. That's you. All Might said. That stubbornness. That refusal to disappear. Midoriya's lips trembled. Then his voice came out like a confession whispered at a grave. Take it, Midoriya said. All Might blinked. Take, what? Midoriya's eyes were wild with fear and shame. One for all. All Might's face went still. Midoriya's voice cracked. Please, take it away. I can't. He swallowed hard, shaking. I can't trust myself with it. All Might's hand trembled on his shoulder. Midoriya's voice turned desperate. I'm weak-minded. All Might's voice snapped, not loud, but sharp. Stop. Midoriya froze. All Might's eyes burned. You are not weak-minded. Midoriya's breath hitched. All Might's voice trembled with emotion. You were attacked. You were infected. You fought it. You came back. Midoriya's voice broke. But what if it happens again? All Might swallowed hard, pain in his eyes. Then we fight again, All Might whispered. Midoriya's eyes widened. All Might's voice softened, fierce in its gentleness. You do not lose one for all because you were hurt, All Might said. You do not lose your purpose because someone violated your mind. Midoriya's lips trembled. All Might's hand squeezed his shoulder gently. I won't take it, All Might said. Because you're not tainted. Midoriya shook, sobbing. I feel tainted. All Might's voice cracked. I know. Silence fell between them. Not awkward. Just heavy. All Might didn't try to fix it with a speech. He simply stayed, sitting beside him, hand on shoulder, breathing with him, holding the quiet like it was something sacred. Midoriya's sobs softened into shaky breaths. His eyes stared at the ceiling. And in that quiet, another truth settled in his chest like a painful seed. He couldn't erase what happened. But he could live long enough to make it mean something. The restraints. After a long time, Midoriya's voice returned, small. Do I have to stay like this? He whispered, glancing at the restraints. All Might's face tightened. Aizawa, standing near the door, spoke quietly. Not forever, Aizawa said. But right now, you're unstable. Not dangerous to others. Dangerous to yourself. Midoriya swallowed hard. He remembered his own hands shaking. The nausea. The moments where he'd wanted to rip his own skin off because it felt wrong. He whispered, ashamed, "I understand." All Might's voice trembled. "We'll get you out of here." Midoriya's throat tightened. "Will they forgive me?" All Might didn't answer immediately. Because lying would be cruel. Because forgiveness wasn't a switch. It was a process. Finally, All Might whispered, "They will need time." Midoriya's eyes filled again. All Might continued, voice gentle. "And so will you." Midoriya swallowed, voice cracked. "What about Toga?" Aizawa's eyes narrowed. "She escaped." Quote. Midoriya flinched like he'd been punched. All Might's jaw tightened. "We will find her." Midoriya's voice was small and shaking. I don't want her near anyone else." All Might's gaze softened. "Neither do we." Midoriya stared at the ceiling again. His breath shook. He whispered, barely audible, "I know what the abyss feels like now." All Might's hand squeezed his shoulder gently. "Then you'll be a hero who understands the edge," All Might whispered. Midoriya's eyes closed. Tears leaked silently. The room stayed quiet. Outside the door, the world kept screaming. Inside, Midoriya finally, stopped moving like a weapon. He simply existed, wounded, alive, and starting, painfully, to heal. A month is a strange thing. It's long enough for bruises to fade and short enough for nightmares to stay sharp. It's long enough for the world to rewrite your name into a headline and short enough for your own heart to still flinch when someone says it out loud. For Midoriya Izuku, a month was breathing again, not comfortably, not easily. But Aga hospital room became a regular room. The restraints became observation. The observation became soup. RVISED walks down sterile hallways with a nurse who never took her eyes off his hands. Therapists came in steady rotation, not like interrogators, but like climbers securing ropes around a man dangling over a cliff. They taught him grounding techniques. They taught him how to separate memory from identity. They taught him the cruelest lesson of all. Healing didn't erase what happened. It only made room to live anyway. Midoriya learned to eat again. Not because food tasted good, most days it still tasted like cardboard, but because his body needed it. He learned to sleep again. Not because dreams were kind, many weren't, but because staying awake didn't stop the past from existing. And he learned to speak again. Slow, careful, because every word felt like a risk. He didn't trust his own voice yet. On the 30th day, Aizawa sat across from him in a small office that smelled faintly like coffee and tiredness. Nezu sat on the table, paws folded, eyes gleaming behind his glasses. All Might stood near the wall. Hands clasped so tightly his knuckles looked white. Midoriya sat with his hands in his lap, fingers intertwined like he was holding himself together. Aizawa's voice was blunt. "You, being conditionally released back to the dorms." Midoriya blinked. "Dorms." Aizawa nodded once. "Under monitoring. Limited outings. Mandatory counseling. No solo patrols." Nezu added cheerfully, "and a delightful amount of paperwork." Midoriya swallowed hard. His first instinct wasn't excitement. It was fear. Because going back didn't mean home. Going back meant facing the people he'd hurt. Aizawa's gaze sharpened. "You'll be watched." Midoriya nodded quickly. "I understand." Aizawa's tone softened by a microscopic amount. "You're not being punished." Midoriya's throat tightened. "Feels like I should be." All Might's voice cracked quietly. "Izuku." Midoriya didn't look at him. Because looking at All Might still felt like staring at sunlight after being underground. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. "You're not special in this regard, Midoriya. Heroes get attacked. Heroes get manipulated. Heroes break. What matters is what happens after." Midoriya swallowed. "And what happens after, is everyone hates me." Nezu's eyes softened slightly. "Everyone is, frightened, confused, angry. And many are still grieving." Midoriya flinched. Because Nezu had said grieving, like he died. And in some ways, he had. The version of Midoriya who thought being a hero was simple had died. Nezu continued, calm. "They are not grieving because you are redeemable. They are grieving because they saw you own something they never believed you could become." Midoriya's breath hitched. Aizawa's voice was firm. "You will give them time." Midoriya nodded, throat tight. "Okay." All Might stepped forward then, voice trembling. "You don't have to face it alone." Midoriya finally looked at him. All Might's eyes were wet. Midoriya's chest tightened painfully. He nodded again, small. "I know." That was all he could manage. Because saying anything bigger felt like it would shatter him. 1. Returning to the dorms. UA's dorms looked the same. That was the problem. Same building, same lights, same hallway. Had once felt safe and now felt like a courtroom. The security was doubled. Pro heroes stood at every corner. Cameras were more visible than before, honest and unapologetic. Aizawa walked beside Midoriya, scarf loose but ready. All Might walked behind them, silent. Midoriya's footsteps were too loud. Or maybe his heart was. When the dorm doors slid open, the common room was full. Class 1A. Every face turned. Some looked shocked. Some looked angry. Some looked uncertain. Some looked like they were trying not to cry. Midoriya froze in the doorway. His hands trembled. His mouth went dry. He wanted to speak. He couldn't. Aizawa's voice cut through the silence. He's back. No applause. No cheers. Just breath held tight. Midoriya's gaze flicked across faces. Kirishima's jaw was clenched, eyes wet. Iida stood stiff, like he was holding back a storm of words. Jiro's expression was guarded. Tokiyami looked grim and quiet. Shiro looked pale. Mina's eyes were wide, uncertain. Even Kaminari, usually loud, was silent, face tight. And then Midoriya's gaze landed on Bakugo. Bakugo stood near the back, his arm in a sling, bruises still visible. He wasn't smiling. He wasn't angry either. He looked exhausted, like he'd burned through every emotion and was running on stubbornness. Midoriya's breath hitched. He looked at Uraraka. She was sitting on the couch, arm healed, but her eyes looked older. Her expression was unreadable. Not hate, not warmth, something in between, something fractured. Midoriya's throat tightened. Aizawa stepped aside slightly, giving Midoriya space. Midoriya took one step in. His knees threatened to buckle. He bowed, deep. Not a polite bow. A desperate one. I'm sorry, he whispered. His voice cracked. I'm sorry, he said again, louder, because they deserved to hear it. The room stayed silent. Midoriya lifted his head. His eyes were red. He didn't try to justify. He didn't say, I was controlled, as an excuse. He simply told the truth. I remember everything, Midoriya whispered. And I hate it. I hate myself for it. A few students flinched. Midoriya's hands trembled. I'm not asking you to forgive me, he said, voice shaking. I'm asking you to, let me try to earn back being here. Silence. Then Iida stepped forward, glasses glinting, voice rigid with contained emotion. Midoriya, Iida said, do you understand the magnitude of what occurred? Midoriya nodded quickly. Yes. Iida's jaw tightened. Then understand this, we are not obligated to immediately accept you. Midoriya swallowed hard. I know. Iida's voice cracked slightly. But, we are also not obligated to abandon you. Midoriya's eyes widened. Iida straightened. We will proceed with caution. For our safety and yours. Midoriya's breath hitched. He bowed again. Thank you. Kirishima stepped forward next. Fists clenched. He looked like he wanted to hug Midoriya and punch him at the same time. His voice was rough. Bro, you scared the hell out of us. Midoriya's throat tightened. I know. Kirishima swallowed. Eyes wet. Don't do that again. Midoriya nodded, tears spilling. I'll do everything I can to make sure. Kirishima stepped back, wiping his face roughly like he hated that he was crying. Then Yaoyorozu spoke, voice controlled but gentle. We have prepared a schedule, she said. Counseling, training restrictions, supervised exercises. If you agree. Midoriya nodded quickly. Yes. Anything. Then Tsuyu, quiet, hopped closer and looked up at him. Her voice was soft. Deku-chan, welcome back, Kiro. Midoriya's breath hitched. He nodded, unable to speak. A few others murmured small greetings, cautious. Hesitant. Not warm. Not cruel. Just, trying. And then Bakugo spoke. Not loudly. Not dramatically. Just one sentence. Don't make me apologize twice. The room blinked. Midoriya's eyes widened. His chest tightened. A broken laugh tried to come out and turned into a sob. Bakugo rolled his eyes, embarrassed, and looked away. But he didn't leave. That mattered more than any speech. 2. The room that felt haunted. Midoriya's dorm room was exactly how he'd left it. And that made it worse. His bed, his desk, his notebooks, his hero costume hanging in the corner like a question. Someone had cleaned the frantic scribbles off the walls. Someone had removed the pages covered in Toga, written over and over like a curse. But even cleaned, the room felt haunted. Am I? Doria stood in the doorway and felt his stomach twist. He remembered being here, sketching Toga's face, analyzing how to protect Husinating her voice in the hall. He remembered the cold apathy when he looked at Uraraka. The memory slammed into him like nausea. He sat on the edge of the bed and pressed his palms to his eyes. His shoulders shook. He whispered, barely audible, "I'm sorry." To the room, to the air, to the version of himself that had been used like a puppet. A knock came. Midoriya flinched. Aizawa's voice. "You're not alone. Doors stay unlocked for now." Midoriya swallowed. "Okay." Aizawa's voice softened slightly. "Sleep." Midoriya whispered, "I'll try." The footsteps retreated. Midoriya stared at the ceiling again. He didn't sleep. Not yet. But he stayed in the room. He didn't run. That was progress. 3 Kintsugi days. The next weeks were not dramatic. They were slow. And slow was harder. Because slow gave his mind time to replay everything. Midoriya attended counseling sessions that left him shaking and exhausted. He trained lightly, supervised, learning to move without pushing himself into panic spikes. He avoided crowded spaces. He avoided mirrors. Because mirrors did him think of the shattered one in his head. Class 1A treated him like a fragile glass cup. Not because they wanted to hurt him. Because they were afraid he'd shatter again. Some classmates warned faster. Kirishima talked to him in small bursts, like he didn't know how else to help. Tsuyu sat near him in the dining hall, quiet presence. Yaoyorozu checked his schedule like she was trying to control chaos with planning. Iida maintained formal politeness, watching him like a guard dog trying to be fair. Some stayed distant. Jiro didn't speak much. Shiro avoided eye contact. Mina smiled, but it looked forced. And Uraraka. Uraraka was the hardest. Not because she was cruel. Because she wasn't. She simply wasn't ready. Sometimes Midoriya caught her looking at him like she was seeing two people at once. The Deku she loved. And the Deku who had verbally torn her down in the common room. That wound didn't close in a month. It didn't close in 2. Midoriya didn't push. He didn't chase. He didn't try to force forgiveness. He simply stayed. And he tried. That was all he could offer. 4. The stars. One night, Midoriya couldn't breathe in his room. Not because of the loop. Because of guilt. It sat on his chest like a weight. He walked quietly to the rooftop. The air outside was cold and clean. The stars were bright, far away, indifferent, calm. Midoriya leaned on the railing and stared upward, trying to remember what it felt like to be hopeful without fear. He heard footsteps behind him. He didn't turn. He already knew. Uraraka. Her steps were light. She didn't come too close. She stopped a few feet away. Arms folded around herself. The silence between them was heavy. Midoriya swallowed hard. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Uraraka didn't answer immediately. The wind tugged at her hair. Finally, she spoke, voice quiet, rough. "I know." Midoriya's throat tightened. He turned his head slightly, not fully facing her, like he didn't deserve her eyes. "I'm not asking you to forgive me," Midoriya said softly. Uraraka's voice cracked. "Good." That word hit like a punch. Midoriya flinched. Uraraka's voice trembled, angry and pained. "Because I can't. Not yet." Midoriya's chest tightened. He nodded, swallowing hard. "I understand." Uraraka stared at the stars, voice softer now. "When you said those things to me," she whispered, "it felt like you took something out of my chest and threw it away." Midoriya's eyes burned. "I know," he whispered. "And I can't." Uraraka cut him off, voice trembling. "I know you were controlled." Midoriya froze. Uraraka's voice tightened. "But my brain doesn't care. It still remembers." Silence. Midoriya's hands trembled on the railing. He whispered, broken, "I don't want you to hurt." Uraraka laughed softly, not happy, not bitter, just tired. "Then don't make promises you can't keep," she whispered. Midoriya swallowed hard. He didn't argue. He didn't defend himself. He simply told the truth. "I'll be here," he said quietly. "Even if you can't look at me yet." Uraraka's breath hitched. She turned her head slightly. Her eyes were wet. For the first time in weeks, she stepped closer. Not into his arms. Not into comfort. Just close enough that he could feel her presence like warmth on cold skin. Uraraka's voice shook. "Do you know what scares me the most?" Midoriya's throat tightened. "What?" Uraraka swallowed. Not that you got controlled. Midoriya blinked. Uraraka's voice cracked. That part of you believed it. Midoriya flinched like he'd been stabbed. He opened his mouth, then closed it, because denying it completely would be a lie. Uraraka's voice was soft, trembling. When you said we only cared because you were useful. Her breath hitched. It sounded like something you'd been carrying for a long time. Midoriya stared at the stars, tears spilling. Yes, he whispered. Uraraka's throat tightened. Then, maybe the quirk didn't create the pain. Midoriya's breath shook. It just used it. Uraraka's voice softened further. Then you have to let us in. She whispered. Not just when you're strong. When you're scared. Midoriya's hands trembled. He nodded slowly. I'll try. Uraraka hesitated. Then she did something small and world-shifting. She reached out and took his hand. Not forgiveness. Not romance. A beginning. A bridge. Midoriya's breath caught. His fingers trembled against hers. He didn't squeeze too hard. He didn't cling. He simply held on like someone learning that touch could be safe again. Uraraka's voice was quiet. Don't make me regret this. Midoriya's throat tightened. I won't. Uraraka didn't smile. But she didn't let go. They stood under the stars like two people trying to repair something shattered without pretending it hadn't broken. Kintsugi. Golden repair. Not hiding the cracks. Making them part of the story. 5. The vow. Later, when Uraraka left, Midoriya stayed on the rooftop alone. He stared at his hands again. Not with disgust this time. With determination. He thought of Toga, escaping into the mist, sobbing, furious. Broken. He thought of Eros, of the quirk that had done this. He thought of the civilians, terrified eyes. He thought of Bakugo's apology, like a grenade that had exploded inside Midoriya's chest and cracked the loop open. He whispered, voice steady for the first time in a month. I'm going to save her. Not because he loved her. Not because the loop made him crave her. Because he had seen how evil could invade someone's heart and turn them into a weapon. And he couldn't let that happen to anyone else. Not again. Not ever. Midoriya lifted his gaze to the stars. They'll call me tainted, he whispered. They'll call me weak. They'll call me a traitor. His jaw tightened. But I know the abyss now. He exhaled slowly. And I'm going to drag people back from it. The wind moved across the rooftop. The dorms behind him were quiet. Not fully safe. Not fully healed. But alive. And for now, that was enough. Because Kintsugi wasn't about returning to what you were. It was about becoming something stronger. Not because you never broke. But because you did. And you chose to repair anyway. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, please leave a like, share and subscribe. Now, Nan.